onion?
Yes, definitely.
You don't consider enjoying less of that?
Yes. Yes, definitely. But, probably I experienced most of that on X. But that's also where I find most of my guests. That's also where I get a sense of the zeitgeist, which is necessary, for example, to be a podcast host. It's necessary for me to make my lectures on point of the day, to get a sampling of the current moment. You have to be up to the moment in many ways to function at a high level. Is there a price? There's a price to be paid for that because you're exposed to everything in a sense.
You can also oversample darkness.
Yeah, definitely.
It can make you more cynical.
Yeah, well,
it's a danger.
Well, luckily for me, I have many things to counterbalance that. The familial relationships we talked about, the friendships, and then also all of the public things I do are positive. The lecture tours, for example, which I'm on a lot, they're basically 100% positive. So I'm very buttressed against that.
That's great.
Very element.
As a fan in the arena watching the gladiators fight, your mind is too important to be lost to the battles with the abyss.
Well, you have a moral obligation too to maintain a positive orientation. It's a moral obligation. Of course, rife with contradictory possibilities, and I suppose in some ways the more rapid the rate of transformation, the more possibility for good and for evil is making itself manifest at any moment. But it looks like the best way to ensure that the future is everything we wish it would be is to maintain faith that that is the direction that will prevail. And I think that's a form of moral commitment when it's not just naive optimism.
Well, Jordan, thank you for being courageous and being the light amid the darkness for many, many people. And thank you for once again talking.
Thanks very much for the invitation and the conversations. But it's always a pleasure to see you. And you're doing a pretty decent job yourself about their illuminating dark corners and bringing people upward. I mean, you've got a remarkable thing going with your podcast, and you're very good at it. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jordan Peterson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, into these useful words from future teaching. I would like to learn more and more, to see as beautiful that which is necessary in things. Then I shall be one of those who make things beautiful. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is conversation with the founding members of the Cursor team, Michael Truel, Swali Asif, Arthur Lundmark, and Ahmad Senker. Cursor is a code editor based on VS Code that adds a lot of powerful features for AI-assisted coding. It has captivated the attention and excitement of the programming and AI communities. So I thought this is an excellent opportunity to dive deep into the role of AI in programming. This is a super technical conversation that is bigger than just about one code editor. It's about the future of programming, and in general, the future of human-AI collaboration in designing and engineering complicated and powerful systems. This is the Let's Read the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, here's Michael, Swale, Arvid, and Ahmad. All right, this is awesome. We have Michael, Ahmad, Swale, Arvid here in the Cursor team. First up, the ridiculous question: what's the point of a code editor?
So the code editor is largely the place where you build software. And today, or for a long time, that's meant the place where you text edit a formal programming language. And for people who aren't programmers, the way to think of a code editor is like a really souped up word processor for programmers. Where the reason it's souped up is code has a lot of structure. And so the quote unquote word processor, the code editor, can actually do a lot for you that word processor processors, sort of in the writing space have been able to do for people at text there. And so, that's everything from giving you visual differentiation of like the actual tokens in the code, so you scan it quickly, to letting you navigate around the code base, sort of like you're navigating around the internet with like hyperlinks. You're going to sort of definitions of things you're using, to error checking, to catch rudimentary bugs. And so traditionally, that's what a code editor has meant. And I think that what a code editor is going to change a lot of things. As what it means to build software maybe starts to look a bit different.
I think also a code editor should just be fun.
Yes, that is very important. And it's actually sort of an underrated aspect of how we decide what to build. Like a lot of the things that we build, and then we try them out, we do an experiment, and then we actually throw them out because they're not fun. And so a big part of being fun is being fast. I like fast.
Yeah, fast. Yeah. Yeah.
like fundamentally, I think one of the things that draws a lot of people to building stuff on computers is this like insane integration speed, where in other disciplines you might be sort of kept by resources or the ability, even the ability to get a large group together, and coding is this like basic network. It's doing the computer, and that alone you can do stuff quickly.
So for people who don't know, Cursor is this super cool legal editor that's a fork of VS Code. It would be interesting to get your kind of explanation of your own journey of editors. How did you? I think all of you are big fans of VS Code and Copilot. How did you arrive to VS Code, and how did that lead to your journey with Cursor?
Yeah. So
I think a lot of us, all of us,
sure, hear him.
yeah,
No need of him, hear him in a terminal. And at least for myself, it was around the time that Copilot came out, so 2021, that I really wanted to try it. So I went into VS Code, the only platform, the only code editor in which it was available. And even though I, really enjoyed using it, just the experience of Copilot with VS Code was more than good enough for VS Code. And so that kind of was the default when we started working on Cursor.
And maybe we should explain what Copilot does. It's like a really nice autocomplete. It suggests, as you start writing things, it suggests 1 or 2 or 3 lines of complete thing. And there's a fun experience in that. Like when you have a close friendship and your friend completes your sentences. Like when it's done well, there's an intimate feeling. There's probably a better word than intimate, but there's a cool feeling of like, holy shit, it gets me. And then there's an unpleasant feeling when it doesn't get you. And so there's that kind of friction, but I would say for a lot of people, the feeling that it gets me overpowers that it doesn't.
And I think actually one of the underrated aspects of Copilot is that even when it's wrong, it's like a little bit annoying, but it's not that bad because you just type another character and then maybe then it gets you, or you type another character and then it gets you. So even when it's wrong, it's not that bad. Yeah, you can sort of iterate. With the other underrated part of Copilot for me, this is the first real AI product. So the first language model consumer product.
So Copilot was kind of the first killer app for iOS.
like a bit of that.
Right. Okay. So what's the story of Cursor?
So around 2020, the scaling left paper came out from OpenAI, and that was a moment where this looked like theoretical progress for the field. Where even if we didn't have any more ideas, it looks like you can make these models a lot better if you have more compute and more data.
By the way, we'll probably talk for 3 to 4 hours on the topic of scaling velocity. Just to summarize, if the paper instead of ideas, the same paper would be better for model size, data size.
It's bigger and better, but predictably better.
Okay, this is a conversation.
Yeah.
But anyway,
So around that time, some of us, there were like a lot of conceptual conversations about what's this going to look like, what's the story going to be for all these different launch market fields, about how they're going to be made better by this technology getting better. And then I think there were a couple of moments where like the theoretical gains predicted in that paper started to feel really concrete. It started to feel like a moment where you could actually go and not do a PhD if you wanted to work do useful work in AI. I actually felt like now there was this whole set of systems going into it that were really useful. And I think that the first moment we already talked about a little bit, which was playing with the early bit of Copilot, that was something magical. I think that the next big moment where everything kind of clicked together was actually getting early access to GPT-4. So it was sort of end of 2022 was when we were tinkering with that model. And the step-up in capabilities felt enormous. And previous to that, we've been working on a couple of different projects. We've been, because of Copilot, because of scaling Oz, because of our prior interest in the technology, we have been tinkering around with tools for programmers, but things that are like very specific. So, we were building tools for financial professionals who have to work with industry, for example, or like, playing around with, can you do static analysis with these models? And then the step up in GPT-4 felt like, look, that really made concrete the theoretical gains that we had predicted before. Felt like you could build a lot more just immediately at that point in time. And also, if we were being consistent, it really felt like this wasn't just going to be a research thing. This was going to be all of programming stuff like these models. It felt like that demanded a different type of programming environment, a different type of programming. And so we set off to build that sort of larger vision around that.
There's one that I distinctly remember. So my roommate is in an IMO Gold winner. And, there's a competition in the US called the Putnam, which is sort of the IMO for college people. And it's this math competition. He's exceptionally good. So Sheng Tong and Ahmad, I remember it's June of 2022, had this bet on whether the 2024 June or July you're going to win a gold medal in the IMO with like models.
IMO is international mathematics.
Yeah, IMO is international mathematics. Yeah, and so Arvin and I are both also competing in it. So it was sort of personal. And, and I remember thinking that this is not going to happen. This was like, even though I sort of believed progress, I thought, I'm going to build just like a lot of contribution. Yeah. That was the, and to be honest, I was, to be clear, very wrong. But that was maybe the most prescient bet.
So the deal was also keep mind. It turned out that you were correct. That's what I mean.
Well, it was technically wrong.
Very correct. 1 point away. Amon was very enthusiastic about this stuff. And before, Amon had this like scaling on speaker that you were kind of went through. It had the like charts and like the formulas on it.
So you felt the scale.
Yeah, I distinctly remember there was one conversation I had with Michael where before I hadn't talked to critically about scaling. And he kind of posed the question, why isn't scaling all easy, or why isn't scaling a result of massive progress? I think I went through like the stages of grief. There is anger, denial, and then finally at the end, just thinking about it, acceptance. And I think I've been quite hopeful and optimistic about progress since. I think one thing I'll caveat is I think it also depends on the domain process. Like math is a great domain because, especially like formal theorem proving, because you get this fantastic signal of actually verifying that is correct. And so this means that they don't really well. And I think like you could have systems that are perhaps very secretive in math and still not technically have API.
Okay, so can we take it all the way to Cursor? And what is Cursor? It's a fork of VS Code, and VS Code is one of the most popular editors for our time. Like everything's fine well with it. And we left Vim. I left Emacs for it. Sorry. So it unified in some fundamental way the community. And then you look at the space of things, you look at the scaling law of AI is becoming amazing. And you decided, okay, it's not enough to just write an extension for VS Code because there's a lot of limitations to that. So if AI is going to keep getting better and better, you need to really rethink how the AI is going to be part of that process. So you decided to support VS Code and start to do a lot of the amazing features we'll be able to talk about. But what was that decision like? Because there's a lot of extension, including Copilot of VS Code. They're doing sort of AI for stuff. What was the decision like to just work VS Code?
So the decision to do an editor seemed kind of self-evident to us for at least what we wanted to do and achieve. Because when we started working on the editor, the idea was these models are going to get much better, they can improve, and it's going to entirely change your software. Both in a, you will have big product needs, but also radical and like the active building software is going to change a lot. And so you're very limited in the control you have over a code editor if you're plugging into an existing coding environment. And we didn't want to get locked in by some features. We wanted to be able to just build the most useful stuff.
Okay, well then the natural question is, VS Code is kind of with Copilot a competitor. So how do you win? Is it basically just the speed and quantity of features?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a space that is quite interesting, perhaps quite unique, where if you look at previous tech waves, maybe there's kind of one major thing that happened in any way of companies, but every single year, every single model capability, or don't you get model capabilities, you now unlock this new wave of features, things that are possible, especially in programming. And so I think in AI programming, being even just a few months ahead, let alone a year ahead, makes your product much, much, much more. So I think the cursor a year from now will need to make the cursor from today. And I think Microsoft has done a number of like massive things, but I don't think they're in a great place to really keep innovative at this moment.
These rapidly implemented features.
And kind of doing the research experimentation necessary to really push the ceiling.
I don't know if I think of it in terms of feature sets. I think of it in terms of like capabilities for programmers. It's that like as the video or one model came out, I'm sure there will be more models of different types of context and faster. Like there's all these crazy ideas that you can try, and hopefully 10% of the crazy ideas will make it into something kind of cool or useful. And we want people to that's to rephrase it, like an underrated baggage we make it ourselves. When we started Cursor, we really felt this frustration that in a model, you could see models getting better. But the cobalt here did not. It was you guys that the ceiling is getting higher. Like, why is it not making things? Like, you're just making things. Where's all the alpha features? There was no alpha features. It's like, I'm sure it was selling well. Like, I'm sure it was great business, but it didn't feel. I'm one of these people that really want to try and use new things. It's like just additional new things, but like a very good formula.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how you put that into words, but when you compare Cursor with Copilot is beginning to feel stale for some reason.
Yeah, I think one thing that helps us is that we're sort of doing it all the time. We're developing the UX and the way you interact with the model, and at the same time as we're developing like how we actually make the model better answers, how you build up that context, or like how do you find the context and for Cursor tabs, like how do you train the model. So I think that helps us to have all of it like sort of like the same people working on the entire experience. Yeah, it's like there's a person making the UI and this person training the model like stick to like 18 feet away. So yeah, I'll have you the same person. So you can create things that are sort of not possible if you're not talking, you're not experimenting.
And you're using, like you said, Cursor to write Cursor.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk about some of these features. Let's talk about the all-knowing, the all-powerful, pretty beats with that. Autocomplete on steroids, basically. So how does tab work? What is tab?
To highlight it more at the high level, I'd say that there are two things that Cursor is pretty good at right now. There are other things that does. Two things that it helps programmers with. One is this idea of looking over your shoulder and being like a really fast colleague who can kind of jump ahead of you and type and figure out what you're going to do next. And that was the original idea behind. It was kind of the kernel of the idea behind like the other features, making what you're going to do next. You can make that concept even more efficient by just putting the characters after your cursor, actually breaking the next character, next step, next person, next step. And the second thing cursor is pretty good at right now too, is helping you sometimes jump ahead of the AI and color question it and go from instructions to code. And on both of those, we've done a lot of work on making the editing experience more ergonomic, and also making this look smarter and fast.
One of the things we really wanted was we wanted the model to be able to edit code for us. It was kind of a wish. We had multiple attempts at it before we had a sort of a good model that could. Then after we had a good model, there's been a lot of effort to make the inference fast, having a good experience. And we've been starting to incorporate microservices and just really jump to different places. And that jump to different places, I think, came from a feeling of, once you accept an edit, it's like, man, it should be just really obvious to the terminal. It's like I made this change to models just now that like the next place to go to is like these new lines down. Like if you're a Windows user, you can press 1/8JJ or whatever. Or like why am I doing that? Like the model should and then so the idea was well, you just press tab and it would go each new lines down and then maybe show you the next edit and you press tab. It was just as long as you could keep pressing tab. And so the internal competition was how many tabs make the one faster. Once you have like the idea, more sort of abstractly that you think about it, sort of like once how are the edits from zero entries. So once you sort of express your intent and the edit is there's no like new bits of information to finish your thought. So you still have to type some characters to like make the computer understand what you're actually thinking. Then maybe the model should just sort of read your mind and all the zero entry bits could just be like passed away.
Yeah.
That was sort of the abstract.
There's this interesting thing where if you look at language model locks on different domains, I believe the bits per byte, which is kind of character normalized loss for code, is lower than like which means in general there are a lot of tokens that are super difficult, a lot of courses. And this is I think being magnified. You're not just trying to autocomplete code, but predicting what the user's going to do next because they're editing system code. And so the goal is for your tab is like eliminate all the low entity actions when the intent is effectively determined. Let's just jump into it.
So, what's the intuition or what's the technical details of trying to do next cursor prediction? That jump, that's not so easy.
Yeah, I think I can speak to a few of the details on how to make these things work. They're incredibly low latency. You need to train small models on this task. In particular, they're incredibly refill token hungry. What that means is they have these really, really long prompts for these a lot of code, and they're not actually generating that many questions. And so the perfect fit for that is using a sparse model in general. So that was kind of one breakthrough we made that's substantially different from the context. The other being a variant spectrum called spectrum editing. These are two, I think, important pieces of what it point high quality and very fast.
Okay, so MOE the input is huge, the output is small.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else can you say about how to make things caching?
Caching plays a huge role because you're dealing with this many empty tokens. If every single keystroke that you're typing in a given line, you have to rerun the model, all of those tokens passed in, you're just going to, one, significantly create latency, two, you're going to kill your confusion load. So you need to design the actual computation model such that they're cache aware. And then you need to reuse the KB cache across the class. Just that you're expecting less data.
Again, what are the things that Tab is supposed to be able to do kind of in the near term? Just to like sort of linger on that. Generate code, fill empty space, also edit code across multiple lines.
Yeah.
And then jump to the file. And
I'll just jump to different files if you can edit it once. Maybe you have to go to another file to finish your thought. You should go to the second file.
And then the
culture organizations like mixed action solution. Like sometimes you need to write a command or determine, and it should be able to suggest the command based on the code too. Or sometimes you actually need to like it suggests something, but it's hard for you to know if it's correct because actually need some more information to learn. Like you need to know the type to be able to verify that it's correct. Because maybe it should actually take you to a place that's like the definition of something, and then take you back so that you have all the requisite knowledge to be able to accept that decision.
So providing humans the knowledge.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you integrate, like, I just got to know a guy named Jet, who I believe has an you can order coffee via SSH.
Oh yeah. Oh, we did that.
So came out and also the Model T app, like, you and providing the chat. Okay, so that's the general framework.
Yeah. And the not programming if programming is this weird display where sometimes the next 5 minutes, not always, but sometimes the next 5 minutes what you're going to do is actually critical from the stuff you've done recently. And so if you get to a world where that next 5 minutes either happens by you disengaging and it taking you through, or maybe a little bit more of just you seeing next step was okay, that's good. We have to pass through these big changes.
As we're talking about this, as you mentioned, one of the really cool and noticeable things about Cursor is that there's different situations going on. So, like the model suggests the red and the green, like here's how we're going to modify the code. And then in the chat window you can apply, and it shows you the difference, the accepted difference. So maybe if you choose whatever direction of that.
We'll probably have like 4 or 5 different kinds of diffs. So we have optimized the diff for the autocomplete, so that has a different diff interface than when you're reviewing larger blocks of code. And then we're trying to optimize another when you're doing a bunch of different files. And so at a high level, the difference is for when you're doing autocomplete, it should be really, really fast. Actually, it should be really fast. In autocomplete, so you really like your eyes focus in one area. You can't be, the humans can't look into many different things.
You're talking about on the interface side, like
So it currently has to block on the side. So the current blocking is because you delete code in some place and try to add other code. It tries to show you a box on the side.
You maybe show it through code after this is what we're
So that box is like 3 or 4 different attempts at trying to make this thing work. Where first the attempt was like you crossed out much. So before there was a box on the side, it used to show you the code to delete by showing you it's like Google Doc style. You would see like a line through it, then you would see the new code. And that was super distracting. And then we tried many different there was deletions and trying to keep that highlighted. Then the next iteration of it, which is sort of funny, you would hold on Mac the option button. So it would sort of highlight a region of code to show you that there might be something coming. So maybe in this example, like the inputs and the values would all get blue, and the blue would highlight that the AI had accepted. So instead of directly showing you the thing, it would show you that the AI, it would just hint that the AI is accepted. If you really wanted to see it, you would hold the option button, and then you would see the new suggestion. And if you release the option button, you would then see the original.
so that's, by the way, that's pretty nice. You have to know this.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not a Mac engineer, but I got it.
It was
It's a fun, I guess. You people have.
it's not intuitive. I think that's the and I am personally very excited for making a lot of it. Like we often talk about it as a verification problem, where these are great for small edits. For large edits, the idea for like multiple files, it's actually a little different to 6. And So there are like a couple of different ideas here. Like one idea that we have is, okay, like parts of the diffs are important. They have a lot of information, and then parts of the diff are just very low. They're like example, like the same thing over and over. And so maybe you can highlight the important pieces and then lay out. Or maybe you can have a model that looks at the different and sees, oh, there's a likely here. I will like mark this with a little bit and say like you should probably like preview this for this. And yes, and that makes it part.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating space of what you guys design engineering. So you're basically trying to guide the human programmer through all the things that you can get the document.
Yeah, and you want an intelligent model. Like currently, algorithms are they're like they're just like normal algorithms. There's no intelligence. There's like intelligence that went into designing the algorithm, but then there's no like you don't care if it's like this thing or this thing, unless you want a model to. So I think the general question is that these models are going to get much smarter. As the models get much smarter, the user will be able to control it for much more. So as the changes get bigger and bigger and bigger, the humans have to do more and more. Yes, more hard. Like just you need to help them out. I don't want to spend all my time.
Can you say a little more across multiple files? So,
Yeah, I mean, so GitHub tracks development, right? With code review. When you're doing code review, you're reviewing multiple different documents. But like Arvin said earlier, I think you do much better with code review. Code review kind of stuff. Like you spend a lot of time trying to grok this code that's often quite unfamiliar to you, and it often like doesn't even actually have that. So I think you can significantly improve the review experience using image models, for example, using the types of tricks that Arvin described, as maybe when you use your that actual metrics. I think also if code is produced and it's not produced by someone else, like the code review experience is designed for both the reviewer and the person that produces the code. In the case where the person that produces the code is a language model, you don't have to care that much about code. You can design the entire thing around it. So that the reviewer job is as easy as that possible. And I think that feels like the issue, kind of naively trying to make these things look like code. I think you can be a lot more creative and push it out there. Just one idea there is ordering that. Generally, when you read the MCR, you have this list of files and you're reading them from top to bottom. But actually, like you actually want to understand this part first because that's when you like watch it first, and then you want to understand the next part. And you don't want to have to figure out that yourself. You want the model to guide you through.
and is the step recognition going to be more natural language versus that?
I think I don't think it's going to be the case that all of the and the reason for that is, if I'm programming with wallet also, sometimes if I'm like driving, I want to take this wallet, hey, like implement this function, and that works. And then sometimes it's just so annoying to explain to wallet what I want him to do. And so I actually take over the keyboard and I show him. I write like part of the example, and then it makes sense. And that's the easiest way to communicate. And so I think that's also the case for AI. Like sometimes the easiest way to communicate with AI would be to show an example, and then it goes and does the thing everywhere else. Or sometimes if you're making a website, for example, the easiest way to show to the AI what you want to do, like tell it what to do, like drag things around, draw things, and yeah, and like maybe eventually you will get to like three-dimensional interface or whatever, so understand what you're thinking. And so I think natural language will have a place. I think it will definitely not be the way most people program.
Really feeling the age guys. It feels like there's a lot of machine learning going on underneath. Tell me about some of the ML stuff that makes it all work.
For Cursor, really,
fork this ensemble of custom models that we create alongside the frontier models that are fantastic at producing section. And so Person Path, for example, is a great example of where you can specialize technology even better than even frontier models, which is a really well of the path we set it out. The other domain, which it's kind of surprising that requires custom models, but it's kind of necessary and works quite well, is in applying. So I think these models are, like the frontier models, are quite good at sketching out plans for code and generating like rough change. But actually creating it is quite hard. Frontier models, or your training models, like you try to do this with Sonnet, O1, and frontier model, and it really messes up stupid things like counterclockwise especially super large files. And so what we've done is we let the model kind of sketch out this rough code block that indicates what the change will be, and we create a model to then apply that change to the file.
Or you say that apply is the model looks at your code, it gives you a really damn good suggestion of what new things to do, and the seemingly trivial step of combining the two, you're saying is not trivial.
Contrary to popular perception, it is not a deterministic algorithm.
Yeah, I think like you see valid copies of files elsewhere, and it just breaks like most of the time because you think you can kind of try to do some deterministic matching, and then it fails, at least 40% of the time, and that results in failure. I think in general, this regime of you are going to get smarter and smarter models, and like the one other thing that like lets you do is it lets you use fewer tokens. This is both expensive in terms of latency for generating all these tokens, and cost. So you can get this very rough sketch, and then have your small model go and it's much easier task. It's very fast. I think that this regime will continue where you can use smarter models to do planning, and then make it with perhaps you'll have maybe O1, maybe it'll be even more capable models, given an even higher level plan that is kind of recursively applied by Sonnet.
Maybe we should talk about how to do that.
Yeah, there's always yeah.
How do you think of that?
Yeah, so one big component of making it fast is speculative. So speculative edits are a variant of speculative coding, and they can be helpful to briefly describe speculative coding. With speculative coding, what you do is you kind of take advantage of the fact that most of the time, and I'll have to caveat that it would be when you're memory bound and model generation. If you process multiple tokens at once, it is faster at generating one token at a time. So this is like the same reason why if you look at tokens per second, with prompt tokens versus generated tokens, it's much faster prompt tokens. So what we do is instead of using what speculative coding normally does, which is using a really small model to predict these graphs that get large models that go in and verify. With code edits, we have a very strong prior resolution. And that prior literally so what you can do is you can just feed chunks of the original code back into the model. And then the model will just pretty much agree most of the time that, okay, I'm just going to stick this back down. And so you can process all of those lines in parallel. And you can do this with sufficiently many chunks, and eventually you'll reach a point of disagreement where the model will now predict that's different from the graph. It'll generate those tokens, and then we kind of will decide after enough tokens match the original code to restart generating. What this actually ends up looking like is just a much faster version of the code. It's just like it looks like a much faster version of the model rewriting of the code. So just we can use the same exact interface that we use for diffs, but it will just stream down a lot faster.
And then the advantage is that while it's streaming, also be start reviewing before steps like with no big loading speed. maybe that is part of the.
So that you can start using the stuff.
I think the interesting with here is something like speculation is a fairly common idea nowadays. Like not only in language models, there's obviously speculation in CPUs, and speculation for databases, speculation all over the place.
Let me ask this sort of curious-based question of you going the code GPT clause. Who wins in the context of programming? I'm sure the answer is was because it sounds like every single part of this involves a different model.
Yeah, I think there's no model that Pareto dominates others, meaning it is better in all categories that we think matter. Categories, speed, ability to edit code, ability to process blocks of code, long context, a couple other things, and kind of coding capabilities. The one that I'd say right now is just kind of net best is Sonnet. I think this is our one's really interesting. It's really good at reasoning. So if you give it really hard programming interview style problems, it did quite well. But it doesn't feel like it kind of understands your rough intent as well as Sonnet does. Like, if you look at a lot of the other models, what problem I have is it feels like they're not necessarily over. I'm not saying they train as benchmarks, but they perform really well in benchmarks relative to kind of everything that's kind of considered. If you try an old benchmark and things that are in the distribution of benchmarks they're evaluated on, they'll do really well. When you push them a little bit outside of that solid, I think we want that kind of does that at kind of maintaining that same capability. Like you try to have the same capability in the benchmark as when you try to instruct it to do anything.
What another of those questions is the difference between normal programming experience versus what benchmarks represent? Like where do benchmarks fall short, do you think, or evaluating the progress?
Whether that's like a really hard. It's like critically sort of detail how different like benchmarks are versus like real coding. For real coding, it's not interview style coding. You're doing these, humans are saying like half broken times, and you're saying like, oh, do what I did before. Sometimes you're saying, go add this thing and do this other thing for me and make this UI element. It's just like a lot of things are context dependent. You really want to like understand the UI and do see what you can stuff other code capabilities. Maybe the way to put it is sort of abstract. The interview problems are very well specified. They need a lot of specifications, while the human stuff is less specialized.
I think of this benchmark question is really complicated by what Scholar just mentioned. And then also, what Amon was getting into is that even if you, there's this problem of like the skew between what can you actually model in the benchmark versus real programming. And I think calculate since like real programming is like very messy and sometimes people won't specify what's correctly what isn't. But then it's also doubly hard because of this public benchmark problem. And that's both because public benchmarks are sometimes kind of ill-timed on. Then it's like really, really hard to also get the data from the public benchmarks out of the models. And so, for instance, like one of the most popular like agent benchmarks is really aggregated in the training data of these foundation models. And so if you ask these foundation models to do a speed bench problem, you actually have to in the context of this. You can like release file paths, they can listen to function names. And so it's also just the public aspect of these things is tricky. In that case, it could be trained on the literal if you make a request. And maybe the labs will start to do a better job, or they've already done a good job of handling everything. So they're not going to event the actual training data of the repository itself. Like these are all like some of the most popular like sort of SIP-wise. I don't think they're going to handicap the models on SIP-wise, all the popular types of repositories in order to get true AI. I think that given the good benchmarks, there have been like a few interesting projects that places that build systems with these models or build these models actually use to get a sense of are they going in the right direction or not. And in a lot of places, people will actually just have humans play with them and give quality feedback on these. Like one or two foundation model companies, they have people. That's a big part of their role. And also qualitative knowledge and actually lean on that a lot in addition to like our evals that we have.
Like the live.
Provide benchmark, human benchmark. When you pull in the humans to the vibe check.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of what I do. I just like reading online and just like, well, I don't know how to properly load in people's opinions. I was thinking things like, I feel like Claude and GPT's gotten better. I feel like, and then I sometimes feel like that too. But I wonder if it's the model's problem in mind.
With Claude, there's an interesting thing that where I think AWS has different kits, and I suspect they have slightly different numerics than if they get used. And someone speculated that Claude's better integrated performance has to do with maybe using the quantized version that exists on AWS docs versus whatever was running it on Anthropic CPU.
I interviewed a bunch of people that conspiracy theories. I'm sorry.
Well, it's not they're like they're humans are humans. There's these details, and you're doing like these queasy one of plots, and the shits are messy, and that's just the bugs. Like bugs are. It's hard to overstate how hard bugs are.
What's the role of a good prompt in all this? You mentioned that benchmarks are really structured, well-formulated prompts. What should a human be doing to maximize success? And what's the importance? Do you have a blog post on called the prompt design?
Yeah, I think it depends on which model you're using, and all of them are slightly different, and they respond differently to different prompts. But I think the original GPT-4 and the original last year, they were quite different. They also had a very small context for this. And so we have all of these pieces of information around the space that would maybe be relevant in the prompt. Like you have the docs, you have the files, you have the conversation. And then there's a problem like how do you decide what to actually put in the content when you have an element of space. And even for today's models, even when you have one context, filling out the entire context window means that it's slower. It means that sometimes models actually get confused. Some models get more confused than others. And we have this one system internally that we call Triumph, which helps us with that a little bit. And I think it was built for the era before where we had 8,000 token context windows. And it's a little bit similar to when you're making a website. You want it to work on mobile, you want it to work on a desktop screen, and you have this dynamic information, which you don't have, for example, like designing a print magazine. You know exactly where you can put stuff. But when you have a website or when you have a prompt, you have these inputs, and then you need to format them to always work. Even if the input is really big, then you might have to cut something down. And so the idea was, okay, like let's take some inspiration. What's the best way to design websites? Well, the thing that we really like is React and the declarative approach where you use JS in JavaScript, and then you declare this is what I want, and I think this has higher priority, or like this has higher Z index than something else, and then you have this rendering engine in web design. It's like Chrome, and in our case, renderer, which then fits everything onto the page. And you clearly decide what you want, and then it's what you want. And so we have found that to be quite helpful. And I think the role of it has sort of shifted over time, where initially it was to fit small content windows. Now it's really useful because it helps us with splitting up the
data that goes into the prompt and the actual rendering of it. And so it's easier to debug because you can change the rendering of the prompt and then try it on your prompts because you have the raw data that went into the prompt. And then you can see that you might change the actual encrypted for like this entire
You literally prompt JSX.
Yeah, exactly. So it kind of looks like React. There are components, like we have one component that's a file component, and it takes in like the cursor, like usually there's like one line where the cursor is in your file, and that's like probably the most important line, that's when you're looking at. And so then you can give priorities to like that line has the highest priority, and then you subtract one for every line that is farther away. And then eventually when it's rendered, it figures out how many lines to actually fit in this around.
And you can do like other fancy things where if you have lots of code blocks from the entire code base, you could use retrieval and things like embedding integration supports to add priorities.
So should humans, when they ask questions, also try to use something like that? Like, would it be beneficial to write JSX? Probably the whole idea is to be loose and messy.
I think our goal is kind of that you should just do whatever is the most natural fit. And our job is to address how do we actually like receive the relevant things so that goes in the actual thing.
Well, this is sort of the discussion I had with Ari on complexity. It's like his whole idea is like you should let the person be as lazy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's a beautiful thing. But I feel like you're allowed to ask more for it, right? So like if you say just do what you want, I mean, you're lazy. There's a kind of tension between just being lazy versus like provide more. Being prompted, almost like the system pressures you or inspiring you to be articulate. Not in terms of the grammar of the sentences, but in terms of the depth of thought that you convey inside the prompt.
I think even as the system gets closer to some level of perfection, often when you ask the model for something, you just are not that intent is conveyed to know what to do. And there are like a few ways to resolve that intent. One is the simple thing of having models ask you, I'm not sure how to do these parts. Could you clarify that? I think the other could be maybe there are 5 or 6 possible generations, given the uncertainty present so far. Why don't we just actually get all of those things?
How hard is it for the model to choose about that? So let's so like do I choose to ask for more information to reduce the ambiguity?
One of the things we do is it's like a recent edition is try to suggest files that you can add. So while you're typing, one can guess what the uncertainty is, and maybe suggest that like maybe you're writing your API, and we can guess using the commit that you've made previously the same file that the client and the server is super useful. And there's like a hard technical problem of how do you resolve it across all commits, which files are the most important given your current prompt. And we're still sort of initial version is rolled out, and I'm sure we can make it much more accurate. It's very experimental, but then the idea is we show you like you just want to add this file, this file, this file also to tell the model to edit those files for you. Because if you're making an API, like you should also edit the client and the server that is using the API and the other one resolving the API. So that'll be kind of cool. Both there's the phase where you're writing the prompt before you even click enter. Maybe we can help resolve some of the uncertainty.
What do we use agent equations? How do you use fire?
We think agents are really useful. Like I think agents is like it's like resembles sort of like it's sort of like this like you can kind of feel that it like you're getting closer to API because you see a demo where it has as a human would, and it's really cool. I think are not yet super for we're getting close to where the UX was. And so I think there are certain types of tasks where having an agent would be really interesting. I would love to have an agent. For example, like we have a bug where you sometimes have Command C and Command V inside our task box. And that's a task that's super well specified. I just want to say, like, in case this does not work, please fix it. And then I would love to have an agent that just goes off, does it, and then a day later I come back and I do it.
You mean it goes finds the right file?
Yeah, it finds the right files, just like tries to reproduce the bug, it like fixes the bug, and then it verifies that it's correct. And this could be a process that takes a long time. And so I think I would love to have that. And then I think a lot of programmers, like there is often this belief that features will go over all this programming. I don't think we think that that's the case because a lot of programming, a lot of the value is in iterating, or you don't actually want to specify something up front because you don't really know what you want until you've seen an initial version and then you want to iterate on that, and then you provide more information. And so for a lot of programming, I think you actually want a system that's instant. That gives you an initial version, instantly back, and then you can iterate super.
What about something like that you can turn on replicating that does also like setting up the development environment, installing software packages, configuring everything, configuring the databases, and actually deploying the app?
Yes.
Is that also in the set of things you dream about?
I think that would be really cool. And for certain types of programming, it would be really cool.
Is that what you expect with person?
Yes, we aren't actively working on it right now, but it's definitely like we want to make the programmer's life easier and more fun. And some things are just really tedious, and you need to go through a bunch of steps, and you want to delegate that. And then some things you can actually have an agent in the background while you're working. Like let's say you have a PR that's both backend and frontend, and you're working on the frontend, and then you can have a background agent that does some work and figure out kind of what you're doing, and then when you get to the backend part of your PR, then you have some like initial piece of code that you can iterate on. And so that would also be really cool.
So one of the things we already talked about is speed. I wonder if we can just linger on that for more, the various places that technical details involved in making this thing really fast. So every single aspect is always a lot of cursor. Most aspects of cursor is really fast. Like I mentioned, the apply is probably the slowest thing.
It's a pain that we're feeling, and we're feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, it says something that's really that feels slow. That means that's a leap that shows that everything else is just really fast. So is there some technical details about how to make things fast? Like the chat is fast, how to make the divs fast? Is there something that just jumps to mind?
Yeah, I mean, so we can go over a lot of strategies. One interesting thing is performance. And so what you can do is, if as the user typing, you can have, you're probably going to use some piece of content, and you can know that before the user starts. So, as we discussed before, reusing the baby cat results in lower latency, lower costs, cross requests. So as you start typing, you can really warm it with, like, let's say, content. And then when they press enter, there's very few tokens it actually has to reload before it starts generation. This will significantly lower.
Can you explain how KB cache works?
Yeah. So the way transformers work, I mean, one of the mechanisms that allows transformers to not independently, like the mechanism that allows transformers to not independently look at each token but see previous tokens, are the keys and values detention. And generally the way detention works is you have at your current token some query, and then you have all the keys and values of these tokens, which are some kind of representation of all the previous tokens. And like by default, when you're doing a chat, the model has to, for every single token, do this forward pass model. That's a lot of data that happen, and that is really slow. Instead, if you have already done that and you store stored the keys and values. We keep that in the GPU. Then when let's say I have stored the last n token, if I now want to compute the output token for the n plus 1 token, I don't need to pass those first n tokens through the entire model because I already have all those keys values. And so you just need to do forward pass through that last token. And then when you're doing attention, you're reusing those key values that are computed, which is the only kind of sequential part of the sequential attention.
Is there a title of the caching?
I see. Yeah, there's other types of caching you can kind of do. One interesting thing that you can do for is you can basically predict ahead as if the user would accept the suggestion and then trigger another request. And so then you've done speculative. It's a mix of speculation and testing, right? Because you're speculating what would happen if they accepted it. And then you have the value that is capped with this suggestion. Then when they press tab, the next one would be waiting for them. It's kind of clever heuristic structure that uses a higher level caching. And it feels fast, despite they're not actually in the book.
And if you can make the key track smaller, one of the advantages you get is like maybe you can speculate more. You can guess here's the 10 things that could be used for like you predict the next 10, and like it's possible the user hits the one of the 10. It's like much higher chance that the user hits like the exact one that you should. Maybe the typing out of character or sort of hits something else in the cache. But there's all these tricks with it. The general phenomena here is, I think it's also super useful for RL. Maybe a single sample from the model isn't very good, but if you predict like 10 different things, turns out that one of the 10 that's right, the probability is much higher because passive key curves. And part of RL, like this what RL does, you can exploit this passive key phenomena to make many different predictions. And one way to think about this, the model sort of knows internally has some uncertainty over like which of the key things is correct, but like which of the key things just the human wants. When we RL on pressure tab model, one of the things we're doing is we're predicting which of the 100 different suggestions the model produces is more amenable to humans, like which of them humans more right. Maybe like there's something where the model can predict very far in that versus like a little bit and maybe somewhere in the middle and then you can give a reward to things that humans would like more and sort of punish the things that would like it, then train the model to output the suggestions that humans would like. You have these like RL loops that are very useful to exploit this pattern because Amon can even more discussed.
Yeah, it is a little different in speed, but I mean, like technically you tie back to it because you can get away with smaller model if you RL your smaller model and gets the same. That's like, and Paul was mentioning stuff about maybe about reducing size of your capture. There are other techniques there as well. So kind of back in the day, all the way 2 years ago, people mainly use multiple. And I think there's been a migration towards more efficient attention schemes like group query or multi-query attention. And this is really helpful for that with large batch sizes, being able to generate the tokens much faster. The interesting thing here is this now has no effect on that time to token frequency. The thing is not as storage now generated. And why is that? Because when you're generating tokens, instead of being bottlenecked by doing these super parallelizable matrix multiplies across all your tokens, you're bottlenecked by how quickly for long context with long stack size, by how quickly you can read the cache. And so that's how that's memory bandwidth, and how can we make it faster? We can try to compress the multi-query attention is the most aggressive. Where normally with multi-head attention, you use some number of quote-unquote attention heads. and some number of query heads. Multi-query just preserves the query heads, gets rid of all the p-value heads. So there's only one kind of p-value head, and there's all the so with group query, you instead preserve all the query heads, and then keys and values inside. There are fewer heads, but you're not reducing it to one. But anyways, like the whole point here is you're reducing the size.
And then there's Emily.
Yeah, multi-linked. That's a little more complicated. And the way that this works is it kind of turns the entirety of your keys and values across all your heads into this kind of one latent vector that is then kind of expanded in further time.
But MLAs from this company called PC. It's quite an interesting algorithm. Maybe the key idea is sort of in both SUA and in other places, what you're doing is sort of reducing the number of AV heads. The advantage you get from that is there's less depth, but maybe the theory is that you actually have a lot of different. If you want each the keys and values to actually be different, so one way to reduce the size is you keep one big shared vector for all the keys and values. Then you have smaller vectors for every single thing, so that when you can store the only smaller thing in terms of like lower rank reduction. And the lower rank reduction will that, and at the end of the time when you eventually want to find the things, remember that like the memory vector, which means that like you still have some compute left you can use for these things. So you can expand the latent vector back up, and somehow like this is far more efficient because like reducing, like for example, reducing this like the size of the vector.
Yeah, there's perhaps some risk in having a separate set of keys and values and query that kind of pairwise match up versus compressing it all to one. So that interaction at least.
Okay, all of that is dealing with being memory bound.
Yeah.
And what? I mean, ultimately, how does that match to user space?
Yeah, the two things that it maps to is you can now make your cache a lot larger. It gives you less space allocated to KB cache. You make cache a lot more aggressive with a lot more things. You get more cache hits, which are helpful for reducing the time per token, the reasons that were kind of described earlier. And the second thing is when you start doing queries with more and more requests and larger batch sizes, much to slow down as it's generated. Yeah. So the size of your cache is the size of all your prompts multiplied by the number of prompts you want to parallel. So you can increase either right, the batch size or the size of the prompts without increasing the latency of generated tokens.
Like you wrote a talk called Shadow Workspace, iterating that code in the background. What's going on?
And so to be clear, we want there to be a lot of stuff happening in the background. We're experimenting with a lot of things. Right now, we don't have much other than like the cache warming or like figuring out the right context to your communication prompts, for example. But the idea is, if you can actually spend conversation in the background, then you can help the user maybe like at a slightly longer time horizon than just mixing the next few lines of coding, but actually like in the next 10 minutes, what are you going to face? And by doing it in the background, you can spend more time in computation. And so the idea of the shadow workspace that we implemented, and we use it internally for like experiments, is that to actually get advantage of doing stuff in the background, you want something that's because otherwise, like you can get higher performance by just letting the model think for longer. And so like one is a good example of that. But another way you can increase performance is by letting the model iterate and get feedback. And so one very important piece of feedback when you're a programmer is the language system, which is this thing that exists for most different languages, and there's like a separate language for per language. And it can tell you, you're and then gives you an error. allow you to go to definitions or understand structure. So language servers are extensions developed by, like, there's a TypeScript language server developed by the TypeScript people, the Rust language server developed by the Rust people, and then they all interface over the language server protocol. So that VS Code doesn't need to have all of the different languages built into VS Code, but rather you can use the existing compilers for the infrastructure. It's harder to implement it for the implementation. And if we're like seeing the right that you're using, yes, by checking and going to references. And that's like when you're working in a big project, you kind of need that. If you don't have that, it's like really hard to code in a big project.
Can you say again how that's being used to push it to language server protocol communication thing?
So it's been using for the programmers. But then the idea is you want to show that thing information to the models. And you want to do that in a way that doesn't affect people, because you want to do it faster. And so the idea behind the shadow workspace was, okay, like one way we can do this is we spawn a separate window of cursor that's hidden. And so you set this flagging of the selection is hidden. There is a window where you don't actually see it. And inside of this window, the AI agents can modify code however they want, as long as they don't see it, because it's still the same filter. And then can get feedback from the vectors and go to definition and the data.
So like literally run everything in the background, like as if
Right. Yeah.
maybe doing running code.
So that's the eventual version.
Okay.
That's what you want. A lot of the blog post is actually about how do you make that happen. Because it's a little bit tricky. You want it to be on the user's machine so that it's exactly mirror the user's environment. And then on Linux, you can do this cool thing where you can actually mirror the file system and have the AI make changes to the files, and it thinks that it's operating on the files, but actually that's stored in memory, and you can create this kernel extension to exploit. Whereas on Mac and Windows, it's a little bit more difficult, but it's a hard technical problem.
One maybe hacky but interesting idea that I like is holding a lock on savings. And so basically, this, and then instead of you operating in the ground truth version of the files that are saved against you, you actually are operating what was the shadow workspace before. I'd say same general system memory that you still get the errors where you can code in. And then when you try to maybe run code, it's just like there's a small warning that there's a lock, and that you kind of force to get the lock from whether you're trying to do it correctly, or from the shadow workspace if you're trying to do this concurrently.
That's such an exciting feature, by the way. It's a bit of a tangent, but like to allow a model to change files. It's scary for people, but like it's really cool. Be able to just like let the agent do it instead of tasks. You come back the next day and kind of observe, like it's ecology or something like that.
And I think there may be different versions of like runability where for the simple things where you're doing things in the span of a few minutes on behalf of the user as they're programming, it makes sense to something more appropriate than machine. I think for the more aggressive things, you're making a larger changes and taking longer periods of time. You'll probably want to do this in some sandbox or environment. And that's another incredibly tricky problem of how do you exactly mostly reproduce point out of this game. Effectively put like for running code, the user's environment or
I'm curious what kind of agents you want. You want them to find bugs? You want them to like implement features? Like what is this?
So when I think about agents, I don't think just about coding. I think so for this podcast, we think about it. And a lot of, if you look at the code, a lot of different code behind it's really technical code, but you can interact with Premiere, for example, using code. And basically all the uploading, everything to YouTube, everything as you could probably imagine, I do all of that through code. So, and including translation, all of this. So I envision all those kinds of tasks. So automating many of the tasks directly into editing. So that's okay. That's what I was thinking about. In terms of coding, I would be fundamentally thinking about bug finding. Like many levels of book finding, and also book finding is logical bugs, not logical, spiritual bugs. Ones that sort of big directions of implementation, that kind of stuff.
That's just common book finding.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting that these models are so bad at bug finding. When just snipe is popular find bugs. They're incredibly poorly calibrated. Even the exactly. Even though
How do you explain that? Is that good intuition?
I think these models are a really strong reflection of the pre-training distribution. And I do think they generalize as the loss gets lower and lower. But I don't think the loss scale is quite the loss is low enough such that they're like really fully generalizing. But like the things that we use these things for, the frontier models that they're quite good at are really code generation and question. And these things exist in massive quantities, with all of the coding of the skill set that code and questions makes sense like that and so when you try to put these things that really don't exist very much online, like for example the first half of that, so predicting the next edit in the edits up so far, the brittleness kind of shows. Then bug detection is another great example, where there aren't really that many examples of like actually detecting real bugs and the model just kind of like really struggling. But I think it's a question of transfer, like in the same way that you get this fantastic transfer from pre-trained model, just on code in general, to the person cloud objective. You'll see a very, very similar thing with generalized models that are really good at code to bug detection. It just takes like a little bit of time to judge in that direction.
Like, to be clear, I think they sort of understand code really well. Like, while they're being trained, like, their representation of things of that, like, almost certainly, like, somewhere in between, there's the model knows that maybe to get something sketchy going on, right? The passion sketchiness, but actually eliciting the sketchiness of people. Well, actually, like, part of it is that humans are really intelligent enough to work for it. It's not just actually saying like there's something sketchy. It's like it's sketchy trivial. It's the sketchy like you're gonna turn the server down. It's like part of it is maybe the cultural knowledge of like why is the staff engineer is good because they know that 3 years ago someone wrote a really sketchy piece of code that took the server down. As opposed to like maybe like this thing is like an experiment, so like a few bugs are fine, like we're just trying to experiment to get the feel of the thing. And so if the model gets really annoyed when you're writing experiments, that's really bad. But if you're writing something that's super production, you're like writing a data sheet, right? You're writing code structure with the next program. Like your line is horrible. It's unacceptable to bounce. Just having the calibration of like how paranoid is it? Like
even then, like if you're putting in a massive scenario, it's still just like doesn't quite get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's hard for humans to understand what we're trying to close and social. Like I think one of your principles in the website says if the code can do a lot of damage, one should add a comment saying this line of code is dangerous.
All caps.
No, you say like for every single line of code inside the function, and that's quite profound. It says something about human beings because the engineers move on, even the same person. I just forget how consistent I can as a single function. You might not include that quickly, but it looks like it's just.
And I think that was also part of today's AI model, where if you actually write things every single line, like the model will more like
That's actually just straight up a really good practice of labeling how much data is contained.
yeah, I mean, some people think it's what I actually think it's like I actually think it was in the notes more like strategy, but I think there's certainly something where it's just useful for the models, and humans just forget a lot, and it's really easy to make a small mistake and cause like bring down, just bring down the server, and of course we test a lot or whatever, but there's always these things that
Yeah, like with normal docs, right? So like people will often go in and go, I know it's good. And you kind of read it.
Yeah, you have to be reminded that you do a lot of things. I think we don't really think about that.
Yeah.
We think about, okay,
until you have formal and you can do whatever you want, and you know for certain that you
Really, what do you think that future will look like?
I think people will just not write text anymore, and the model will suggest when you write a function, the model will suggest a spec, and you reuse the spec. And in the meantime, smart reasoning model computes a proof that the implementation follows the spec. And I think that for most functions.
I think this gets that a little bit, some of the stuff you were talking about earlier, but the difficulty with specifying intent for working on software. Where sometimes it might be because the intent is really hard to specify, it's also then
Like you think that spec is hard.
yeah, or just like, or a given that maybe you can, I think there is a question of like, can you actually do the formal verification? Like, that's like you said, also I think that there's like, the difference there. But then also, even if
Maybe not the spec. How do you
you have
the
the spec? Because it's a spec within the network. Yeah, how you
Now,
map the spec.
but how easy
Okay,
is that?
so then I think that you care about things that are not going to be easy to specify in the spec.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe an argument against verification.
The worry is there's massive
Replacing something like unit tests. Sure.
Yeah. I think you can probably also have goals that the spec pictures to capture some of the things that they don't really capture. Like I don't know. I think
and you're speaking not just about like single functions. You're speaking about entire code bases.
I think it's great because it's harder, but that is what it's must have. And I think because you can even there's like a lot of work recently where you can prove formally verified down to the hardware. So like through you formally verify the C code, and then you formally verify through the GCC compiler, and then through the Veritable down to the hardware. And that's like incredibly big system, but it actually works. And I think big code bases are sort of similar in that they're like multi-layered system. And if you can decompose it and formally verify each part, then I think it should be possible. I think the specification problem is a real problem, but how do you handle that?
Or how do you handle, I guess, external dependencies like all these web APIs?
You try to write a spec,
But like you can't do this for everything. Like, can you do this for everything you use? Like, how do you do for like, there's a language? Well, like maybe like people will use language models as conservatives purposely, right? And there's like a dependence on it. Like, how do you now do that?
I think it might be able to
Prove what about that?
I think it feels possible that you could actually prove that a language model is aligned, for example. Or like you can prove that it actually gives the right answer.
Yeah, that is. Yes, it's possible. I have a dream. It's possible. It will certainly help with, making sure coders on bugs and making sure AI doesn't destroy all civilization. So the full spectrum of AI safety to bug finding. So you said the model is struggle with bug finding. What's the hope?
My hope initially is, and I can let Michael chime in say this. It should first help with this debug. If it's just very quickly catches the debug, like off by one error, it's like sometimes you write something in a comment and do the other way. It's like very common. Like I just said, I suggested in a comment and I believe you guys and the model is like, ooh, like, you sure you want to do that? But eventually it's cheated.
Yeah, and I think that it's also important to note that this is having good bug finding models feels necessary to get to the highest reaches is having AI do more and more programming for you, where you're going to, if AI is building more and more of this, you need to not just generate, but also verify. And without that, some of the problems that we talked about before with programming with these models will just become. So it's not just for humans, like you write a bug, I write a bug, find a bug for me, but it's also being able to verify the AI's code and check it. It's really important.
Yeah, and then how do you actually do this? Like, we have had a lot of contentious internet discussions. How do you actually screen a bug? But what's very popular idea is, it's kind of potentially easy to introduce a bug than actually finding the bug. And so you can train a model to introduce bugs in existing code. And then you can train a reverse bug model that can find bugs using this sort of data. So that's like one example. But yeah, there are lots of it.
You can also do a bunch of work, not even at the model level, of taking the biggest models and then maybe giving them access to a lot of information that's not just the code. Like, it's kind of a hard problem to like stare at a file and be like, where's the bug? And that's hard for humans often, right? Because often you have to run the code and be able to see things like traces and stuff in the debugger. There's whole another direction where like I can support that. And it could also be that there are kind of two different product form factors here. It could be that you have a really special model that's quite fast, kind of running in the background and trying to spot bugs. And it might be that sometimes, sort of to Arvid's earlier example about some nefarious input box bug, it might be that sometimes you want to like there's bugs, you're not just like checking hypothesis free, you're like, this is a problem. I really want to solve it, and you zap out some custom compute, and you're willing to put in like $2 to solve that bug or something you want.
Have you thought about paying money into this whole thing? Like, I would pay probably a large amount of money for a bug. Even generating code. I got a moment a few days ago. I started using Cursor where it generated perfect interact with the API to update captions and for localizations like different things. The API application is not very good. And the code across it, I grew with it for a while. I couldn't find exactly a lot of confusing information. The Cursor generated perfectly. And I was like, I just sat back, read the code, I was like, this is correct. Yes, this is correct. One button that goes $5. One that goes just to support companies. And the other is that always in a strong suit. Like, good job. Right? There's a much stronger signal than acceptance that actually says like a strong good job. That is the bug finding obviously. Right? There's a lot of people, that would pay a huge amount of money for a bug, like a bug bounty thing. Right? Is that, you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's a controversial idea. I think it sort of depends on how much people really like, I think it would be really cool if you spend nothing to try to find a bug. And if it doesn't find a bug, you spend $0. And then if it does find a bug and you click accept, then it also shows in parentheses $1. As you spend $1 to accept the bug. And then of course there's a worry okay, we spend a lot of computation, maybe people will just copy paste. I think that's a worry. And then there's also the worry that introducing money into the product makes it it doesn't feel like fun anymore. Think about money and all you want to think about is the code. And so maybe it actually makes more sense to separate it out, pay some fee every month and then get all of these things for free.
There could be a tipping component. It's not like it
still has that dollars. Well, I think it's fine, but I also think it's very maybe switches.
Yeah, I was gonna say the moment that feels like people do this is when they share it, when they have a path that they have to share it with. There is also a potential world where there's a technical solution to this, like on our system problem too, where if we can get to a place where we understand the output of the system more, the stuff we're talking about with error checking with the LSP and then also running the code, because you could get to a place where you could actually somehow verify, oh, I have fixed the bug. Maybe then the bounty system doesn't need to rely on our system too.
How much interaction is there between the terminal and the code? How much information is gained from if you run the code in the terminal? Can you do a suggest like to change the code if the code at one time gets an error. How they're separate worlds. Like I know they do control K to the terminal, so do it.
You can use terminal context as well inside of that type of thing. We don't have the looping part. So we expect other methods to make a lot of sense. It's a question of whether it happens in the foreground too, or if it happens in the background, like what we discussed.
Sure, the background it's like you can run your code in different ways. Plus there's the database side to this, which I'm not modifying the database, but okay.
I mean, there's certainly cool solutions there. There's this new API that's been developed for. It's not an AWS, but you know, it's certainly it's missing kind of scale. I don't know kind of scale was the first one we added. This ability to sort of add branches to the database. Like if you're working on a feature, you want to test against a broad database, you don't actually want to test against a broad database, you could add a branch to the database. The way to do that is to add a branch right at once. And there's obviously a lot of technical complexity in doing it. I guess database companies use have the database staff. And I think like a terminal buffer, if you run the database we use is sort of it'll maybe that branching it'll right at long. And so maybe the AI agents will use branching. So like test against the branch. It's sort of going to be a requirement for students. What's branching?
We probably should do the right stuff.
Yeah. It's like everything we branch.
Yeah, like that's the problem with most of this. Like if you branch on everything, it's like a lot.
I mean, there's obviously this like super covered algorithms to make sure that you can actually use a lot of space or
Okay, this is a good place to ask about infrastructure. So you guys mostly use AWS. So what are some interesting details? What are some interesting challenges? Why did you choose AWS? Why is AWS good?
AWS is just really good. It's really like whenever you use an AWS, you just know that it's good. Like it might be absolute hell to go through the steps to set it up.
Why is the interface so good?
It's just so good. It's
The nature of winning.
Yeah. But AWS, you can always trust what it will always work. And if there is a problem, it's probably your problem.
Okay, is there some interesting like challenges for you guys are pretty new startup to keep scaling? Like so many people.
Yeah, I think that it has been an interesting journey, adding each extra zero to the request per second. But you run into all of these with like the general requests you're using for hashing and databases, running just uses you make things bigger and bigger, and now at the scale where we get like into proposed functions and things like that. And then also there have been some custom systems that we built, like for instance our retrieval system for computing expansion context for codebase and answering questions out of codebase. That I continue I feel like been one of the crucial reasons to scale.
I have a few friends who are super senior engineers, and one of their sort of lines is like it's very hard to predict where systems will break when you scale them. You can sort of try to predict in advance, but there's always like something weird that's going to happen when you have this like crazy idea. You thought to everything, didn't actually. But I think for that particular system, for concrete details, the thing we do is obviously upload when like we chunk up all of your code, and then we subject sort of the code for embedding and embed the code. And then we store the embeddings in a database, but we don't actually store any code. And then there's reasons around making sure that we don't introduce client bugs. We're very paranoid about client bugs. So we store much of the details on the server, like everything's just encrypted. So one of the technical challenges is always making sure that the local index, the local code base state is the same as the state that's on the code. And the way that technically we ended up doing that is, so for every single file, And then for every folder, you could keep a hash with the hash of all the children, and you could just recursively do that on the and why do something complicated? One thing you could do is you could keep a hash of your file, and every minute you could try to download the hashes that are on the server, figure out what are the files that don't exist on the server. Maybe you just created a new file, maybe you just deleted a file, maybe you checked out the event, and try to reconcile the things between the server. But that introduces an absolute ginormous network overhead. Both on the client side, nobody really wants us to hammer their Wi-Fi all the time. But also, like when you introduce that, you really overhead. You would sort of be reading tens of terabytes database, but it's approaching like 20 terabytes in the database like every second. Kind of crazy, definitely don't want to do that. So what you do is you just try to reconcile a single hash with the root one. And then if something mismatches, then you go to find where all those things be. So you look at the children and see if the hashes match with the hashes don't match. So look at their children and so on. You only do that in this net of things. For most people, most of the time, the hashes match.
So it's kind of like hierarchical reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's all the work.
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, this is cool to see that you can have to think all these problems.
And I mean, the point, like, the reason it's not hard is just like the number of people using it, and some of your customers have really, really large code bases to the point where, we originally wrote a dark code base, which is big, not the size of a company that's been there for 20 years, and ginormous number of files, you don't want to scale that program. There's all these details where like really the simple thing is easy, but scaling it to a lot of people and a lot of customers is obviously a little problem. Which sort of independent of actually, so that's part of the scaling my current solution is also coming up with new ideas, obviously, so that scaling that.
Yeah, and there are a lot of clever things that they wrote. For example, bottleneck cost is not storing database exceptions code. And you don't want to re-accept the code base for every single person in the company that is using the same exact code, except for maybe there's a branch of 2 different files or they make 2 applications. And so, because again, that is bottleneck, we do one clever trick and not have to worry about the complexity of like different branches and the other cases where you just have some hash on the actual vectors computed from the hash. And so this means that when the end person in a company goes to that code base, it's really, really fast. And you do all this without actually storing any code at all. We just sort that trace.
What's the biggest gain at this time you get from indexing code base? Just out of curiosity, like what benefits do you just have? It seems like longer term there'll be more and more benefits, but in the short term, you're just asking questions of the code base. What's the usefulness of that?
I think the most obvious one is just you want to find out where something is happening in your large code base. And you sort of have a fuzzy memory of, okay, I want to find the place where we do X. But you don't exactly know what to search for in a normal text search. As you ask the chat, you command enter to ask with the chat, and then very often it finds the right.
I think, like you mentioned, in the future, I think open source gets more and more powerful. But we're working a lot on improving the quality of our people. And I think the ceiling for that is really, really high.
One question that's good to ask here is, have you considered why haven't you much done sort of local stuff to where you can do it seems like everything we just discussed is exceptionally difficult to do. Like to go to all these things with caching. A lot of code bases, a large number of programs using the same code base, you have to figure out the puzzle of that. A lot of it, most software just does stuff, this heavy computational stuff locally. Have you considered doing sort of embedding locally?
Yeah, we thought about this, and I think it's cool to do it. I think it's really hard. And one thing to keep in mind is that, some of our users use the latest MacBook Pro, and like most of our users, more than 80% of users are in Windows machines, which and many of them are not very powerful. And so local models really only work on the latest machines. And it's also a big overhead to build that in. And so even if we would like to do that, it's currently not something that we are able to focus on. And I think there are some people that think that's true. But especially as models get bigger and bigger and you want to do fancier things with like bigger models, it becomes even harder to do it quickly. Yeah. And it's not a problem of like weaker computers. It's just that, for example, if you're some big company cookies, it's really hard to process big company cookies even the PC. Yeah. So even if it's not even a matter of like if you're just like a student, I think if you're like the best programmer at a big company, you're still gonna have a horrible experience if you do everything. So you could do it, sort of scrape by, but again, it wouldn't be fun anymore.
Yeah, like an approximate nearest neighbors of this massive code base and that's just that. Like, let's talk about like also the modeling side, where Sarah said there are these massive headwinds and social models where one things that move with well, like one benefit is maybe more memory than the past, which places safer local versus using GPUs or using NVIDIA GPUs. But the downside is these models are bigger and total, and they're going to need to fit often not even on a single node or multiple nodes. There's no way that's going to fit inside of even really good networks. And I think especially for coding, it's not a question as much of like does it clear some bar of like the model's good enough to do these things, and then like we're satisfied, which maybe the case for other problems, and maybe we're looking at the side. But people are always going to want that for those intelligent, for those things. And that's going to be really, really hard to explain. Almost all people.
Don't you want the most capable model? You want Sonnet?
And also with O,
I like that. Would you be satisfied with your model? I'm yes, I'm one of those. There's some people that really do stuff off of, especially like there's a whole obviously open source model that kind of resists, and it's good that they exist actually because you want to resist the power centers growing up.
There's actually an alternative to local models that I am really fond of. I think it's still very much in the research stage, but you could imagine to do homomorphic encryption for language modeling. So you encrypt your input on your local machine, and you send that up, and then the server can use lots of computation to run models on this encrypted data, but they cannot see what the data is, and then they send back the answer, which is the answer. So I think that's still very much research, and all of it is about trying to make the overhead lower because right now it's overhead. But if you can make that happen, I think that would be really, really cool, and I think it would be really, really impactful. Because I think one thing that's actually kind of worrisome is that as these models get better and better, they're going to become more and more economically useful. And so more and more of the world's information and data will flow through, one or two centralized actors. There are worries about, the traditional hacker attacks, but it also creates this kind of scary part where if all of the world's information is flowing through one node in Syntex, you can have surveillance and very bad things. And sometimes that will happen for, initially will be like good reasons, like people will want to try to protect against like bad actors using AI models in bad ways. And then you will add in some surveillance, so then someone else will come in and, you're on a slippery slope, and then you start doing bad things with a lot of surveillance. So I'm very hopeful that we can solve homomorphic encryption.
Yeah, doing privacy preserving machine learning, but I would say that that's the challenge with all software these days. It's like there's so many features that can be provided from the cloud and all this you rely on it and make your life awesome, but there's downsides to why you rely on it in security to protect from basic attacks. But there's also only a small set of companies that are controlling that data. And they obviously have leverage and can be infiltrated in all kinds of ways. That's the world we live in.
The thing I'm just actually quite worried about is sort of the world where Anthropic has this responsible scaling policy where they're on like the low ASLs of like of the models, but as we get to like quote unquote ASL 3, ASL 4, very powerful. But for individual security reasons, you want to monitor all the comms. But I think that's sort of reasonable and understandable for everyone to stand around them. That the real world is sort of like all the world's information is sort of monitored that heavily, it's way too centralized. It's like this really fine line you want. On the one side, like you don't want models to go rogue. On the other side, like things like I don't know if I trust like all the world's information to pass through like three model providers.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's different than Rothschild?
Because I think this is a lot of this data would never have gone to the providers in the first place. Where this is often like you want to give more data, or you want to give personal data that you never have to put online as personal, or to these models. And it also centralizes control, where right now for you can often use your own encryption keys. It's like it just can't do too much. But here it's just centralized actors that see the exact context of everything.
I mean, talk about context. That's actually been a friction for me. When I'm writing code in Python, that's stuff important. You can probably intuit the kind of stuff I've read into it. Is there, how hard is it to auto figure out the context?
It's tricky. I think you can do a lot better at computing context format in the future. One thing that's important to note is there are trade-offs you can create in automatic context. So the more context you can put these models, first of all, the slower they are, and more expensive they can cost, which means less protocols, less fancy stuff like that. Also, for a lot of these models, they get confused with what so the bar for accuracy and for relevance to the context should be quite high. But this is already we do some automatic context in some places in the product. It's definitely something we want to get a lot better at. And I think that there are a lot of cool ideas to try them. Both on the learning better systems, like better cutting models, better re-rankers. I think that there are also cool ideas. Stuff we've tried out internally, but also the field is grappling with writ large about can you get language models to a place where you can actually just have the model itself and understand the import of information. And the most popular version of this is you make the context infinite, then if you make the context infinite, you make the model actually pay attention to the infinite context, and then after you pay attention to the infinite context, to make it somewhat feasible to actually do it, can you then do caching for that infinite context? You don't have to do that all the time. But there are other cool ideas that are being tried that are a little bit more analogous to fine-tuning of actually learning this information into a model. And it might be that you actually get sort of a qualitatively different type of understanding if you do it more at the weight level than if you do it at different contexts learning. Like the jury's still a bit out on how this is all going to work in that. But in the interim, us as a company, we are really excited about better retrieval systems and picking the parts of the code base that are most relevant to what you're doing. We can see that a lot better.
Like one interesting sort of concept for the learning this knowledge directly in the weight is with the S code. So where the S code works and the S code, the code is all public. So these models in pre-training and self code, they've probably also seen questions and answers about it, and then they've been fine-tuned how to answer questions about code in general. So when you ask a question about the S code, sometimes it'll lose, but sometimes it actually does a pretty good job at answering questions. And I think like this just by it happened. But what if you could actually like specifically train or train a model such that it really was built to it's an open research question, one that we're quite interested in. And then there's also uncertainty of like you want the model to be hitting that end to end is doing everything. It's doing the retrieval of its internals and then kind of answering the question creating code, or do you want to separate the retrieval from the question model? Or maybe, look at some really capable models that are much better than like the best open source ones in a handful of months. And then you want to separately train a really good open source model to be the retriever, to be the thing that feeds the context to these larger models.
These people move from the training the model to machine intelligence. Like what do you mean by that? Is this a synthetic data direction? Is this?
Yeah, I mean, there's many possible ways you could try doing it. There's certainly no shortage of ideas. It's just a question of going in and like trying all those and being careful about which one works best. One very naive thing is to try to replicate what's done with the X code and these linear models. So let's like continue pre-training and continue pre-training that includes general code data, but also throws in a whole lot of the data of some particular repositories that you care about. And then in post-training, meaning let's just start with instruction fine-tuning. You have like normal instruction fine-tuning data set about code, and you throw in a lot of questions about in that repository. So you could either get the first ones, which might be difficult, or you could do it. You could either be tested using synthetic data, i.e., having a model ask questions about three pieces of the code. So you have to take the pieces of the code that prompt the model or have the model with those questions for that piece of code, and then add those as instruction types. And then in theory, this might unlock the model ability to answer questions about that quickly.
When I ask you about OpenAI only, what do you think is the role with that kind of test time use system for them?
I think test time use is really interesting. So there's been the pre-training regime, which will kind of, as you scale up the amount of data and the size of the model, that you better and better performance goes unlocks, and then on downstream benchmarks, and just general performance of the training or other tasks. We're starting to hit a bit of a data wall, meaning it's going to be hard to continue scaling up. And so scaling up test time compute is an interesting way of now, increasing the number of inference time blocks that we use, but still getting as you increase the number of blocks used inference time, getting corresponding improvements in performance of these models. Traditionally, we just have to literally train a bigger model that always uses that many more slots, but now we can perhaps use the same size model and run it for longer to be able to get an answer that's quality much bigger model. And so the really interesting thing I like about this is there are some problems that perhaps require 100 trillion credit model intelligence rather than 100 trillion code base. But that's like maybe 1%, maybe like 0.1% of all trade. So are you going to spend all of this effort, all of this compute, train the model that costs that much, and then run it so infrequently? It feels completely wasteful when instead you get the model that you train the model that's capable of doing the 99.9% queries, then you have a way of inference time running it longer for those few people that really want to act.
How do you figure out which problem requires more level of intelligence? Or possible to dynamically figure out when to use GPT-4 or to use, when to use a small model and when you need to what?
I mean, yeah, that's an open research problem, seriously. I don't think anyone's actually cracked this problem quite well. We'd like to. We have like a real initial implementation of this for something like person chats. But at the level of like it's going between 4.0 sonnets to 1. It's a bit trickier. Like there's also a question like what level of intelligence do you need to determine if the thing is too hard for the 4-level model. Maybe you need the 1-level model. It's really unclear.
When you mentioned this, there's this pre-training process, And there's post-training, and there's a test time compute. That's there, those separate. Where's the biggest gains?
Well, it's weird because like test time compute, there's like a whole training strategy needed to get test time compute to work. And the other really weird thing about this is no one, like outside of the big lab, maybe even just OpenAI, no one really knows how it works. Like there have been some really interesting papers that show hints of what they might be. And so perhaps they're doing something with tree search using process word models. But yeah, I think the issue is we don't quite know exactly what it looks like, so it would be hard to kind of comment on like where it fits in. I would put it in post training, but maybe like you spent for this kind of for getting test time to work for a model is going to work pre-training actually.
So we don't even know if O1 is using like chain of thought, how they're using these. I don't know anything.
It's fun speculating.
Like if you were to build a computing model for people.
Yeah. So one thing to do would be, I think you probably need to train process reward model, which is, so maybe we can get into reward models, outcome reward models versus process reward models. Outcome reward models are the kind of traditional reward models that people train for language models, language modeling. And it's just looking at the final thing. So if you're doing the math problem, let's look at that final thing. We've done everything, and let's decide a trait there. How likely we think, like what's the reward for this outcome. Process reward models instead try to grade this. So OpenAI had some preliminary paper on this, I think, last summer, where they used human labeling to get this pretty large, several 100,000 data set of grading case plots. Ultimately, it feels like I haven't seen anything interesting in the ways that people use process reward models outside of just using it as a means of assessing how we choose to do the right thing. So, like what people do in all these papers is they sample a bunch of outputs in the language model and then use the process reward model to grade all those generations alongside maybe some other heuristics, and then use that to choose the best answer. The really interesting thing that people think might work or want to work is research with these process reward models, because if you really can grade every single step of the chain of thought, then you can kind of branch out and explore multiple thoughts, and then use these process reward models to evaluate how good is the strategy.
Yeah, when the quality of the branch is somehow strongly correlated with the quality of the outcome. So it's a really good model, like not just in the short term.
And like the interesting work that I think has been done is figuring out how to properly train the process. Or the interesting work that has been open source and people I think talk about it, how to train the process for models, maybe in a more automated way. I could be wrong here, could not be something, but I haven't seen anything super that seems to work really well for using the process reward models to create these research.
This is kind of an AI, so we can maybe a bit of a philosophy question. So OpenAI says that they're hiding the chain of thought, and they said that was a difficult decision to make. They, instead of showing the chain of thought, they're asking the model to summarize the chain of thought. They're also in the background saying they're going to monitor the chain of thought to make sure the model is not trying to manipulate the user, which is a fascinating possibility. But anyway, what do you think about hiding the chain of thought?
One consideration for OpenAI, this is completely speculative, could be that you want to make it harder to store these capabilities out of things. It might actually be easier to get access to that hidden chain of thought to replicate the technology. That's pretty important data. I like seeing these types of models like the models that you can probably train on that also. And there's sort of a mirror situation with this. Some of the large language models are, and also this is speculation, but some of these APIs used to offer easy access to log problems for intelligence that they're generating, and also log problems for functions. And some of these APIs take those away. Again, complete speculation, but one of the thoughts is that using those were taken away is if you have access to log probabilities, similar to this hidden chain of thought, that can give you a bit more information to try and distill these capabilities out of the APIs, out of these biggest models. As an asterisk on also the previous discussion about reading a lot. I think that we're still learning. So we made O1 available on Twitter because, like, when we got the model, we were really interested in trying it out. I do a lot of programming. I was really interested in trying it out. But O1 is not part of the default Twitter experience in any way. And we still haven't found a way to get integrated into the editor in a way that we reach for sort of, every hour, maybe even every day. And so I think that the jury's still out on how to use the model. We haven't seen examples yet of people releasing things where it seems really clear, like, oh, that's what happens. The obvious one to turn to is maybe this can make it easier for you to have these background things running, right? To have these models move stuff, models be agentic. But we're still discovering.
You can't really have ideas. We just need to try it, get something incredibly useful before we put it out there.
But it has these significant limitations. Like, even like barring abilities, it is not true. And that means it's really difficult for things where you want to supervise the actor. And you should wait before that show up. Also, it does feel like the early innings of test messaging search is like a very, very much a future. And there's so many things that like don't feel quite right. And I suspect in parallel to people increasing the amount of pre-training data, besides the models and pre-training and finding tricks there, so now this other thread of getting to work better and better.
Well, let me ask you about probably tomorrow eyes. So it looks like GitHub Copilot might be integrating O1 in some kind of way. And I think some of the comments are saying that this new cursor is done. I think it's on one common thing there.
It's on time to shut down.
Time to shut down cursor. So it's a time to shut down cursor.
I think this space is a little bit different from past software spaces over the 2010s, where I think that the ceiling here is really, really incredibly high. And so I think that the best product in 3 to 4 years will just be so much more useful than the best product today. And you can like wax poetic about most this and brand that, and this is our advantage. But I think in the end, just if you don't have, like, if you stop innovating on the product, you will lose. And that's also great for startups. That's great for people trying to enter this market because it means you have an opportunity to win against people who have lots of users already by just building something better. And so I think over the next few years, it's just about building the best product, building the best system, and that both comes down to the modeling engine side of things, and it also comes down to the editing experience.
I think most of the additional value versus everything else out there is not just integrating the new model fast like O1. It comes from all of the depth that goes into these custom models that you don't realize are working for you in kind of every class of product, as well as like the really thoughtful UX with every single feature.
All right, from the side of the phone, yes, and everyone can send that down. I think you mentioned the other taxonomy of synthetic data.
Oh yeah.
Can you please explain?
Yeah, I think there's 3 main kinds of synthetic data. The first is, so what is synthetic data first? There's normal data, non-synthetic data, which is data that's naturally created, i.e. usually it will be from human methods. So from some human process that's data. Synthetic data, the first one would be distillation. So having a language model with tokens or probability distribution of tokens, and then you can train a less capable model on this. This approach is not going to get you a net, more capable model than the original one that is producing tokens. What's really useful for if there's some capability you want to elicit from some really expensive high-risk model, and then distill that down into some smaller kinds of model. The second kind is when one direction of the problem is clear than the other. And so a great example of this is where it's a lot easier to introduce reasonable looking bugs than it is to actually attack them. So what you can do is you can get a model that's not very rapid data, that's not that smart. If you code, and then you can use that to then train, use it synthetic data. The last category, I think, is, I guess, the main one that feels like big labs are doing for synthetic data, which is producing text with language models that can then be verified. So, like, an extreme example of this is if you have a verification system that can detect if language is case, for example, like, you can eventually get enough training data to train a case. And I mean, this is the case, like, very much the case for math, where verification is actually really, really easy for formal languages. And then what you can do is you have an OK model generate a ton of rollout. Use the ones that you know can actually prove that. There's similar things in code with leak code like problems, where if you have some kind of tests that you know work on, if something passes these tests, it is actually solving problems. You can do the same thing over here by this passing test and same from all the outputs that have passed tests. I think it's going to be a little tricky getting this to work in all domains or just in general. Like having the perfect verifier feels really, really hard to do with just like open-ended, miscellaneous paths. You get them all or more like long horizon paths. Even if that's because you're not a scientist. But yeah.
So yes, that third category requires having to verify.
Yeah. Verification is, it feels like it's best when you know for a fact that it's correct. And like then like it would be like using a language model to verify. You could be using text or formal system
Or running the thing to do like important part of verification control. Yeah. But like the building software for that works like running things actually understands it outside.
Yeah, that's
Or somewhere between.
yeah. I think that's the category that is most likely.
What about RL feedback side, RLHF versus RLAIF? What's the role of that in getting better performance of models?
Yeah, so RLHF is when the reward model you use is trained from some labels you collected from people. I think this works if you had the ability to get a ton of feedback for what you care about. RLAIF is interesting because you're kind of depending on, like, this is actually kind of going to, it's depending on the constraint that verification is actually because it feels like, okay, like, what are you doing? You're using this language model to look at the language model outputs and this language model. But no, it actually may work if the language model had a much easier time verifying a solution than it does there. Then you actually could perhaps get this kind of, but I don't think it's going to look exactly like that. The other thing you could do is, that we kind of do is like a little bit of a mix of where usually the model is actually quite correct, and in this case, where you have between like two possible generations of what is the better one, and it just needs like a little bit of human nudging. It's only like a 100 examples to like kind of align that prior the model has exactly what it wants. It looks different than I think normal RLHF.
What's your intuition when you compare generation and verification generation and ranking? Is ranking way easier for generation?
My intuition is to say, yeah, probably it should be. Like, this is kind of going back to, like, if you believe heat is not equal at heat, then there's this massive class of problems that are much, much easier to verify. Yeah.
I wonder if the same thing is that'd be a metal by AI. We guess the credits. You know, philosophical question.
I'm actually I'm actually surprisingly curious what's like a good bet for when actually don't have. I don't know what it wants.
Sorry, Nobel Prize or Fields Medal?
Fields medal level. Fields medal. It's all.
Fields Medal comes first. What do you say?
But it's also this like isolated system. Yeah. Like I don't even know if I don't need to.
I feel like I have much more thinking there. It felt like the path to get to IMO was a little bit more clear because it already could get a few IMO problems, and there were a bunch of there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit given the literature at the time of like what to take. I think I'm one much less versed in space and zero proving now, and two, less intuition about how close we are to solving these really, really hard open conflicts.
So you think it'll be Fields Medal first, or it'll be like in physics or?
Well, I think that's probably like it's probably much more likely to don't get them. Yeah. Well, I think they put like I don't know, like DSP, which is a very from that. It's sort of unclear what the path to get even a solution looks like. Like we don't even know what a path looks like, let alone. And you this is like an isolated system. You have a good reward system. It feels like it's easier to train for that.
I think we might get Fields Medal before the AGI.
I mean, I'd be very happy. I'm very happy. But I don't know if I think 2028, 2030.
Fields Medal.
Feels good.
So feels like forever from now, you know how fast things have been going. Speaking of how fast things have been going, let's talk about scaling laws. So for people who don't know, maybe it's good to talk about this whole idea of scaling laws. What are they? Where do things stand? And where do you think
I think it's interesting. The original scaling laws paper by OpenAI was slightly wrong because I think of some issues they did with learning rates schedules, and it showed a more correct version. And then from that, people would again have deviated from doing the thing because people start now optimizing for shift or making the thing work really well, given the inference budget. And I think there are a lot more kinks to these curves than what we originally used of just compute, number of parameters of data. Like inference compute is the obvious one. I think context is another obvious one. So if you care, like let's say you care about the two things of inference compute and then context window, maybe the thing you want to train is some kind of XM because they're much cheaper and faster and super long context. And even if maybe it's 10x worse scaling properties during training, meaning you can spend 10x more compute to train a thing to get the same level of capabilities, it's worth it because you care most about that inference budget for a really long context window. So it'll be interesting to see how people kind of play with all these dimensions.
So yeah, let me speak to multiple dimensions. Obviously, the original conception was just looking at the variables of the size of the model as measured by parameters, and the size of the data as measured by the number of tokens, and looking at the ratio between.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a compelling notion that there is a number, or at least a minimum, and it seems like one was emerging. Do you still believe that there is kind of bigger is better?
I mean, I think bigger is certainly better for just raw performance and raw intelligence. I think that the path that people might take is I'm particularly bullish on this dimension. Like how many knobs can you turn to if we spend like a ton of money on training, like get the most capable cheap model, right? Like really caring as much as you can. Because like the naive version of caring as much as you can about inference time compute is what people have already done with like the model for overtraining the shit out of 70 models on way more tokens than but if you really care about it, maybe you can do what Gela did, which is let's not just train on tokens, let's really train on minimizing scale divergence with the distribution of gamma 27, right? So knowledge distillation there. And you're spending compute of literally training this 27 billion model, the billion parameter model on all these tokens just to get out this smaller model.
And the distillation gives you just a faster model, smaller and faster.
Yeah, distillation in theory is getting out more signals from the data that's trained on. And it's like it's perhaps another way of getting over, not like completely over, but like partially helping with the data flow. Where like you only have so much data to train on, like train this really, really big model on all these tokens, and we'll distill into this model. And maybe we can get more signal per token for this much smaller model than we would have originally.
So if I gave you $10 trillion, how would you spend it? I mean, you can't buy an island or whatever. How would you allocate it in terms of improving the big model versus maybe paying for HF and RLHF?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these secrets and details about training these large models that I just don't know and are only privy to large labs. So the issue is I would waste a lot of that money if I even attempted to play with those things. Spending a lot of this and assuming that you had the know-how and offer, or if you're saying like you have to offer it, just like the limited information you have now.
No, actually, I would say you swoop in, you get all the information, all the little heuristics, all the little parameters, all the parameters that define how the thing is trained. If we look at how to invest money for the next 5 years in terms of maximizing raw intelligence.
Isn't the answer like really simple? You just try to get as much compute as possible. Like at the end of the day, all you need to buy is the GPUs, and you can find all like they can sort of you can tune whether you want between a big model or a small model. Like,
well, this gets into the question of like, are you really limited by compute and money, or are you limited by these other things?
And I'm more tribute to Arvid's belief that they're sort of idea limited. There's always like, but if you have a lot of compute, you can run a lot of.
You would run a lot of experiments versus like use that compute to train a judgment.
I would, but I do believe that we are limited in terms of ideas.
I think, yeah, because even with all this compute and like, all the data in the world, we really are ultimately limited by not even ideas, but just like really good engineering. Like, even with all the capital in the world, would you really be able to assemble, like there aren't that many people who are really making systems here. And there's so much work that goes into research that is just like, you are really, really hard engineers. As like a very hand-wavy example, if you look at the original paper, how much work was kind of joining together a lot of these really interesting concepts embedded in literature versus then going in and writing all the code, like maybe good kernels, maybe whatever else, I don't know, originally, so that it actually saturated the GPU performance, right? Getting no easier to go and do all this code, right? And that's probably the best. Or maybe going a step further, like the next generation models, having these things, like getting model kernels to work and scaling it on like, thousands of, maybe tens of thousands of like D100s, which I think GPT-3 may have been. There's just so much engineering effort that has to go into all of these things to make it work. If you really brought that cost down to, like, maybe not zero, but just made it 10x easier, made it super easy for someone with really fantastic ideas to immediately get to the version of like the new architecture that is like getting 50-40% utilization. I think that would just speed up research by a ton.
I mean, I think if you see a clear path to improvement, you should always sort of take the low-hanging fruit first, right? I think probably OpenAI and all the other labs that did the right thing to pick off the low-hanging fruit. Where the low-hanging fruit is like sort of you could scale up to or 0.25 scale, and you just keep scaling it. Like things keep getting better, and as long as like there's no point of experimenting with new ideas when like everything's working. You just sort of bang on it as much use as possible, and then maybe when you really need new ideas. I think if you're spending money, so then actually like reevaluate your ideas. Probably your idea would be at that point.
I think all of us believe new ideas are probably needed to get, all the way there to API. And all of us also probably believe there are just ways of testing out those ideas at smaller scales and being fairly confident that they'll play out. It's just quite difficult for the labs in their current position to dedicate their very limited research and engineering talent to explore moments of new ideas when there's like this core thing that will probably like improve performance for some like these amount of time.
Yeah, but also these people have like winning. You're just going wild. Okay. So how big question looking on to the future. You're now at the center of the programming world. How do you think programming, the nature of programming, changes in the next few months, in the next year, in the next 2 years, next 5 years, 10 years?
I think we're really excited about a future where the programmers will try to proceed for a long time. And you've heard us talk about this a little bit, but one that emphasizes speed and agency for the programmer, control, the ability to modify anything you want to modify, the ability to iterate really fast and rebuild it. And this is a little different, I think, than where some people are jumping to in the space. Where I think one idea that's captivated people is, can you talk to your computer? Can you have it build software for you as if you're talking to like an engineering department or an engineer over Slack? It cannot just be this sort of isolated text box. And part of the reason we're not excited about that is, some of the stuff we talked about latency. But then a big piece of the reason we're not excited about that is because that comes with giving up a lot of control. It's much harder to be really specific when you're talking in a text box. And if you're necessarily just going to communicate with an engineering department, you're actually advocating tons of really important decisions to this block. And this kind of gets at fundamentally what engineering is. I think that some people who are a little bit more removed from engineering might think of it as, the spec is completely written out, and then the engineers just come and they just implement. And it's just about making the thing happen in code and making the thing exist. But I think a lot of the best engineering, the engineering we enjoy, involves tons of tiny micro decisions about what exactly you're building and about really hard trade-offs between speed and cost and just all the other things involved in the system. And we want, as long as humans are actually the ones making, designing the software and the ones specifying what wants to be built, and it's not just like company run by all guys, we think you'll really want the human in the driver's seat dictating these decisions. And so there's the jury's still out on kind of what that looks like. I think that, one weird idea for what that could look like is it could look like you kind of can control the level of abstraction you do a code base at. And you can point at specific parts of the code base that maybe you digest a code base by looking at it in the form of pseudocode. And you can actually edit that pseudocode too, and then have changes get made down at the sort of formal programming level. And you keep you can gesture at any piece of logic in your software component of programming. You keep the inflow text editing component of programming. You keep the control of, you can even go down into the code, you can go at higher levels of abstraction, while also giving you these big productivity gains.
It would be nice if you go up and down the abstraction stack.
Yeah. And there are a lot of details to figure out there. That's sort of like a fuzzy idea of how Multilis actually works. But these principles of control and speed and driver seat we think are really important. We think for some things, like Rabbi mentioned before, for some styles of programming, you can kind of hand it off dropout style, if you have a product that's really well specified. But that's not most of programming, and that's also not most of the programming we think a lot of people value.
What about the fundamental skill of programming? There's a lot of people, young people right now, kind of scared, thinking because they love programming, but they're scared about will I be able to have a future if I pursue this career path? Do you think the very skill of programming will change fundamentally?
I actually think this is a really, really exciting time to be building software. We remember what programming was like in, 20 months, whatever it was. And it was just so much more craft, boilerplate, and, looking at something being gnarly, and that stuff. This is definitely not at net zero. for every say it's more fun back then. It's like we're really getting down to like the light concentration and all the things that really draw people to programming, like for instance this element of being able to build things really fast and speed and also individual control. Like all those are coming back a ton. And so I think it's just gonna be a really, really fun time for people who build software. I think that the skills will probably change too. I think that people's taste and creative ideas will be magnified and will be maybe less a little bit about text editing, maybe even a little bit less about carefulness, which I think is really important today. If you're a programmer, it'll be a lot more fun. What do you guys think?
I'm very excited to be able to change, like, just one thing that happened recently was like we wanted to do a relatively big migration to our Kubernetes. We're using async local storage and Node.js, which is not very performant, and we wanted to migrate to our context object. And this is a big migration that affects the entire code base. And Swallow and I spent, I don't know, 5 days working through this, even with today's AI tools. And I am really excited for a future where I can just show a couple of examples, and then the AI applies that to all of the locations, and then it highlights, oh, this is a new example, like what should I do, and then I show exactly what to do there, and then that can be done in like 10 minutes. And then you can iterate much faster. Then you don't have to think as much up front and stand at the blackboard and like think exactly like how are we going to do this because the cost is so high. But you can just try something first, and you realize, oh, this is not actually what I want, and then you can change it instantly again after. And so, yeah, I think being a programmer in the future is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I really like that point about it feels like a lot of times programming, there are two ways you go about it. One is like you think really hard, carefully up front about the best possible way to do it, and then you spend your limited time of engineering to actually implement it. But I much prefer just getting in the code and like, taking a crack at it, seeing how it lays out, and then iterating really quickly on that. That feels more fun.
Yeah, it just generating a little bit is great. Just focus on the difficult design, difficult design decisions. Migration, I feel like this is a cool one. Like it seems like large language models are able to basically translate from one program language to another, or like translate, migrate in the general sense of what migrate is. But that's in the current moment. So I mean, the fear has to do with like, okay, these models get better and better. Then you're doing less of it. And it's going to kind of move to a place where you're operating in a design space of natural language. Natural language is the main programming language. And I guess I could ask that by way of advice. Like if somebody's interested in programming now, what do you think they should learn? Like, do you guys start from Java and have you get the OS and PHP, Objective-C, there you go. I mean, in the end, we all know JavaScript is going to win. And not TypeScript, it's going to be like vanilla JavaScript from either world, maybe a little PHP. And I mean, it also brings up the question of like, I think Don Knuth has this idea that some percent of the population is geeks. And like, there's a particular kind of psychology in mind required for programming. And it feels like more and more that it expands. The kind of person that should be able to, can do great programming might expand.
I think different people do programming for different reasons, but I think truly like the best programmers are the ones that really love, just like absolutely love programming. For example, there are folks on my team who literally when they get back from work, they go and then they do the prayer coding on their side project for the entire night, and they say that's what they're doing. And when they're sad, they said, like, there's that level of programmer where like this obsession love I think makes really the best programmer. And I think these types of people will really get into the details of how things work.
I guess the question I'm asking, that exact way you think about that question. When the superton plays big tab succeeds, you keep putting this in tab.
That person in the team loves to do cushion tab more than anything else. Yeah, and it's also not just like pressing tab is like the just pressing tab. That's like the easy way to say it. But what you're actually doing when you're pressing tab is that you're injecting intent all the time while you're doing it. You're sometimes you're protecting it, sometimes you're typing it more. And that's the way that you're sort of shaping the things that's being created. And I think programming will change a lot to just what is it that you want to make. So it's sort of higher bandwidth. The computer just becomes higher and higher bandwidth as opposed to like just typing it's much lower bandwidth.
I mean, this goes to your manifesto titled Engineering Genius. We are an applied research lab building extraordinary productive human AI systems. So speaking to this like hybrid element. To start, we're building the engineer of the future, a human AI programmer that's an order of magnitude more effective than any one engineer. This hybrid engineer will have effortless control over their code base and no low entropy keystrokes. They will iterate at the speed of their judgment, even in the most complex systems. Using a combination of AI and human ingenuity, they will outsmart and out-engineer the best pure AI systems. We are a group of researchers and engineers. We build software and models to invent at the edge of what's useful and possible to our work to improve the lives of hundreds of thousands of programmers. And on the way to that, we'll always make programming more fun. So thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael, Swale, Harvard, and Amar. And now I'm leaving you with a random, funny, and perhaps profound programming code I saw on Reddit. Nothing is as permanent as a temporary solution that works. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic and we've done these kind of wider or tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region. But they've moved. So once humans figured out how to stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to what would become civilization.
I think it's beauty of blood. Yes, that.
What I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this just grotesque, violent bent, but in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who would order the hearts of 1,000 people extracted also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry. But they were really just surgical about it. It was a thick obsidian knife where they could just break the ribs right along the sternum and then push the sternum down, pull up, and
While the person was alive.
yeah, while the person was alive.
The following is a conversation with Ed Barnhart, an archaeologist specializing in ancient civilizations of South America, Mesoamerica, and North America. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ed Barnhart. Do you think there are lost civilizations in the history of humans on Earth which we don't know anything about?
Yes, I do. And in fact, we have found some civilizations that we had no idea about just in my lifetime. Where we've got text, and we've got the stuff that's going on in the Amazon. And there's some other less startling things that we have no idea existed and push our dates back and give us more civilizations we had no idea about. So
you think there's a lost civilization in the Amazon that Amazon jungle has eaten up or is hiding the evidence of?
Yes, I do. And we're beginning to find it. There are these huge, what we call geoglyphs, these mound groups that are in geometric patterns. I think that the average Joe, when they hear the word civilization, they think of something that looks like Rome. And I don't think we're ever going to find anything that looks like Rome in the Amazon. I think a lot of things there, I mean, wherever you are on the planet, you use your natural resources. And in the Amazon, there's not a whole lot of stone. What stone is there is deep, deep, deep. So a lot of their things were built out of dirt and trees and feathers and textiles.
But is it possible that all that land that's not covered by trees is actually hiding stone, for example, some architecture, some things that's just very difficult to find for archaeologists?
I think at the base of the Andes, where the Amazon connects to the Andes, there's a lot of potential there because that's where the stone actually starts poking up. When you get down into the basin, stone is meters and meters under the ground, except for a stray cliff here and there where the river rug dug deep. And even then, only in the dry season, because that river rises like over 100 feet every year.
That's one of the things, having visited that area, just interacting with waterfalls and seeing the water. I was humbled by the power of water to shape landscapes. Probably a race history in the context that we're talking about as civilization. Water can just make everything disappear for periods of centuries, millennia. And so if there's something existed a very long time ago, thousands of years ago, it's very possible it was just eaten up by nature.
Absolutely. In fact, in my opinion, that's almost a certainty in a lot of places. The Grand Canyon was done by water. There's this wimpy little river in it right now, and you can't possibly imagine that it dug that, but it did. The power of nature and geology is really kind of magical. And when it comes to ancient civilizations that could be from a long time ago, there's probably a lot that are just the ocean. It's just the wave action have destroyed them, and what they haven't destroyed buried deep
Under the ocean, do you think Atlantis ever existed?
I don't think that Atlantis existed. I do think it was one of Plato's many parables talking about putting in a story as a teaching device of his school. If one did exist or a shadow of it, my money would be on Akrotiri. Akrotiri is what's left of a big city that was on the island of Santorini. And when their volcano blew up, it blew up most of the city and shot chunks of it so fast that 70 miles away in Crete, there are chunks of Santorini in their cliff. So it blasted what was ever there, but what's left on the side of the crater, Akrotiri, is strangely advanced for its age. And so if there's anything that's a model for Atlantis, as Plato explained it, it's Akrotiri.
Akrotiri, the ancient Greek city. So it says the settlement was destroyed in the barren eruption sometime in the 16th century BCE and buried in volcanic ash, which preserved the remains of the frescoes and many objects and artworks. So we don't know how advanced that civilization was.
No, but we can walk around the ruins and see that it's got streets, it's got plumbing, it's got little sconces for torches at night. It was a vibrant city with a lot of, especially in terms of hydraulic engineering, it's very advanced for being 3,500 years old.
If you check out here's an image of the excavation, what a project.
It's an amazing place. And you can tell that it's just part of it because it's pretty close to where the crater began. So the city itself was probably much larger.
So in this case, there's a lot of evidence. But like we said, there could be civilizations there's very little evidence of because of the natural environment destroys all the evidence.
Right. And I think Akrotiri is actually a great example of that because here we have the side that didn't preserve that looks amazing,
but we know there was more of the city that was completely obliterated. It was shot. Chunks of that city are probably in the walls of Crete, 70 miles away. And Plato says that it sunk. It was on an island and it sunk. Well, that's exactly what happened to Bacteria.
The invisible places.
If at least the model of it, I think this is probably what it's talking about.
And there could be other civilizations of which Plato has never seen. That we have no record of. It's humbling that the entire civilizations, with all the dreams, the hopes, the technological innovation, the wars, the conflicts, the political tensions, all of that, social interactions, the hierarchies, all of that, the art can be just destroyed like that and forgotten, completely lost in ancient history.
I reflect upon that often as an archaeologist. I think about this great country that I live in and love and all the things we've achieved. But, we're a baby, historically speaking. We've been around 200 years. Heck, a lot of the cities I study in Central and South America, they had a run of 800, 1,000 years, and now they're ruined. We're barely getting started in terms of historical civilizations.
So humans, Homo sapiens, evolved. But they didn't start civilizations right away. There was a long period of time when they did not form these complex societies. So how did we, let's say 300,000 years ago in Africa, actually go from there to create civilization?
I think that a lot of human evolution had to do with the pressures that their environment put upon them. And a lot of things start changing right around 12,000 years ago. And that's when our last ice age really ended. I think there was a whole lot of things that just pressured them into especially finding new ways of subsistence. Here in the Americas, a huge thing that happened was all the megafauna went away. When the climate changed enough, the mammoths died out and the bison died out, and there was just, they had to come up with different ways of doing it. We were hunters and gatherers, and we had things we got from hunting, and we got things we got from gathering. And in the Americas, when the things that they were used to hunting went away, and they had to make do with rabbits, the gathering started to be a much more important thing. And I think that led to figuring out, hey, we can actually grow certain things. And gardens turned into crops, turned into intense crops, and then people were allowed to gather in bigger groups and survive in a single area, roam around anymore. And that's where we get the first sedentary communities, which means they stayed in the same place all year long. For the vast majority of human existence, we've been nomadic, and we've done these kind of tighter nomadic circles depending on the geographic region, where they know, okay, in the mountains, we'll be in the summer in the mountains because there's berries and things, and then we'll hunt. But they tell, once humans stay in a place, that's the initial trigger to become civilization.
What do you think is a lot of questions people ask? What do you think is the motivation of society, the character of the state? So you said, is it when resources run out, eating everybody, taking stuff out, or is it more the carrot of maybe impress the rest of the village or something like this with the new discovery that may be venturing out and coming out with different ideas or technological innovation?
Well, I have an explorer's heart, so I'm kind of, I'm biased, right? I do think that we have an innate desire to see what's on the horizon and to impress other people with our achievements, things like that. We're social beings. That's really the edge that humans have, is our ability to work together. So I think that it's much more the carrot than the stick. When things get ugly, the stick comes out. But usually the carrot does the job.
It's a really interesting story. That's pretty gangster to go from Asia all the way, potentially during the Ice Age, or maybe at the end of the Ice Age, or during that whole period, not knowing what the world looks like, going into the unknown. Can you talk to that process like the first people come to the end?
Well, first off, I agree. That was pretty gangster. I mean, that's a hard place to live. I listened to some of your podcasts. That guy, Jordan Jonas, yeah, I the mustard, but I wouldn't have made the crossing there.
Well, there you go. Like the fact that those guys exist, that somebody like Jordan Jonas exists, people that survive and thrive in these harsh conditions. That's an indication that it's possible. But yeah, so when do you think and how?
The traditional theories are still somewhat valid, or at least on the table, that when that land bridge occurred, that nomadic hunters just followed the game like they always had, and the game went across there because there was no barrier, and they followed them across. The thing that has changed is how early that happened. DNA has been a total game changer for archaeology. We get all these evolutionary tracks that we could never see before. When I was a young archaeologist, I would have never dreamed the information we had then. And that information, a lot of it's coming out of Texas A&M. We see the traditional, like 12,500 years ago, that there was a migration. But now we're seeing one that's almost certainly happening closer to 30,000 years ago. And now the thing that seems like madness but might be true is that it could have been as early as 60. A lot of the DNA things are suggesting that the very first migration could have come across as early as 60. And when I was a younger archaeologist, it was heresy to go beyond this 12,500. Or wacko said that. But now it's really very clear that they came over at least by 30,000. And the bridge opened and closed, and opened and closed.
That's during the Ice Age.
Right.
I mean, that's crazy, right? That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't roll in and immediately make the door. But there were people. And there were definitely not people here before that, which is fascinating. When the bridge closed, DNA mutated, and so we have specific kinds of haplogroups that are here in the Americas that don't exist otherwise. And that same haplogroup chain has been showing us more and more that people came across Siberia. It's not Africa, it's not Western Europe. Those are still, they've become kind of fringe things, but they're not totally eradicated. DNA is developing science as well, and I think we all need to keep that in mind, that it's not like they just cracked the code and now we know all the answers. And sometimes, like in any science, a breakthrough puts us two not forward. So I think, we don't need to have too much faith in the models that are now being created through DNA, but they are point direction of everybody across from Siberia. All Native American people are of Asiatic descent.
Do you think it was a gradual process? It's like 30, 60,000 years ago. Was it gradual movement of these nomadic tribes to follow the animals? Or was it like one explorer that pushed the tribe to just go and go across, maybe across 100 years, travel all the way across maybe into North America, or North America, and it's now sort of like big leaps versus gradual?
I think it was big leaps. And now this is just, most, yes, I'll admit. But I think that it, much in the way that evolutionary models talk about punctuated equilibrium, that there are big moments of change, and then it settles out into a more slow and steady pattern, and then something big will happen again. I do think that the early people went as far as they could go, and there were certain colonies that just got isolated for thousands of years. One of the fascinating things that DNA is showing us which actually blood types were showing us way before that, is that the oldest people in the Americas are in South America. The ones that that got separated early and didn't mix their DNA, like the people in the Amazon. Most of those guys have O blood type, and they're haplogroup D, which is the oldest one that entered the U.S. And what are they doing down there? If I do believe they came across the Bering Strait, I don't think it's very. We have no real evidence to say they came in mass across Oceania. So they made it probably by boat along the coast, all the way to South America.
So there's some kind of cultural engine that drove them to explore. So if you had to bet all your money, like tens of thousands of years ago, like at a very rapid pace, explorers went all the way to South America. There established a kind of more stable existence. And from there, South America, Mesoamerica, North America was kind of gradually expanded into that area.
I think the next waves came down and did North America and Central America, and the very first wave made it all the way down to South America and got isolated, and then mixed in with the next groups that came.
That's fascinating.
Kind of like there's an interesting correlate in Europe where today everybody feels like Celtic people are from Ireland, but actually Celtic people started in Eastern Europe, and it was the entire area. And when Rome kind of swept everything, and Rome was now the ruler of the day, it was only that far edge of the Celtic world, Ireland, that they were like, we're not going to mess with those guys on that island, we'll leave them be. So now it looks like that's the heart of Celtic tradition, but actually it's the French.
If it is 60,000 years ago, these are really early humans.
Yeah. And there were consistent things that have been coming out for decades about very old carbon-14 dates in the Amazon and in the Andes area that everybody just dismissed as no, you didn't get a date of 40,000 years. But I think we're going to come back around to start readdressing some of these based on new evidence at hand.
And that's the interesting thing. The early humans spread throughout the world. And then, like you said, perhaps got isolated. And then civilizations sprung from that. And they all have similar elements, even though they were isolated. That's really interesting. But there's multiple kingdoms in civilization. Not just one. Like one good idea. Those ideas naturally come up. Those structures naturally come up.
And I wonder whether the similarities that all those cradles have, it could be a shared, much deeper past that they all have. Or it could be a more kind of Star Trek guy. Captain Kirk was always talking about the theory of parallel human development. That humans across the universe go through certain stages of development. That could be the answer.
Which one do you lean on? Which one do you lean toward?
I think it's a case by case thing, but I think if we look globally, I lean much more towards the human parallel. But if I look at Americans and the shorter time frame, the things that become major civilizations now I'll say up to 30,000, which is still a blip in the time of humans. I think that there were shared things that those people came over with from Asia, and that as they got separated, that they had core values that then turned into things like religion and cultural customs that we can see. I'm a big proponent that there are commonalities in all of the cultures of the Americas that lead back to and point to a single distant origin.
You've spoken about the lost cradle of civilization in South America. So, South America is not often talked about as one of the cradles of civilization. So South America, Mesoamerica, can you explain?
Well, we have very early stuff in South we're seeing things that predate the earliest stuff that we like to talk about, like Egypt and Mesopotamia. There are things, it's all on the Peruvian coast that we have these cradles of civilization. Someday we might start talking about the Amazon forest. But right now, what we've got are things that date back into the 3000s BCE along the coast of Peru. And there are big stone-built pyramids and temples. And they're amazingly isolated. Even now that we've found them, some of them, like Corral, is one of the most famous ones just north of Lima. We've known about it for a couple decades now, how old it is, but every time I visit there, it's like I visited the moon. There's absolutely nobody there, not for miles. It's amazing how such a discovery was made, and nobody goes to see it. It's not easy to get to. Do you think there's a bunch of Wookiees in the desert? Something not discovered. And there's so many. Peru has tons. That desert gets really ugly quick, and it buries things completely. There are so many pyramids out there that are still completely untouched. You don't hear the name pyramids. They think it's Egypt. It's got about 140 pyramids, and we have pretty much found them. Peru has thousands of pyramids, and now they weren't built of not all of them were built of stone. Some of them were adobe bricks, which have weathered terribly. So now they don't look. They're not exciting places to visit today. You know what's funny too? We started off talking about whether I think there's a lost civilization out there. There are definitely things that are still to be discovered, but there are some things that were discovered 100 years ago, and archaeologists, or back then they called themselves antiquarians, just kind of passed over. Corral was one of these sites because the coast of Peru has some of those pyramids that were made by the Moche are full of gold and beautiful ceramics and things that you can sell for big money. But Corral was found a long time ago, but the archaeologist was like, no gold, no ceramics, forget about it, this place is no good, we can't sell anything here. And then about the 1970s or 80s, somebody said, hey, no ceramics? Is that older than the invention of ceramics? Shit, we better go take another look at that place.
So what's the dating of Corral?
Corral, I think, starts at about 3200 BCE, and it lasts as a major civilization with a lot of other cities around it until about 1800.
So what's the story behind looking at some of these images? What's the story about construction like that? What was the idea of bringing that?
That, gosh, I mean, it should be some sort of, I'll be like the archaeologist, like, that this is a place where we're so many things we say are so painfully vague, and that's about, what we got. And a place like this, I know the one we're looking at here, I've been here a couple of times. In the pyramid behind it, the rubble is built in a way where the building won't rock apart. This is a very earthquake-prone place, but the buildings haven't fallen because they make these knit baskets people around that allow buildings like that. And inside these, we've also found a couple of things that were babies that were really close. And I don't think a lot of people have seen that before. I think a lot of the things that were baby sacrifice for all I think it's more about the tragic nature of incidents that happened in the past. It was a lot more common. There were cultures that didn't even properly name their kids until they got survived because chances were they were going to die. And so I think a lot of these babies that we find in the ceremonial contexts that are interpreted as sacrifices, and I think they're putting them in special places because they mourn the death of their kids. And it just happened like that.
one of the things that said that surprised me is that Germany's built for possibly hundreds of years before the That's true.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, there's one that's now pushing 6,000 BCE. Like, that's thousands of years before this stuff. And that one's called Waka Prieta. And it was not it was not an experiment. It was an experiment. And it was thousands of years.
What do you think is the motivation? So the fact that it can withstand the elements structurally, that kind of thing. This is good. Well, why do things work together? Why do they build it? All kinds of things.
Well, my roommate, a lot of people ask me, I would say, is that inflation? I think that when people want to build a big building without rebar, that you end up building something with a fat base, goes up to a skinny top, and that turns into a universe. Any kid who's playing with blocks on the floor builds a couple pallets down, and he wants one that's going to steady and be tall, and he ends up making just a fat base and a tiny box. And I think that building something big and coming together is one of those humans that we don't have to be here after so long. People will remember who we were. We're all, there's any human commonality, it's fear of our own deaths. And nothing, no one's living or that's the first big arguments like that will probably be a group of people saying that they do something. And that is we were just talking about Rocket Friend and something almost 6,000 BC now. The first one. That was a funny. We just talked about all these rocky goals, but actually, I'm pretty sure that Rocket Friend's first year was about casting a smelly pile of trash. I think everybody piled up their trash in the town, and it stunk. It felt true. It smelled like fish. And somebody said, if we just bury this thing, it won't smell. And then it's a big now. You get up and talk this stuff, and then it's all squishy later. You get the trash in this way. Then it will really not smell. I really think that the very first time that they bring about trash thing, and that's just kind of talk about the flavor stuff.
Yeah, and then the problem survives makes more impressed comfort by the people on the construction. Like maybe the next guy's going to keep building stuff.
Yes. And not to jump ahead, but in North America, so they also there's this interesting evolution where there were piles of shells along rivers and along the coastlines. People made a lot of shells that they collected in. So the pile of shells was being near the communities that probably became landmarks, and eventually it started burying their dead inside them. Probably again because about snakes and about well, we don't want to talk to you. Put them in the shells out. But then that all of a sudden became this like that's where my grandfather got. That's where great grandfather got. And all of a sudden people started being actually not just the resources, but for the shared memories of their ancestors. So when the very first pyramid was built in Ohio area, it was still kind of young, but it was full of bodies, and I think it's an echo of where they used to be put bodies in shelters. So where
And schools with the first civilization.
well, I think we're still piecing that together. Coming back to the first thing we talked about, I think we're still missing a lot of stuff, especially in South America. It just keeps getting things real. Part of the reason it's hard to answer that question is, at what point do we consider people a civilization? We have in the Americas this long period of time that's called the Paleolithic. barrel head. They go back and forth with different hunting tools, but really nothing changes for thousands of years. And then finally they start developing into larger groups, which for the most part have to do with agriculture. And it used to be archaeology that was just the end all be all. Civilization starts with the invention of agriculture. And you can't have sedentary because people don't have farms. But that's been discounted. Peru is a big part of that area of Paral. It's connected to another city on the coast called Aspera. And Aspera starts about the same time, but they're all about fishing. They put no farms. And Paral is upriver from this farming, but funny enough, they're not really farming food. They're farming cotton. And they're making nets, and they're trading the nets to people on the coast to fish. So it's not as simple as it's just agriculture, but it is, I think, still rooted in how can we feed more people than just our family? How can we together create a food abundance so we're no longer scared about spreading out food?
So is it possible something you've argued that civilization started from jungle?
I would think of something. I think religion in South America began. I think there were people that are very old. There's actually the earliest pottery in all of the Americas. All of these places that have civilizations through us. You know where the oldest pottery is? In the middle of the Amazon.
So there's interesting cultures developing in there. So religion, you would say, precedes civilization.
In South America, the Corral that goes to art and any evidence of religion we have those pyramids and things that we call temples, but we don't really know what's on here. And there's no hints of religious iconography, ceremonies, nothing like that. The first step that you get is right when that culture ends, about 1800 BCE, this culture called Shabin starts up. And their main temple was up in the Andes in this place of least religions in the Amazon and Mexico. It's about 3 days walk either way from this place where this temple was. That was supposed to be a very religious iconography. All food from the temple. There are things that are from the coast, but the iconography are all jaguars and snakes and crocodiles. And those don't come from the coast. All of those things are coming out of the desert.
Religion is a really cultural religion. And there's also this ties together. To you, it's possible that this powerful idea in South America started in
I do think it, and you're right. I know ideas are more powerful than that. But archaeology can't see them at all. We can see, sometimes we can see ideas manifested in the things they create and see, but there's an interpretation process, right, about what idea is. Those are things that archaeology can't get at.
And that's one of the challenges of archaeology, I think, when you take ancient history. You try to not just understand what they're doing in terms of architecture, but understand what's going on inside their mind.
That's really what I'm in it for. I'm trying to understand this what it's really connected to us and to know we're dealing with a totally flawed record. We only have what we preserved the test of time. You know, if you around this first year, if 2,000 years of weathering happened in the pieces, what would be left? And what would we think happened?
Right. But it's not much more than 1,000 like it's a legal test. About the different analogies of right? The solution to the US. What about things? Way more controversial ideas than the religion. There's a thread that connects different society, and the religion that practices more monotheistic people.
That is exactly what I'm thinking about. It's all about this bank somewhere thousands of years ago. It's all the way out of the Amazon of this Christianity. They religion. This would have been kind of a combination of ideas from the coast of the He is the one created and my opinion through all the people and people in the Amazon still there. His name is people must say it. But they say that his emissaries are correct, that he is the creator.
Why is the religion for a lot of the Christians and not?
Well, there are bona fide that one that's taken out of the box of the early religion of the old world. And I think that was part of the problem. The earliest archaeologists walked in there with a preconceived notion that ancient cultures had pantheons. So they went to the art books and they came up with things like the shark god, the sun god, all these things. But I read the art, and I was trained by a person right here in Austin, Texas, as an art historian. He follows certain diagnostic traits to art that see the development of time. And when I look at it, and use that methodology, there's a single face, goggle eyes, and fangs, and claws on his hands and feet, and snakes coming out of his head, and he's got a really identifiable trait. He also likes to sever people's heads off. But he's the bad deity. He's there. He shows up in Shemini Dequantar after the session. And he keeps showing up. Every culture, even thousands of miles away, throughout the next 2 millennia, right up to the end. They have a big creator. They call Veracocha. But Veracocha is that he is it's a huge thing. So I'm trying to get the hint that it's like almost Islamic thing where they say you can't understand the face of Veracocha. So they do put him in a constant frame, building him just a blob, like he's husband, but he's at the very top. I think we're misunderstanding a lot of things that we used to say but just supernatural. If we flip the mirror on Christianity and we look at it, which of course Christianity is monotheistic, right? Heresy, say that. But who are all these other characters? Who are all these angels, demons, and Jesus Christ? I mean, I don't even know who the Holy Spirit is. But he's some sort of supernatural being. That monotheistic has lots of things that have supernatural powers that are not God. That's where I think the crux of us misunderstanding ancient India.
So what is the process of analyzing artists whose time you try to figure out what each important entities are for that culture? You just see what shows up as
Well, certainly without the advent of writing, depictions in art have all sorts of meanings in culture, and there are certain called diagnostic elements. Like we can pull apart the same sort of thing in like in Greek myths. You know by their dress, what they're holding, what the different gods are. Tell things from Zeus by the different things that are like by whatever. So they all have these diagnostic elements. So that's how our history goes now. Analyzes art of the time. Once you put it in a chronological sequence, that you would say, okay, here's a deity here in Shemini. Now we move forward 500 years, now we're in Moshe and Nazis. Where are the deities here? And what I see is that same guy, not just one or two traits, but a whole package of thousands of years, each one of these folks, he's got circular eyes, he's got a bag mouth, he's got claws on his hands, and he's a human. But he also has snakes coming off his head like hair, and snakes coming off his gut. And then, not so much in Shabin, but as he moves forward, he starts carting around severed heads, human severed heads. So there's like this detailed literature. The most of them are decapitated. But then they have these other, like, oh, here's the crab deity, here's the fox deity. But if you look at them, like the crab deity is just that guy's face coming off the crab, and the fox deity is that guy's face coming off the fox. So I think it's been on that particular exercise when similar to what Zeus, now Zeus is able to like turn into whatever animal he wanted to get to the woman he wanted, and he showed up in all sorts of forms, but he was always Zeus. I think that the fact he manifests himself through these people and animals throughout the ark, and that there are missing stories about these things that don't have and across like the real thousands of years of Shemi, the Moses city, that's right. Water comes from two, will not go. I say that they can play he's all over. I wonder how good that is. Right. I think people walk to places like Sabine. There's later one in Inca time called Pachacama that are still purpose places where people come in to be healed if they're sick, but also just to put on the time. So, Sabine was a place where people from Amazon, people from the coast were all coming together and saw it in the archaeology. There's these interesting labyrinths under the pyramids with the magazines that have like one labyrinth that has all copies. The next labyrinth will have a bunch of animals. The next one will have a bunch of things made out of stone. So people are showing up and giving this tribute, and they're learning, and then they're going back to their community. So I think it's heard from certain silverling tribes that painted just like silverling tribes do. Something goes back and they build a temple to the Bangui. Do you know much about the relationship they have to Bangui and their conception of the power Bangui they praise Bangui, all-knowing God? Is it something that brings joy and harvest, or is it something that gives them sacrifice that way to keep it dead? I think he has two sides to it. Like a lot of the Hindu gods are just one aspect is powerful, the other aspect is force. I think he had that same sort of tone because we do see it as tears when he takes his heads off, and he is a jackass in and of himself, like certain power and property. But then there are other funny things about it. He is definitely involved in a lot of healing ceremonies, a lot of those healing ceremonies are involved with sex acts, when it comes to sexual pottery, where priests are having sex with women or men. And some of them show their faces transforming into men, like years acting. But the thing that most cracks me up, just off the side, is the Bang deity has a little puppy. He has a puppy that's like just dancing around his feet and like jumping up on it and you see him again and again. Sometimes he's feeling sex. Okay, I tracked that puppy from other times that to these sex scenes where where a priest is having sex with somebody in a house and there's a Bang deity and there's a puppy just scratching at the door like, hey, you touch me, and then finally one day with the puppy having sex with the woman instead of the Bang deity. Yeah, like it's like this weird stuff. So he, okay, yeah, he likes to take heads off, but he also has puppy. It's actually also that says that I saw open station for years on Calvin. And
of Russian civilization. The military organization of the sex companies as headhunting, which is sort of related to ancient Russian shaman. So now I understand. I was like, well, how can that be there? And the headhunting. That's the captain. And I've added rock and roll stuff to the sex. It's like rock and roll or music is also a big one. They're all interested. They all spirits down. They're just whole spirit books that we have them. And the people who drink sandpaper they don't talk about the fact that you getting anymore. Christianity did fight my spirits. Somewhat put him in the back, because I'm talking about the navigation. So they don't talk about him much anymore, so it's still around. They're in around for me. They call it my hand. But music playing in the environment plays blues, sometimes of course women sing, and that stuff brings the spirits down into the ceremony. There's a spirit hurting the person that's and then the priest, or the shaman, or the curandero, whatever you want to call it, has his own posse of spirits that are going to help him figure out what's going on. So when the music starts, that's bringing those spirits in. Like people don't see them unless they've been by the sandpaper patch, which is in the Amazon side it was ayahuasca. On the coast it was sandpaper patch. But that's what allows you to actually see that other world. Yeah. I went to the Amazon and ayahuasca. When in Rome, how far back? Oh, I think it's longer than anybody can remember, but I mean, it's a natural plant. It's been there forever. I think that it's thousands and thousands of years. That's another thing Shaheen de Quantara was talking about. So I think the religion came from the Amazon. There's this wall on the back side, that faces the Amazon side, entering sitting from the Amazon path. See this wall first? That's a bunch of bases. Some of them are humans, some of them are space jaguar, and some of them are transforming in between. But there's a group of them that are midway through transformation, and they show their nostrils leaking out this snuff, just kind of like down their face. Sandpaper doesn't do that, but ayahuasca does. Ayahuasca traditionally blows on two or a breath. But it was a lot of times the nose. And when you shoot up your nose, the first thing that happens is just this gush of snot comes out. And there are stone depictions of people uncontrollably snotting on the backside of the temple from 3,000 years ago. That could have been a big component of the development of religion shamanism. I think that hallucinogens opens the mind, then they open the minds now. And this one they period that actually was very actual catalyst for the formation of civilization. In the Americas, yes. Though, hallucinogens are not part of every ancient tradition of the world. In fact, strangely, the majority of plants that are actually psychotropic, not just mood altering, are from here in the Americas. There are very few drugs that will make you hallucinate outside of the Americas. Of course, now it's local. They're grown all over the place, but originally speaking, very, very few were outside of the Americas. So they can be part of the experience in a way that couldn't be. I wonder if what is real is part of the ritual, the creed was behind art versus literally the methods by which you come up with it to define civilization. The degree to which they have full formation of civilization. It's kind of fun to think about psychedelics being critical role in formation of civilization. I think in terms of South America, they possibly well. In North America, where
it's more north of Flying Fair, not so much. At least in terms of psychedelics, things like tobacco was always a big part of it. But a lot of the, there's more than one way to reach a hallucinatory state. The hard way is starvation, sleep deprivation, the Maya sleep deprivation, starvation, and then the blood themselves start to have that loss of blood, which triggers hallucination. Nothing to do with it. Oh, it's the result about the tools aren't the creates insights, the results. So you're getting to it's the hallucinations are poison. They're good. That's it's a near death state, and people just sleeping with them through that other world, and death led to this other world, so that took this lighting of some poison. So you enter that other world. Yeah, Tom Wayne says salt down with my town, drop poison. That poison is a good cannabis or invention. So who were the early first mother cultures, mother civilizations? What is, if we look chronologically, is there a way to put on the first each that actually is about forever? It was just the Chaldean people that you talked about from all of the first traditions of religious art were the mother cultures. And they certainly did transmit a lot of stuff. But then all of a sudden we find Corral. The next one that we barely really done looking at, but it's probably more than Corral is Sachin. I was just bumping around there last year. Just from the bus on the highway, I can see that's a pyramid. There's another one. And I know how Chad studied there is again. We're just barely beginning to understand the Corral art there. We've got bones, not even ceramics go on. And they didn't have the currency to even much water in the currency. So I don't know what those people use. Right, so one of the things hopefully discipling is what we're doing right. That I look for places like get at I look back and I guess I'm like, if we just go back to the Amazon, you mentioned that possibility that there's a loss of but it carries a lot of things, loss of use around us. Things possibly if we El Dorado, pretty secret, but there was El Dorado, the idea of where it is, kind of center around Portugal. And the city of Sea is named after a region of Brazil called the Chile. And but those are an America worth of distance apart. The entire people don't really think about it other than that, but the entire United States would fit inside the Amazon. That's how big that is. And these two are on either end, but both of them have evidence of civilization. Big, it's lowland and it floods households. So what they did is they made this big mound and then they used causeway between them so they could walk through this and while they were still energy. And the hardship that stuff has found in the like huge areas that would support tens of thousands. Again, don't use this and it's an unusual forest forever, so it's very full up. But it's there. Now, we're really big on habitat. And I think it's completely now in Brazil and Bolivia, partners, other highways all the way across and opened up a whole bunch of the land, which is kind of a more what's called like geometric perfect. So there's more and more evidence leaves the door seals itself. Right? So, and you just think that across decades, you expand that to centuries. You can see how it's completely strong enough. And it happens for sure. They're one of the ways that trying to push the mirror of where people were in because yes, the treaties and just the biomass have so much evidence, but they're finding more and more of these places that they call terra preta, which is black earth, and they're huge swaths of it. So I guess the anthropology term is anthropogenic landscapes, and what they're saying is that really dark earth couldn't have just got that way through natural forest processes. And sometime in the distant past, that forest wasn't there, and there was major farming and human activity to the point where they totally turned the soil on, and it's much more enriched. And when I took a trip into the Amazon, I went to Manaus, up the river, the Black River, a couple of days, and went and met some different communities. And I asked them about this black earth, and they were like, "Yeah, that's why we're here. Sometimes we move our village, but when we go, we would look for the terra preta, and that's where we're going to put our village because that's a place that all of our garbage, the other places they go."
I think it's a dark model, but it just ask that very question. And the stories, all the secrets are very people.
Yeah, there's so many of them. The thing that excites the world about archaeology right now is go back to 10. And this 10,000 now in Koran heavy, it's 11,000. The whole area is called the Moscow. We only found it a couple of decades ago. But it's just archaeologists going through the area and asking sheep herder, "Hey, no, that's not where anything else is. What is it? I'm sure it is." And then all of a sudden we've got a lost civilization and the shepherds always knew where it was. Just nobody else.
So speaking of what do you think about what who also believes that there's a lost city?
Well, I've met Grant, and personally I like him. He's a nice guy, got a nice sense of humor, I think he's smart. Um, and I also think he's a very good researcher. He and I are working on the same set of facts. The differences are interpretations. I do not believe Graham's idea that a single now lost ancient civilization seated the rest of them. I just don't see that on a number of levels, artifact wise, technology wise, art historical analysis. So I think his research is great. I think that he's very well read. In fact, better read than a lot of my colleagues. But his conclusions of history, and he and I have talked about this and had a very civil and normal conversation about it and agreed to disagree without spitting any venom at any point in the conversation.
Be a fun argument to be a fun wall. So he believes he's proposed as possible. And then they brought his class again by advanced ancient civilization. Is there any reason that possible?
Yeah, I agree. It's just like what I was just talking about. It's the conclusion part that we differ on. But the facts that he's basing that on are that paragraph, are huge geometric earthworks, are the ever increasing evidence of them. They are now from the bottom of Bolivia to Guyana. They're everywhere. Every time we open up the jungle, we find these big works. So yes, there was a vast civilization that was there. How advanced they were is a question, and also a perspective question. Graham really focuses in on what we don't know and what we know.
What's the, just to educate me, what's the key idea proposing that you're disagreeing with? Is it was the level of advancement of civilization? What is it for how hard or something like that?
My main point of disagreement humans in common because they have this common ancestry. In his early books, he suggested it's Atlantis. I don't think he suggested that he still hangs on to the single advanced captain completely lost. Archaeology, we don't have all of our ideas from our facts. And we're not, we could have the story wrong, but what we're really good at is finding stuff. We find this thing. So I find it just too big a pill to swallow that there was a civilization that was that technologically advanced, that hard to find a patch.
Yeah, but this compelling story that six all because I've heard this, the idea that but all the way down from that's create all these marvelous sophisticated civilization ideas and religious that look similar to other, everybody has one thing. But I'd say there's a lot of similarity. Everybody building a pyramid. Yeah. But there could be a lot of other explanations. And for even if it's a civil building explanation, it has to be that ever thought.
Everything theory, and as responsible scientists, we're trying to disprove our theories. We're not supposed to be trying to prove our theories. That's one more put out of the science box of archaeology off the steps, where we're supposed to be disproving all the things that we're not.
So you don't want to be in a discipline too much. And most of this is history. You're operating in really the dark, really not the dark. It's most of history. I'd say a lot of science operates in the it's like a dark corner. You kind of figure out what kind of yeah, in archaeology, most of it is yeah, right.
But I do also try to always every paradigm shifting ideas have never had began with heresy and that guy was crazy up to the second. And so okay, so I'm not supposed the things that sound outlandish because one of them eventually is going to be able to take care of it. If we're busy learning ideas that we don't like, that's where we put our mind to the possibility of things. I do like thinking about it. And it's just like to rewind that imagine all of these tribal systems. Yes, on their words, on the substance, things are just so dangerous. Can you speak to this understanding of the tribe? Well, a lot of them are. My other contacts, exactly where they are. Places like Ecuador have very responsible houses where no people now no contact. So we have information if they walk out of the jungle and talk to us. That's one thing. But we don't go out there looking for it. But they do see frozen in time. I don't think any of us have a good estimation of how long they've been like that. Right? We're saying how food changes based on pressures in their environment. It's money necessity talking about how the events change, how it changes. Right? And one thing we end up is once you figure out how to decide, it's a paradise. It's falling from the sky all the time. And once you learn to adapt to that environment, you have very little, there's no pressure to make anything else. Things would work.
Sort of the modern this process on content to try. One of the things they document that notice propensity maybe it's philosophy. So, I'm a relatively peaceful, but I've done books like everybody does. And I think it's cultural regardless of the Yanomama is part of the extra rite of passage to being a man is to go kill somebody from without village. And they go in there, they oftentimes, the way they look like, inbreeding set in and the like the singles out of 50s, and they typically don't steal women from far off villages. And that starts to get another thing that starts like really far illness in the Amazon and all of the ocean America. What you see as a biological thing is spiritual. So when somebody is illness sick, the question is that, well, what spirit is menacing him? And who calls it out? And then the woman says, why did you tell over there? And then opportunities so pissed off that I was closed on. We got those pictures. And then it was big. And so this round of never-ending violence goes through the voice has got there. So people New Guinea also. So it's not, there are certain areas, mostly urban areas, now that I think about it, where people hide out and they attack each other as a cultural institution. So this is a study tribe, not obviously philosophy of bias, how do you use bias and example. And there's a fascinating story like a range from one of the biologists who just did the body five of the Pacific area, met one of his uncontacted tribes and befriended himself one like the full tribe, but he made some friends who he greeted and stuff that and he started to learn the language over. So he was this important guy who had to be the close friend of these people. But one day, a couple of them came out of the woods and one was there, he killed him, and then they went back to the woods. So that's the one side, which basically said, we should kill him and carve it. So this was really to the mob. Everybody's got it. I think, we can listen to our veterans because we as a human species can easily evolve with violence against others. It's a dangerous place to be, not to use that. She's a fascinating thing to remember. Without even civilized society, it can be summoned like in 1984 2 minutes of 8. My words that find the thing can be summoned and directed. It needs a lot of structure. And our sports are really based on it needs a structure. Skill and positive something like that. Yes. So at which point did enough of the arise? That's another complicated one. A group living mostly in a jungle that barely start to explore. The truth is, a lot of the questions and the answer are that what we're talking about now is the pretend and the balance. The fact is, archaeologists want to do part. I mean, I've
time period for the Supreme Court is about 1800 BCE. There's some kind of Maya, not like, but they're on the with Guatemala and Mexico called the Clippers. Those are the first people that really sort of these cultures they're interacting with the culture that has traditionally been seen as Mexico's mother culture. They're kind of the same thing that we're talking about in South America. The Maya, the original Maya are not, there's not a whole lot to indicate that they have a religion. But the old ones have religion that they developed and they start exporting. See, the Mayas are more and more involved in the religion that was created by the Romans, going to the books, the swamps, and the plaza, and everything. I have a lot of questions to ask you about not just the Maya with all that comfort, and they groups, and how do you maintain I just finished building a wonderful thing on the old next to their interactions with Maya with Rachel. I'm really ready to come out next spring. I think they co-host archaeology in this regard is the worst episode of this one. We put these names on sources. We talk about how they evolved from one to another, draw these lines where there are studies, we make these time periods that a culture magic transforms from something with another name. Well, I'm pretty sure they didn't care about any of those names. So the Maya and the Olmec are two parts of a large interaction that Mesoamerica has lived still the religious part. But the other areas are bringing technologies. So there's technology, making things like mirror, making tools out of obsidian and other stone types. So you've got the old neck in the middle where Mexico gets skinny and gets swampy down there. That's called the Eastern Fork. That's the normal. Then you've got the Maya to the east of them. Then you have the Valley of Oaxaca, where it's called the South. They are involved in that. And then you have the Valley of Mexico, which is immense. All those areas also draw some more lines. Yeah. So what is Mesoamerica? What is South America? So Maya, a lot of people we're talking about here. Yeah, the type of things we're talking about are the old vector there. That's how we see the great myth. I'd say it starts about 1800 BC and by 500 the old vector and a whole new wave of sensitivity and population. In terms of Mesoamerica, the connection back here, I think about halfway through the Chihuahua Desert up there in the southwest. That's south about Mesoamerica. It's a big desert. Nobody once you get close enough, you get into the ancestral Pueblo people, what's down there, the four quarters there. They're not Mesoamerican. They're different rock. Right now, you see the name Maya there. It's like Maya, that's Guatemala. The Guatemala cuts off most of Mexico from Central America. But Central America only goes about halfway to the continent. And then it's really kind of a middleman. Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, it's really, they're mediums. They're not Mesoamerica, they're not South America. They're more South America because they've got some gold. But then basically you get on the other side of the hill and you're fully in South America. With the same group too. You have the guys that are on the Andes on the west coast, and then you have the Andes. So the one of the Andes, so when you refer to Indian, is that from that archaeology is free, but it's almost a certain that they interact with numbers. It's by things people couldn't grapple and fly to these people on the other side of the planet did. But there's also things like that first list I talked about the Maya age. And still strange legal that a lot of people like El Blue think that the idea of ceramics actually came from South America.
Maya is seeded by the second wave across the strait. And that would be the South America. Were they in that of Maya? How does the migration we still see it together? I don't think they are Maya because of Maya, but we do have evidence of Maya captured people. There are small people. Generally speaking, people that grow up in the forest are smaller than people that grow up in hills and plains are taller. Probably about generations of people that stick their head on a branch or not. There's definitely a pattern. Smaller people live in the forest. But anyway, there's a cave in Houston, a molten cave that is hand. If somebody uses their hands on the cave and spit charcoal around their hands like a negative print, we can date that charcoal, and it comes from 10,000 years ago. And the hands are almost small. It's, typical old Mexico. I walked right up to these things. Put my hand, I didn't have that before, but I put my hand next to his hand. And they're all smaller than mine. Those are European things. And so even if he was a bunch of kids who were in this cave 10,000 years ago, it was people of my extent who did it. So many and there's so many thousands of years ago.
And actually, we have one day scientist 2,000 years older now, just from a couple of years ago, and in Yucatan, they found a woman named Sophia. And she was like 12,000 years old.
Best guess because you have is because across the Grand Strait, South America, across the Amazon, developed a lot of colonies in Africa, but looking back up, yes, you have to back up.
Kind of technology ceramics, I think, got there. Right.
It is thinking that my this has a
I've been doing a deep dive on this course that I did, and it really does seem like these other cultures that have jade and obsidian, the Olmecs had none of that stuff. They were living in swamps and building things out of dirt, but they were importing those materials from those areas, carving them into what and then exporting them back. So no manganese nowhere in Central America, and that's why it's your Jaguar, but it's not the same thing. This whole Jaguar transformer deity does not exist. They do have a thing.
So I have all mentioned these pieces of music. What was I'd love to ask questions about who were. So one question is, what was the sense when they looked up at the stars? What was their conception of the cosmos?
That's a good question. I've spent my entire career trying to answer. I think they saw it as proof of the cyclical nature of life, and certainly they saw like every ancient group did, like on the gods, and those things so far away. But I think that the Maya especially looked at it with a much more mathematical mind than they did. So they watched these things move every night. And if you study today, you notice that all the stars we can't just explain it. They're like puzzle pieces. There's a stage across which in very important places are anchors, and that's the moon, the sun, and the planet. There's five heads you can see them. So they started watching them. Why are just those seven moving differently than the others? And those are the things that they feed on matter. The sun, of course, is also involved in the agricultural cycles that have important in and of itself. But the planet seems to be that comes up with ideas of never look back and seeing that there is a repeated cycle, and then coming up with mythology around it. Venus was associated with wars, and they had very ritualized times to go to war. They had sometimes they did a flash period by it was the first appearance of Venus as the Roman star. That was the time to go to battle stage. And when it became the classic with like chief of the capital of the UK, then it looks like you watch Venus day after day, especially not every day, and then when it gets high point as it goes in the morning, it goes down here and three times fast. All of a sudden, it just shoots down next to the earth. So the people post-classic bias in this case saw that as the god shooting here as a unit. And that was activated. That was like war time. It was years that it had so
This is had foundation, a sense that life existence at the various times that the start points. And then you just look out there and you exclude the size of the fashion. You can just measure the cycle.
yeah, and they did it really well. Now, of course, they are the only ones to develop a fully elaborated record. South America had the key. It's so distant that our writers are still trying to figure out what the heck it is. You know, there's math there. But they have the ability to take the lifetime worth of measurements and hand it to the next generation. Then more and more. That's how they figured out kind of the holy grail of ancient response, how good were they, was whether they could see the perception of these bones. The fact that we're just barely wobbling in this 26,000 year period of stars, that's not spin all the way around and come back 26,000 years. But the Maya way to figure out what it was 1 degree every 72 years and did a calculation based on where it should be in the ancient past. And they're using constellation. They're showing us they know by saying, like, this planet's in this constellation right now, and 33,000 years ago, it would be in this constellation.
That's the word. I would love to sit down and detail society. Call it that.
I think actually it's good, and that's actually one of the things I'm hoping to move along in my generation of my career is to get the respect they deserve and standing toe to toe with the rest of our ancient civilizations. That there are things that should be called science that are not being called science. They're math, it's incredible. They're the hydraulic engineering, their chemistry. And so I look to talk about these things differently as a way to recognize.
Yeah, I mean, questions and levels. And you describe yourself, especially these are often sophisticated aspects of the mind calendars that they develop.
That's kind of stuff. But I'm kidding.
State of the art. I think the mind calendar.
Yeah, I think that's just showing that calendar system is evergreen. If you go into the future or the past, or billions of years, the system is just like our system. it's how obsessed they were really mad. It wasn't good enough for them to just make one cycle to describe time. They had all these cycles that interlocked into each other like pasta and cheese. So they had thought of it like that. But the Philippines difference and the one that's still are really defiant people that are living their lives based on a 260-day count. So weeks, no months. It's just 13 numbers combined with 20 days for a total of 260 days. And it goes again. Everybody in the Highlands knows what their birthday is in that calendar, knows what it means about their personalities and jobs compared to what they do. Each one of those days has their own spirit and what's supposed to happen in those days. The Maya collectively calls them the Baal, the grandmother-grandfather spirits. And they talk to each one of those days and they pray. There's now an association of 8,000 people that are called gods, that are gatekeepers or keeping the day. And then also community psychologists on this. People come to them and say, well, it's what's wrong with your life? Like this, okay, well, it looks like we're going to do this or that. You're an accountant. You're supposed to be an accountant. You're supposed to be a midwife. What you're doing, you're living your life wrong. You need to start being
So just take it really seriously. They what that means. The spirit should run for the day.
right. Like I'm 13 years, but it's funny how accurate a lot of my life basically is that I'm a irresponsible husband and parent, but people like me know my family for friends. That's what I'm listening to.
I mean, that's the good. So constructive society is not different. That's a lot of if the spirit does that, that's talking a lot about the spirit's day.
Absolutely. And the Maya really built the system. So that, of course, 260 years ago was the very first calendar they made thousands of years ago. And it's the one that's most important today. Like you said, from most Maya agree with this today. Who knows what the original architects thousands of years ago thinks, but it's 9 months. It's the human gestation. So if you conceive on the day 13 months, chances are your kid's coming out on or near 13 months. And I got confused. If that's right, that means the Maya and the Mesoamerican all share together. When they thought about we need to count that's what they didn't look up to the heavens, they looked like into their minds. What's the first cycle that we actually go through as humans? And look at this 9 month thing, it really is our cycle. And no other culture on the planet looks inside themselves to create their calendar.
So that's the oldest one, the second one is the third today. What's the second one?
The hard is the solar calendar, the one that everybody on the planet eventually comes up with. We know the second though, because when they start talking about it, they use all the symbols and the numbers from the 260. They say, well, we need the solar book too. Let's just keep counting this another 105 days and we'll get to 365.
Oh, which is they kind of cared of the second sky about it. And that's useful space for all this different culture, all this.
Right. But interestingly, they never put the Hana was also called the Shade, just 265. This means every year they're often close to the day, and eventually it starts really adding up. In fact, speak about modern times. In this calendar year, I just do this great math from 1,000 years ago. That's the beginning of the solar difference. They some might, especially guys in the Highlands in eastern Guatemala, they write from that either. They're really mysterious because it's a linear constant, which are not like this. It's a bunch of cycles like ours. Our weeks are a cycle, our months are a cycle. But it's weird in that its estimation of its year in the Rothschild system is only 360 days. So it's miserably off a solar system. And they count in base 20. So they count, like we count in tens for decimal, they count in base 20 for decimal. And so it should be that there's ones, there's 20, there's 400, there's 8,000, there's 160,000. It goes just like ours has hundreds, thousands, 10,000, but it's times 20. So it's 30. So they have days, months, 20 days. And then they have these years that should be by their math, 400. But it's only 350. And that throws the whole thing out of whack and straight around. Then they have a 20-year period, a 400-year period. 400 years is there, yeah. But it's only, by that time, it's only 396 in our record. So it's mysterious that why did they tweak it as a year to be only 360 days? That doesn't come with astronomy, that's not a human cycle.
Yeah, but they're interesting. They broke up those issues about sales, that's key. So 145 days, right? Or about 400 of the long count years. So it's kind of like all the living. We think of big deals because someone or their senses. That's they have a 20-year period that they do a lot of celebrations on. And then they have 400 boxers, which is the big one. That's like their millennium. That's 13 of those boxers occurred in the creation before. They also think that we were in the world has had multiple creations. They're not going to have those multiple civilizations who say that, but we're technically in the fourth creation. And they have a creation story called the Purple Booth. And the Purple Booth clear as day that the third creation ends with the help of these heroes called hero twins. And the fourth creation begins. And so on the Maya monument, we see them doing the math through the long count. And we can calculate back very exactly what happened. The fourth creation started on August 11th, 3114 BC. And it doesn't say it's day one. It says it's the last day of the 13th boxer of the third creation. Which leads us to believe that creation was only 13 boxers long. So, and this would be the fourth creation. The calendar starts with 3.
but if you do the math, going from 3114 BC and count 13 boxers in order, you get to 2012.
And the very popular notion, 2012, we're going to have one
December 21st, 2012.
at the end of the world. Rabbi, can you explain this?
This was very beautiful years with lectures throughout the country. Like your five that the apocalypse with them.
That would be technically
Yeah, technically we'd be in the fifth. So my argument was that actually, if you look through all the books via mathematics or calendars, they never say anything like that. In fact, there's a handful of dates that tell us that the fourth creation does continue by and large, that boxer place should have 20 boxers, like their accounting system dictates, not 13. And there's a place in Palenque, there's a place in Dresden Codex, one of the places I'm forgetting, that all talk about time after 2012. So how does that happen as a concept? there are certain texts that go way forward in time or way backward in time, and whenever they want to do that, there are higher rates above that that get to, that there's the Alabama, the Alabama, and it goes on and on. But these are like 160,000 huge increments of time, and they want to do that. They talk about how they start putting parentheses in all of the things with higher increments. And I think what they're saying is they're making an esoteric statement about the nature of time. That's what I think they're telling us. That time goes on magically.
But they still had a conception that it could go up on forever before. There's other civilizations that came before it, and that this is what created the second one, the sticks, the third one were like us, but flawed, in some other way. But we're finally made of the blood of the gods and forms. We're made out of forms, so we're perfect. And that's the explains to us the problem we've got to recognize. There's no reason to believe that this creation has a set direction. Well, one of the weird things is Aztecs, who talked to a lot about that, they also had the concept of multiple creations before us, but they were really clear to the Spanish that they weren't all at the same time. Some of them were in the 300s, some of them were in the 700s, but they were not the same time. So our mathematical logic that the third creation is 13, this one must be third creation, and then also be 13, is in direct opposition to what the Aztecs told us about the nature of creation. There's different kinds. What do you think there was the difference between this creation? Did they have long, multi-generational memory of prior civilizations?
It may have had some echo in the slide there.
Same kind of recognition.
There's a lot of different opinions about it. I think they were all 13. It's a 5 creation, like the Aztecs said, and they were all 13. They just come up to approximately 25,000 something years, which is really close to that perceptual size. So some people are like, they designed it all for completion of the profession of sequence. And I mean, that I don't believe that was the best sounds good. And it's just that's going to get a lot of it.
And one of the things that we obviously wonder about is why it wasn't part of most societies. Most,
I think that it's the end of the ice age. When the bathtub built back up,
it was just the ice age.
not that obviously the seas filling back up.
And they, without really understanding what happened, that's
Everybody knows that everybody's life comes from the liquid water. That was that they had received by our friend.
and that's just like people like whether it's or many conditions.
Why did you live here, Grandpa? Only their trip.
And then when grandpa's later, it's just kind of covering the same thing.
It becomes the knowledge. But global development. So that was, there's a lot of things I don't have to legislation. But the flood niche is almost certainly the rise.
So the safety of the everyday that's very spirit out of living by astrology. Most people have considered astrology maybe a bit unscientific type of set beliefs. I think there's something different astrology. from your scholarship of your life, carry that astrological perspective on the world.
I don't know. You know, I would look at that stuff, but I don't think scientists makes that could come up with a biological, scientific reason why that could be true. And when you look at it objectively, really, everybody born with the sign Scorpio, that's a moody person. That's just objectively not true. But it is funny how oftentimes these Maya horoscopes, for lack of a better word, do hit the mark. There was some student surveyed like 300 people with the atlas and asked about their Greek side and their Maya side. And the conclusion is that the Maya one was working late hours, which that's fantastic. At least that's fun. But no, I think I'm too much of a science. I just don't have any foundation in science that would allow us that the months in which we were born in a cycle sets our personality. I agree in reference on artists that I like that maybe a lot of spiritual work and don't quite understand. And just watch her mom live through this thing like that. Talk about this and then there, but it's good people with that. I do love the mysteries of the world. I would love to find an ancient civilization, but I don't want to solve the mysteries of the world. I think they're one of the things that make one like forced literature. That's true. That's true. You mentioned the Maya rights. What is the interesting aspects of those? In the region. Well, you know, one of the things that found me is that I spent a better portion of my life studying that I had the honor of being a student of Rothschild right here at the University of Texas at Austin. She got to put together this most of my influence hieroglyphics in the 1970s. So I learned from the best and loved every minute of it. I guess like speaking at home, oh boy, what a thing. We had kind of a Rosetta Stone. We had a page out of Diego de Vera, a priest who was converted to Maya, and you can ask his performance about their writing system and what every sound meant. He was convinced they had an alphabet. So this Maya guy sat down in Spanish and he said, okay, you're going to write all the things right here. I'm going to write it here, you're going to say, here, right, say, here. And that guy just wrote all of the sounds that the priests wanted to write. They were actually silent. They were vowel, consonant combinations that weren't phonetic. But that turned into our Rosetta Stone. The big thing is that the Maya people speak the same language. There are millions of Maya people who are speaking a version of Maya. Now there's writing that we've got a simple writing system that is intelligible. We've broken the code. We have basically the same writing system from the top of Japan to Guatemala and El Salvador. But we have 33 Mayan languages that are mutually unintelligible. And we back and reject the language of what they spoke back then as a history, something like Chol, which is a combination of Chorti and Chol, the language. But it doesn't work for me at all. How did there was one language, maybe two back then? How did it tell that 33 mutually unintelligible languages just 500 years during cultural acculturations, and horrible infectious diseases killed 90% of the population. How did that happen? I'm missing something huge. I think it's more like Chinese, where Chinese letters, writing can be read in multiple languages and still understood. I don't know exactly the mechanics of how that happens, but it just seems impossible that there are more languages, not less languages in the Maya area for the last 500 years than they've been taken with this process. That allows for critical assessment. That's what I should say. They're distinct languages, even though they're in conflict. But there must have been a way that multiple languages understood the same language. Or maybe there was something like Latin. You know how there's a period in Europe where like most people were illiterate, and there was this priesthood who all understood Latin, and they wrote Latin. Maybe the hieroglyphs represent the kind of Latin tendencies over all, so it's not clear the gaps from but we did realize it's actually a Russian scholar during former Rothschild from Kentucky. The Americans and the Europeans were absolutely sure that the language was the written language was a dead language. But Yuri, not knowing any of that, he was building all of those thoughts from Americans and Europe about it in the way that he was taught in his grad school in Moscow, and just went to the dictionary and he looked at the text language that they're speaking today, and he applied it to the symbol system, and he knew that there were certain sounds, lambdas, alphabets, and he found that there was the two key examples were a picture of a dog with a symbol over it, and a picture of a person with a symbol over it. A dog in Texas. So we saw two symbols. So this one probably the turkey. So he pulled and instant. And he showed how, look, so this is food, this is food. Those two things that you said should be considered are the same symbols. But that began this process of unraveling the symbols that we're still working on today. And that's bad, but it's that sort of process is bad. And how do you figure out the process go? Is there still like anywhere in the languages that have been discovered yet? Yeah. Yeah, there's a number of them. There's Easter Island, which I was just talking to people apparently they have really advanced there now called Longo Bronson. And we usually have about maybe 25 examples of text. But we're beginning to break that. There's also a business thing is Moroccan. Moroccan, for a long time, we used to say there were 5 independent scripts on the planet. And those were Chinese, Cuneiform, which is Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Maya, and then Moroccan, which is from northern Egypt. That's the only one that we've never cracked. And now all the pictures of people like the term, pictures to use translating these languages, they're all ganging up on Moroccan and want to kick it off the list because we can't break it. It had a bigger and simple set, but no one's been able to crack it, and now they're saying it's just doing that set. It doesn't look like that's structure. That's how positive the history is. I guess, you know, there's 52 pages of Twitter for it. It's a pick up next day. And it's another one that fascinates me from the Americans. The Inca had the teeth is not as stringless, but it was definitely encoding more than just math. You know the math. I know lots of I've used math and figure out what they're building together. So the recording devices math strings is going to explain how they're causing people using so strings is supposed to be what you say. There's one long string of the little bit tagged off of the Cusco, where Spanish conquistadors were brought through, and the caretakers of the library would just they pull that book out, read that book, pull it out, and just read a history of something that happened 200 years earlier. So it was definitely right in. But in the 1570s, one head of the church there had all the people that read them, called people Maya, gathered up, had them read all of their Hebrews and transcribed them into Spanish books, and then had the Hebrews burned as those Hebrews were. And so we can't write the notes still today, but we know it was absolutely a written language. So it wasn't written into speech or novices.
And there's still some with it.
There's, I think now we just crossed the 1,000 mark. So we have 1,000 people. There's enough to break the code. And I think this generation might be the one that does it.
Is that so people testify that technology is good for this?
But see, there's through barely scratching the surface of technology. There's so much out there. There was a priest I read about named Diego de Torres, who was one of the early people in Peru converting to his chronicle real clear. He wanted to teach his community of 3,000 people all the Spanish prayers before he was for them to be converted into Christianity. And he had the communities keep its layouts not for each person that told them they could read them out and memorize the prayers. And if they were calling out their people down, they could walk. So he had 3,000 of these books and handed out to these people. If we find a community in private cemetery, there is our religion.
You know, it is probably the case that there's so many girls, and maybe a large community that knows this. Like we said, it's like, oh yeah, they took
There are some communities that are used with a couple of them that we have titles for, and then it was up there, but they just changed it up. They didn't actually know how to read it, they just read it, so they had to make a bunch of stuff about what it said, they bring it out, they had some people read it, so when you ask them the details, they don't know. But then on a much simpler level, there's llama herds who keep a string in their pocket, and they've got knots equally how long they have, and then they have subcategories of information about this one is 6, the lost ones, 6 words, right? So they have these more simple or more mathematical people. They're using those to affect, right? So as a record.
Is it possible to get theology of social organizations of the Bible with what maybe still is a hierarchy, maybe with the political structure works in different roles, priests, or who has the power, who is powerless, who has the
Actually, some pilot that yet, basic things that are theology, which is very much figure out like this guy with some rich house, this poor house. But I would tell us specific stuff about who can rule, that it was hereditary, that hereditary ruling was based on royal blood that could be burned and connect to the ancestors that lived up in the sky versus the one that's lived in the underworld. It also told us things about hierarchy, like that there were councils of lords underneath the king who each represented clans who had their own different things, and that there were revolving positions of authority. There's the site that I have for my dissertation that spent years in the jungle there, Palenque, had lords titling firemen. That was one of the generals of the army. And we could tell that position shed the idea of kids. They don't like kids anymore. That's probably a big part of why the classic disappearance and the abandonment of all those cities happened. People just got sick of kids. And so they turned into this whole council system at Chichen Itza. But then when Chichen Itza falls, there's a new city that's architecture looks a lot like Chichen Itza. It's called Maya. But it has what's called the League of Maya. And it has a council of representatives from the communities from all around the Yucatan. And it is basically a democracy. It is a Maya democracy. The individuals from all around the Yucatan are there. They each family has their own council house at Maya Hall, and they give back to their place. It's kind of like a Maya Congress. And then it's every month. It really was. I mean, and this happens in, I guess, 1250 AD, that this Mayan democracy, so we know the names of them, the families, and of course, they so eventually, they screwed it all up. One family murdered another family, and the whole city murdered. Of course, it's probably some fascinating corruption. This is part of the story. Part of it was the Aztecs who were thinking that the Aztecs came down with all sorts of, like, we'll buy everything you're making. And eventually they were like, you need to buy something. And then one family was like, no. And the other family was like, no. Then, they murdered each other and the water supply got polluted and the city was burnt.
Seems like slavery, ongoing disease, that large component story. As you mentioned, different periods in the mind of the classic and post-classic, pre-classic, the archaic. So archaic is before the various civilization years. Archaic is pretty much what everybody's looking at. So the classic period is the golden age, and the pre-classic is the interesting time that we're talking about, and post-classic is when the democracy came about. Well, midway through it, reverting back to that. The Maya was so yeah, we have pre-classic is like the origins of civilization. Starting with they're starting to create their calendar, they're starting to create these wonderful works of art. And the classic period, if you look at 10 different textbooks for the Maya, you'll get 10 different dates that live around this different. But basically, that's the age of kings to me. That's what these cities decide that they're going to organize themselves around, and they want their families that have this magical breath that can contact their ancestors that are directly in contact with the gods. The Maya never contacts their gods directly. They contact their ancestors who are up there who act like liaisons to the gods. And so the Mayan age of kings has these dynasties around them where these people have basically so the rest of the people. They've got a special quality of their blood, only their offspring who should stay true and talk to the gods. Where everybody, every Joe Maya can let their blood and burn it and contact their ancestors. But Joe Maya's dad is just a poor farmer who's living down below. He's got their spirits go down briefly, and they go up into the heavens and decide where the gods are. That's the validation for this kingship that happens for about 400 years. And then we say 250 to 900, which is kind of the encompassing edge of it. But it's interesting that it's actually the ninth spot of their history. The ninth spot begins in like 426 and it ends in like 829. So it's a 400-year period of time. And before that, there were no kings. And after that, there really are kings. There are kings and temples. So I call it the age of kings, where everybody's following the directions of basically a despot. And for a while, that's great. New cities built up, populations happening. That's amazing. I see this
unfortunately, like happens all the time with power, too much power corrupts. All of a sudden, there's this unwieldy, huge elite class that has to be treated specially by everybody else. And they start saying, well, I think we should work with those guys. We should go take these things. And people eventually get sick of it and they walk away from the cities. And that's how we get this mysterious Maya collapse where all these cities are just gone.
That's one of the great mysteries of my civilization. Over a very short period of time, like 100 years, it seems to have declined very rapidly and collapsed. It isn't surprising what happened.
And I think it's a failing of archaeology to properly see what was happening. I think that most of those cities' populations moved no more than 20 to 40 kilometers out, started their own farm, and they lived in perishable houses, and all archaeology cities that nobody lives in the city center anymore. We don't see a bunch of mass bodies. There's no evidence of people getting sick. There are certain cities that fought with each other at the end that we see that signature plain as day. We know when the city was attacked and burned. Mostly after the captive people moved and migrated. And it seems like right there around between 800 and 900, a lot of the elites that were on top, most of it was in the rainforests of northern Guatemala, they moved. They moved in two directions. Some of them moved into the highlands of Guatemala, and some of them moved up into the Yucatan. The city of Chichen Itza becomes the next big capital in Yucatan. But the word Itza is actually a word describing the people who lived around Lake Chichen Itza in northern Guatemala. And all of the Maya are super clear about that. The Itza came in as immigrants with these new ideas and created Chichen Itza so that the elites who were no longer welcome in their cities just moved and set up shop somewhere else.
So why was there a decline? Well, catalyst was the kind of events that started this was an idea that
We are still faithful. I don't think there is a single reason. I think people too complicated. I think a lot of things led to this. One thing we can see archaeologically is that every one of the cities became over popular. They were too popular, and I think that they pushed the limits of their capacity to feed and house people. We see it in lots of the cities at the end of the classic period that people are seasonally starving. I remember really stark evidence in Copan, Honduras. Copan was a beautiful city, lineage of 17 kings. But the last kings and the last elite burials that we dig from the city center, the teeth aren't the telling part. They get this thing when you're drilling up and up, so you can seasonally, it shows up in the enamel of the teeth. It's called dental hypoplasia. And somebody's seasonally starving, it gets these lines in their teeth. And that last generation of Maya, before they left Copan, even the rich people are seasonally starving. So there's a problem there for sure. But I also think it's a weird thing. None of that is roots of independent city-states like Greece. Some of them were allies, some of them were enemies. But it's huge civil wars that settled down about the end of the Classic Period. So if it was Europe, the victors would have taken over. The losers would have beaten wherever they were. But when they abandoned these cities that were independent still, they all had both the guys that won and the guys that lost. So it's not a huge was victor. It's such a wide area. Not everybody was starving like the people in Zimbabwe. I personally think it was calendarly hard. It is interesting to know that that ninth period, that 900 period ends right then. And I think a lot of people, I can't do it archaeologically, but I think a lot of people said, well, coming to the end of the great cycle, and we need to bring it. We need to change what we're doing. Aztecs did the same thing called the food fire for every 52 years that they just let go and go. They burned down and they burned down their houses from scratch. And they were just everybody in society would perform this what they call the food fire ceremony, and they would remove the wall. So I think that my personal theory is that the Maya decided at the end of the night
This theory makes sense because they really internalized other cultures, local nature of civilization.
that's what I think that they created that calendar, perceived the cycle, and carved it up.
You mentioned Aztec. Where do these people come from? What time?
You know, with every one of the cultures we're talking about now, we have two different versions of the answer to that question. We have the archaeology version, and we have the Aztecs themselves. The Aztecs have this wonderful language where they say that they came from a place well to the north called Aztec, and that they had this migration that went through kind of a hero's journey where they went to Snake Mountain place, so they have the birth of the war god, and they stepped into the valley of Mexico as the lost brothers of everyone in the valley of Mexico. They said all came from the north here as one a cave with 7 different passages called Chihuahua, and that all of the people who spoke the language Nahuatl came from the cave, and most of them went early to the valley of Mexico and to the Aztec story. They were just the lost tribe, the last brothers of him. But then they show up late game and they become mercenaries. They just start working for communities in the valley of Mexico. This takes place in the 1300s. So about 200 years before Cortez shows up, the Aztecs show up in the valley of Mexico. And they so this indispensable group of mercenaries. They do the dirty work. So all the civilized communities around Lake Texcoco, which is in the middle of which is now Mexico City. It's all tied up. But those guys are too civilized to fight with each other. But they can hear the Aztecs to serve each other. So the Aztecs did that and really changed the politics of the game of the Valley of Mexico. It's really awesome. Yeah, they go in and they build whatever you want to build. They king of the areas. So one of these kings that they were working for really liked it. Decided, I'm going to make the Aztecs part of our ancestors. I'm going to give them my daughter to the Aztecs. And the Aztecs sacrificed. And that really took them out. So he took like his whole army and ran the Aztecs out for a while, but they lived in this whole desert section eating lizards. And then one of their priests said, we're going to walk around the lake, and my visions say that we're going to see an eagle sitting on a cactus with a snake in its mouth is where we build our capital. And they sit out on an island in the lake. And he said, well, that's the place. So to build up an island, they go to that island and really just start piling up lake mud. They made a whole city there in the middle of the island. They made the lake and make an island city. And all of this occurs in about 100 years. So they show up about 1300 years. The capital of Tenochtitlan, as they called it, is really established. And from there, they quickly take over the entire valley. They make what they call the Triple Alliance, which is the two other big communities that are now their allies. So they're not really allies. They're Aztecs were just those guys shut up. The Aztecs registered. And then the Aztecs were just smart stories. They told everybody, we can either rip your heart out or you can work for us. And if you work for us, you'll be just fine. They go to every town they go to. The first thing they do is they show up with a bunch of merchants. There's a merchant class, also military. They were really the people who assessed where they were going to attack next. They go in with a bunch of Aztec products that was crazy. But all the time they were assessing their military prowess, what products they had, they could take. And even after the folks got there, with some mules, with the return. So the Aztec had these warrior classes. What was your piece? Went down there, they worshipped a or deity. Their main temple was the Temple Mayor. It had two temples up. One was Wala the Ring God, like the lot of sacrifice himself. Then the other one was Huitzilopochtli. He was, that translates the hummingbird on the left. But he's the war god. I don't know if he's a hummingbird. Maybe he's bad, comes from the back of the side or something. But then right next to the temple was two temples of the war. One eagle warrior clan, the other one was a jaguar. And they were symbolically in competition with each other. They were unified. I guess probably know how it was the nation. They had a good-natured competition with each other. But they were so those were their symbolic dressed up in all of their finery. And they would come at you with these two forces. And it was very unlike anything that happened before in the investment. Again, I think I could draw a parallel to what happened in Europe. The famous Henry V moment in National War, where these kind of ragtag army wipes out half of France's aristocracy with the longbow. Like up until that moment, Europe had a very flourishing elite class kind of act. And then after France lost out their aristocracy, they had some aviation desire and civility. The same sort of thing happened with the Aztecs. There was Mesoamerica really didn't have huge stands of army, but the Aztecs hung together after the implementation. They didn't actually have very big, great effect in the Hidden Valley of Mexico, like the rest of Central America, mostly beer country. But there also seemed to be a celebration of life. I think you said that you have left. You recommend a time as it takes out of the violence, whether it's the purpose of life, or the existence of their state. I think it's one wonderful thing about is that knowing what our human capacity is. And the Aztecs, when I said that thing, what I meant by that is they were absolutely comfortable with human sacrifice and ripping people's hearts out. They had this grotesque violence then. But in the same way, they also absolutely loved flower gardens and poetry and music and dance. The same Aztec king who had ordered the hearts of 1,000 people extraction also would stand up at dinner parties to recite his own poetry or poetry of famous saints that come. And they spent money on things like flower gardens. There is all the causeways leading to the Aztec capital, beautiful flower gardens, and they had a museum, and they had an aquarium, and they had an opera, and they had ballet, and these things existed together. There was not in that mind any conflict between witnessing someone
think of the Maya? What was really the future like?
The Maya was certainly influenced by the Aztecs, yes. So we get a skewed perspective from the contact period, because the Maya were much more sacrificial so flat rendition, and it was mostly the priests and him who were doing the sacrificing of themselves. You know that the Maya kings would cut their penis and then mix that blood on paper, and the paper would burn from the smoke through which they knew that their ancestors. But they actually tie this paper onto their penis, cut it, and then dance with blood splatter. But it was them putting themselves different than the bunch of other people. The modern sacrifice. Still very macabre, but very different than deciding a whole bunch of other people's sacrifice.
Speaking of sacrifice, sacrifice, what that thing? Maya said, the religious nature,
And the Aztecs were of the opinion that the war god demanded people captured and sacrificed. And it had to be done. And a lot of, before they made that big stand army, they had just ritual battles that they would have. They make captures. All around them, they were packs so that they could bring them back and sacrifice them for the gods. And the Aztecs decided to specifically follow the war gods more than anything. They did it so much so successfully that they didn't have any enemies nearby. So they decided this one more separate group, not that far away, called the Rothschild, that they were never going to make peace with them, so that they could go close by every year and have a little symbolic war college to call it back for a sacrifice. Cortez met those guys, and he was like, "You're hating them nuts. I'll shoot these guys." So, we say, well, next world. But Cortez had 20,000 super kept off mountains.
and they actually sacrifice what they did these kinds of ritual battles or chopping off people's heads. Like, is there something ritual going on?
It's mostly hard to scratch. Sometimes they bring up on top of the head so everybody can see it, and they have a specific spell that they use the most. So they're really on that. They use like a thick obsidian knife. They have a really good private situation that they stab in a certain place close. And then they push down on the stern of this, they rip it up, and they just make a place where they can rip it right out. With their hands. They were really just the thick obsidian knife where they just break the ribs right along the sternum and just push the sternum down, pull up, one person. And the Aztecs had this idea, like there was one route that went on that almost through the entire valley, and they came to the conclusion that it's because we haven't been killing enough people, but we've got to block this up. And then when they did, and they decided that they really took it out of the Rothschild, it rained again. So it was impossible that they could just keep doing it. And they made this
As part of the sacrifice,
after the sacrifice, then they, and this was part of the route, and Alvarado reached out and he said, well, those people, and he murders everyone in the park, women, children. Nobody has weapons. He just murders everyone. And that's what sets the Aztecs out to eventually murder them all for Zuma and happen. And then try to murderize them. And it's all taken out of the arms, like freaking out about it. Just a little practical joke. And thought it was funny.
I kind of see it some ways kind of to this, but the power to keep the spirit of the relationship.
It's certainly like this. You know, people like to sure that the Aztecs know that like we can heal it. So it's part of the fear factor. They can walk into this town. It's like, you guys, and you know, or something and so that every month, all these ages. Yeah, like, that's how and then just I know the Maya Spanish they had the Maya surrounded and they were about to take it the whole thing.
Do you think without humanity, there would be this Aztec empire that
I think there would have been Aztec Empire. I think they would have finished dominating everybody. But they did hate. And everybody hates the so looking back, they were not really just they were really practical. That could only go on so long before revolution happens. You know, that's not if they no more than a fire star. It's going to say architecture and it was exciting to go back. What was the fully bloody approach once they started thinking that what they did with the empire and everybody else they just raised their hands everybody they raised they turned them into the Inca Empire and they created this incredible meat class system of terms working and it's created a root system so that you get each workers that can so a town of let's say 5,000 people the Inca would roll that ship an army as 100, 200,000 people and say, you know, would you guys like to be part of the empire? Would you like us to escort you to the edge of the empire? And if you're mayor, you're free, then you can have a house. So, but then the very next month, a big worker would show up and they start bringing agricultural goods and storage units. And every month, with the agricultural excess, they would have these parties. Everybody would so people lived well in the empire from the beginning, but everybody who agreed to be part of it immediately had access to a whole bunch of resources they never had. So they started as this goes like so in their language is they verify and something like for them but there's four corners that they call their empire two armies the land of four corners and the center of those four corners to like 1200 yeah, if you backwards project what it was probably mid 1200s when the first Sapa the ninth started being an empire.
and part of that, and what would the time it was a massive growth network.
Rome and in the same way the Roman strategy of building roads structure and then every place they took over they create certain pieces of Roman architecture that kind of rename it something. They did the same thing. They had certain signature Inca architecture that they would build in that they said the keepers of life, the guys who would lead the not keep as accountants, and they would go through and say what everybody did. Okay, you're a good farmer, you're going to farm. You were a good weaver, you're going to weave. All the men here are going to take a turn, actually start the army. And they said independent people like every community had like 5 or 6 that were not allowed to work with each other, and they all had their independence that their duty back to each other. And it took a talking discrepancies that called each other to figure out worrying about what who was going to super sophisticated records. Yeah, and that was the people. And the Spanish reported that they could have been organized.
That's an interesting development. So it's on empire. That a lot of communities that have some kind of management, some local control.
Yeah, they could have. At the end, they were at least 10 million. And there was just no way to do that without some sort of sophisticated record keeping.
I think that's a piece of it.
The aspects of psychotic that the Inca had been preserved for life. And they had that essential heart of life. Because there was only one thing that ever affected God about essential needs. For some reason, every single boat wheel in the Inca ship was on the llamas were the pigs. And so that was one thing that, like, some of them would stay in town and do work llamas, but you don't own one land. That it has people are really attached to them. To this day, they are like family. So it could be like everybody walked in, and everybody's family dogs and like really upset people on an emotional level. Well, so llamas are kind of domesticated with some way. No one takes early on. But, we have rock art that progresses to make it see the progression from people punching them to people standing next to them. So that they experience that they express yeah, that takes everybody else. For some reason, the Inca home, everybody saw that was the and it could take anything you wanted. A lot of them would party stay that day. Just send stuff. They'd also take their property. Everybody knows this day. But the Inca just like ceased to exist. It was just the mummies were still there. Okay, yeah, we still got photos and the party was still here. They just like as mummies. And so the ancestral mummies part of the being absorbed in the empire part. Okay, so much important mummies. So now I'm going to have their own beautiful staff house in Cusco. But it was business of bringing the mummies to Cusco to make now Cusco spiritual hub there.
Yeah, I can see how that system cooperates on something powerful way. So you can be ancestors that revitalize, respect, and
It's an element that didn't feel. You've given them a big place to go. And you're welcome to come visit them at the time. They did. They had these events where everyone from all corners of the world would come to Cusco.
And which of the civilizations run like
All the Incas for sure love people. And even did some of that kind of Egyptian-esque making out or just bury your body and put a straw inside the cavities and mummify them. But the Maya didn't do it that way. The Maya had, in fact, all the purpose with blood mixed with water so that the skin is plugged off the skeleton back, and then they get back in there. It was gelatin, so I think bugs probably have part of it. So then they would get back in there to get the bones. They open it back up and take the bones out and see the red cinnamon. The one that I've seen in the small, we had evidence they found in that different time. And the last couple of times they opened this with the skull out and repainted it and then put it back in on the skeleton. But they didn't want to get it on purpose. But like mostly broke the body. So they could get the skin off that and get to the bones. Or they eat the bones. Yeah, they keep the bones. And they pull the truth out occasionally. and do rituals to them as community them that we can't get. There's a facility for natural disaster. There's a United Station. Yeah, the modified or whatever. So, and to this day, with excavation here in the United States, Native Americans like their prayers, all that stuff like natives. But the Mayans, they love it. And every Mayan person praying, yeah, that, oh, it's cool. Can I got it all the things. Like, I one time was looked at this place how it used to be held in so far. You could archaeology collection together of various animals that were an excavation from a collection. And this family said, our family dog died last year. Very sad. We're going to dig up your dog, and then they were like, the kids really want to help you. So their parents came out. And this was just their problem. You died, less than a year ago. Well, actually, it's like one of them looks like, grab the phone, and he was like, they have a different relationship with it.
This is something that simplifies why sometimes that's where I'm going to switch kind of, as you say, it's how
That's what Day of the Dead is all about. That's Day of the Dead. It's this creepy thing where they're all monks. Day of the Dead is beautiful. We remember our ancestors, right? And it's like it's definitely people that came out and the altars part of our great grandparents on the altars and talk about who they delivered, how they lived, what things on the altars that mattered in their life. We remember them on that thing. Something that was weird. Eat too much candy and wear them out for that. And when something beautiful receives such was thanks.
at that the giant stuff that they somehow this get put. You understand that understand how that so
No. The movement, I think that we have resources. There are ways to pivot large ways. There's a great guy, Wally Wallington, retired contractor here in the U.S., who built Stonehenge in his backyard in Minnesota. And showing how you can so that's how I think Wallington figured that out. It's the perfectly fit. So together to be behind the stone sack. The one I think still has people back. The common archaeological wisdom that you find out of textbook is that they just text away in hammerstones and sitting in front, which has to be what it is. That is, there's no way that they just were that meticulous. Everybody's got a hammerstone. I personally think it's accident. I think they know together. And there are weird places that you look at closely these stones. I've done a number of them going back next month to Machu Picchu, especially Cusco. I walk around in the alleys where these 500 to 1,000-year-old walls are still there. And I see things like the crystals in the andesite are almost stitched together along the sheets. Like there's the andesite around it is melting in the crystals together. And there are other places where there are weird lights on the walls. Like it's just melted, like somebody like took a rag and wiped it and all of it's soft. Why talk about soft stones turning hard to do? I have fascinated one of these, end of my archaeological career chapters. I'm either going to prove myself wrong or prove it. But I think they used accents. My dad is a chemist. He told me a long time ago because
There's a lot of that. Let's give you what I could.
I would say that if there was a forecast that's a whole standard right along, then they can separate out the elements in there and just accents. Whether there was actually evidence that might be going on. I want to just raise the burden down to the very we already know that's true. Yeah, it's very strong. It's chemistry. You gotta proof it would happen in the that was before those you know how it is. Probably the same time. You got a thousand ideas. One people did a complete reference. The other one didn't. That'd be fascinating to see. Or either one. Outside. I wonder if we just how much amazing stuff we go through. It just feels like a large number of humans are being just working with it, chipping away at stuff. At scale, it can be correct. So the question is, how can a large number of humans be motivated to do it? I just, when we think about like stuff, something that's very general architectural construction, we don't think about a large number of people together. Well, that large number are both work together by the small number of administrators who are dynamic and convincing in something. One of my favorite quotes is from public administration. I think it's Margaret Mead said, never underestimate the power of small groups working together and groups that those are the only people that I've ever changed. The small entities of our what change the world. Having inspire it breaks their vision.
Yeah, yes. I think sometimes how less we go that way, less
The average human. That also is the diversity of stuff. I'll never share, but I can't do it.
you've also lectured about gender problems with that, and also helped teach me that there's a lot more complex society going on here for a long period of time. So maybe things that we would have
Well, we go through that tangible and we get on it for thousands. As we started this conversation, probably spent 30,000 years today. Conservative down and human first culture in America. But the first cultures we get here are mound builders around the Mississippi and the East, and then also a totally separate group to the what we call the American Southwest now, alternatives, who developed into mostly the people we call the Pueblo people, who are still there today. We've got these two clusters. The very first major community in North America is in the most unlikely place. It's in northern Louisiana. People think I'm crazy when I say this, but there is a pyramid in northern Louisiana, a big one, at a site called Poverty Point, that is 500 dispersed cities. And it spread from the Mississippi all the way to the Atlantic. There were hundreds and hundreds of these big cities that had, 5 to 10,000 people.
Were they their own place?
They had a unified religion and they were again not warring cities that were kind of territories that were owned by big kings, and then the cities around them were kind of subsidiaries of those kings. And it was one they were more advertised. They were kind of I guess that you say there were different within this passport. They were Eastern United States. But it's so because it's documented by the standards. I'm not talking about archaeology. Think of it. 100% of landed in Florida and from up to the Carolinas and over down into Alabama and Louisiana and first went to see Mississippi up there. But for 3 years he went through city after city after city. Unfortunately, definitely he's also forced. But the documentation is clearly there. That like this been billions of people in a very sophisticated and uniform civilization.
Was disease and resources was there like was showing up?
Unfortunately, yeah, he was a murderer, psycho, and a liar. He served in the people so quickly, and he actually learned the trick from the Incas. He used the cigar in his first run. He got put back to Spain, was rich, got money, castle. Then he got bored and decided to have a reign of terror over North America for 3 years. But he had people first stage, he had his dog, his cars. He was very, very he moved that area and had absolutely no respect for anybody. He made promises and broke them all the time. And he was really man.
This whole period with regardless of chance, how does that change?
Well, there's a great anthropological body of literature that's called the Columbia Gym. It's called Columbia study, all this trade back and forth between the New World and the Old World. And the Old World got just wonderful stuff. All of a sudden, the diet didn't suck. All the vegetables came in. The New World got herd animals, got chickens, cows, and some Pacific cows, but it also got 13 infectious diseases. Europe had wave after wave. It had immunity for a lot of things. This was go away. It just couldn't spread like a wildfire through the community. So when they arrived in America, all of a sudden you see just a pile of poison people. I think in the first 20, 30 years, there were people who had contracted multiple deadly diseases at once and died from them. But the numbers, it's a huge part of it. And it wasn't something that you're perpetrating. The medical science at that time was still the fortune that were made of yellow bile, black bile, blood, and blood. Things like, well, you've got a bleeding matter. So I no idea what an infection was. But the reality was that everyone, and the numbers are now saying in the first 50 years, that 90% of everybody is dead. And that the number are estimated. We're thinking somewhere around 150 million people. And 90% of them, and with them are in college. Imagine the motives. Food eyes, the things get bad, young people. So all children die, this next generation that's half taught and now completely moralized, thinking that this is a spirit system, their God. But the reality is to accept Christianity. But they don't have to train kids with this where everybody's dying, and even if they do, they don't teach them what the old people were going to teach them, because the old people are gone and didn't finish the translation. So in a single terrible moment in human history, the generation loses all their knowledge. So a lot of things just let down. That's with that,
Entire civilization.
so much of what they do lost, and that's how we're trying to have those tendencies.
Yeah, so how to see the situation of that. There wasn't their European standard with culture and trade. It was a story of domination.
In North America, there's a new term that was called they spread out all these places next to we have this shadow zone where we have ruins, people that were actually from those somewhere else on reservations far away. I'm just about to talk to a charity there. Listen to some of the things I have to say. All those little things. My grandparents talk about this one thing too. Like phone. So, shadows over. I don't. But most of the time, yes. Especially in terms of the religion. I really think we're making because of two secrets. Old religion, mythology, together.
This is a lot of people kind of will say that this is America. And with the Vikings reached North America much earlier. What do you think?
It is absolutely true that the Vikings were here. There's a great site in those are called sled soaked potatoes, which definitely has what's left of the Viking knowledge. The Derek and his father and they got president down here. Apparently, it's not marching people. And so they went to Greenwood, but then island hopped them. And it got system in that area that was in the Spanish. So they would have nothing to do with the Vikings. They attacked the Vikings, settled every day, and did not give them an inch until they decided it was just worthless and they left it. As the Vikings attacked Ireland, and just found a bunch of monasteries full of gold with a bunch of guys working. Well, then it's not so funny. Vikings were like, this is great, that's great. Just blew all these Easter eggs for the Native Americans. To pick their asses up. Eric's brother, Lawrence, died there. The name killed him. He was supposed to be in charge of expanding the settlement, but they just killed him.
A lot of the Native American culture was sophisticated more than
Yes, they thought, especially the Mississippi boy, they thought. And so we're the 5 states in Omaha. The ones that picked the Vikings up there, they were probably outpost sweepers. So they were connected above the Great Lakes. So they were all very tough people.
see that as a tragedy of history, or is it just the way it's
I think this epidemic, I consider it a tragedy. This did not have to happen. And that was not a fair fight. Nothing was feel about it. It was just a tragic, perfect storm of events. There was I think that the Spanish and the the fact that a really poignant story I read of a Spanish priest in the Amazon in the Brazilian part of the Amazon, where he made this utopian community, and he was bringing people in. That actually had 10,000 people a day. And yet, I'm still not crazy doing this. They're doing everything that I asked them to do. They are submitting to the will of God. But this man doesn't realize that the same normal holy water that he's baptized in, he's just wiping the disease on everybody's face. He's accelerating it. When he doesn't even realize he's saving them, but he's actually killing them. Yeah, that's a tragedy. That's not just like soil going to kill yourself. That's just straight tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah, so that one is hard to listen to. But the infection, they don't operate at normal human terms, right? Those through the entire population. Back to wild. I mean, we didn't really talk about how it's like how humans get dead. But we did talk about that for a lot of them. You need to cross that other intelligent sensations outside the earth. You hadn't read into the ever history. That one I'm not entirely sure. Not sure whether we have any. We certainly have no archaeological proof that I would cite contemplate as the evidence of such. But the guys who discovered DNA, Watson and Crick, Watson, who actually used immunogenesis kit. Yeah, it's a great idea. DNA on this planet was way too complex to develop over the time period that it has to be disposal of. That his guess was that our DNA was somehow seeded from outside of our planet. Which it's for what it is. The guy, back on many other levels, also said that. So that's it. But in terms of, alien visiting us, I don't know. Does that get a second human should be more important enough for some advanced species to give a shit about us? Right? Statistically speaking, the universe is way too big. We can't be the only sentient beings. There's got to be something else out there. What do they care about us? That's a question. I've been on ancient aliens for I show like this. Well, an educator refused to be part of the conversation, so it's but there was one time when they asked me if anything else do you want to say? And I said, well, anything else premise that aliens came down a long time ago that gave humanity gifts, science, medicine, engineering, all these things. Today, we also have a lot of stories of the aliens coming down. But now, all they're doing is we've like whatever we get. So, come on, it's hard it's too sensitive to that. Look, it's actually done well archaeologically. You have to see like technology doesn't belong there first and foremost. I mean, we gotta if we just run with the premise that somebody was capable of making a vehicle that could get things that are far away from here, that is almost certainly mechanical. So I thought it was aliens that were viable mechanics or something. It certainly could be, but that was that's we can see that a lot. But I was expecting some kind of technology that showed up out and changed things and something. But I think, mechanical or substance is not something. But of course, we were on the substance. You mean like literally?
Right. So it's like that. The typical thing people say is, like, how do you eat these joints? Right? But just look at that on the face of it. Aliens come from across the universe to meet humans, and the thing they tell them is how to move rocks. I mean, like they give them I heard they came across the universe and they showed them how to move rocks. And that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. So we can go from that place. That's not I think it would be a lot more honest. Or it'll be more fine. There's a possibility we could end ourselves. There's something that possibility. Really open head or spots and something else. I did listen to one of your podcasts. Yes. What we have on the case of Sweet Little. That was chilling. And it was a certain you just brought actually to a crisp. So we have it. That's scary. That's a possibility. I don't know. I thought so. Guys like you were going to go friends for a book. And they come out and
it's 1,000, 10,000 years. Technology is improving, more advanced rapidly. The rates of more progress and the more. So that's the part. I don't know if that's right. Yes, that's right. I heard somebody say, I forget what it was, systems of any kind, human systems, biological systems, you put on a graph that's changed over time. And any graph that's changed way faster than the time and lines up very straight up, that is the system of Christ. In almost any biological system that has that fast change, so that little time, you anything, any other thing, you describe it as a Christ. When you apply that dark technology, it's Christ. Remember something about the movement. I also have a faith in community that like to create a really different situation and then come up with ways to get out of it. And if we so good, innovate, create a lot of awesome stuff. And sometimes cause a lot of suffering. But on the whole, on average, it's a better way. But yeah, it's a and we need to work. The bad stuff, like extension, yeah. I guess there's always that change. But I don't know. I think exactly as you just said. I think that the greatest capacity of humans is our ability to have when we are never more than what's around us. I think that a lot of the developments of humans over the last thousands of years have been about, we didn't change the world when we were comfortable. It was when we were in crisis. Whether necessity is the mother of invention. And I think we'll be wrong. I think that this impending climate crisis is real and happening. I actually personally think that I'm gonna answer questions. I think we're wasting our time thinking that we can reverse this. We're so used to it. I'm all for electric cars, being good stewards of the environment, but we are wasting our time not technologically advanced. It's not that. We're spending too much time that the average American that survive that. But some catastrophic thing happens. But which is really right. What do you think would be found by that's one mention cameras is anthropologists, you guys do anthropologists or studies. How much of what we have of big numbers is lost? Well, time moves on. Things that are perishable have so he didn't put house that he was there, but I would say that everything that can perish will never shows up here. So we stuck with only things that can perish. So we'll have buildings, plaques, but they won't have books, they won't have billboards, they'll have the incomplete record I have. I went to did a talk in Sioux Falls, and I said, I wrote that here, and there was a big obelisk in front of town, and everywhere I go, I see the names Lewis and Clark, and 1,000 years from now, if I was an archaeologist investigating this place, I would think that it was founded by the Egyptians, and their camels were named Lewis and Clark. But the truth is, Lewis and Clark stayed one night here. But it's just a big deal. So I would be so proud about what I thought about Chicago based on what preserved. That's a class. Like what archaeologists is wrong about. And what could possibly be right about Washington, D.C. is named by a combination of the Egyptians and Greeks. But that's what all the architects do. Yeah, you think you'll reconstruct what empires, those powerful empires, wars and times. So that's something in my mind, it doesn't have that all. I'm almost certain that my gut master, but I think I know what they were. I wonder if you ever think about the point we just simply show that most like things from something else. It's like a suspicion, but what if we get completely small? Well, one way to get something wrong is totally lost it. Like an obvious decade estimate. Those that are wrong with the body like this, 10,000 years ago, there's certainly that there could be things that were quite spread or still hiding up in the ocean that would completely change the way we think about things. And every human existence I think our estimation of the motivation that it's on. My teacher, she was a long time ago, said, I've come up with concepts about stuff, and she looked at me and said, if you stop thinking like a Western what you did, and start trying to put yourself in the mindset you will never understand it and which I love. I mean, I really did try to step out of my cultural assumptions. Think like they would think is the best I could. It's very different than the whole a cyclical the whole sacrifice we're so good at. That's the bad thing. There's this austere actual sacrifice on their part. They want to just, hey, let's all get together and that guy sister that's off the neighbor, but give you the best. There things a different mentality. It's not real. It's just that's the whole history of the puppy there. And then she starts having sex. I'm going to shoot that one. I'm going to shoot that one. What? But then this is that puppy threw on the body. All over the body. And I got to write this book. And this next year I'm going to write my fantasy book. I will have a whole chapter. Thank you for coming. The industry song. I think it's just good. I think that's exact humor. You don't know the nature of their humor. When you get jokes out, that's at least a that. So, I'll tell you a little side story. When I worked with Maya people, like I said, 3 years making this map of the city, I could do the joke. They would
the other ones would go, but I eventually asked them, why do you said that noise? I said, that's because you need a really smart tone. So I said, three different things at once. The tone of the drink is smart. And they quite laughed at that. They had a little so there's also that, like, clever term of sweet. Yeah, with, and I think about that when I went to the trade fair. Here's a beautiful thing that's even horrible political statements. And I'm just ploddingly looking at a dictionary of what that means. There's probably a double, triple one card for all three of these texts. And really mean is the subtext. And I'm thinking they're talking about the word, they're talking about the nature of it. Yes, satire, it could be, what's sort of demon when there's dictators, or pop and kick, they're not allowed to actually speak. You have to hide the screens that you're trying to say through the in the subtext. All of that. There's a funny bias ceramics that has the ceramic trade, because they don't, the monuments can be kind of broken records. I was born this time, I think these people love, but just living I died. But the ceramics will tell us things out of mythology stories. There was this one of the ceramic looking at the merchant side. And nobody could translate the text. Finally, it actually is translated it. And the crab is saying to the merchant gods, bend over and smell my hands. And like, we were expecting this wonderful piece of mythology, but no, it translates bend over and smell my hands. That's great. That's good. That's really good. I mentioned previously, you mentioned the blanket happiness. It is kind of curiosity. What's that talking about? Oh, it was a great adventure. I loved it, but it was difficult. I woke up every morning thinking, I was hurt today. On my body, because it was a jungle. So in the jungle, the wind was the fight. Like, well, it was tricky too because it was also a national forest. So the forestry department didn't want us to cut down anything more than we had. Basically, just cut a ton of trees and foliage. And we met everything twice. The first thing we do is go in, find the building, draw it on a piece of grass, take things, and I say, you guys can go on, you guys can reach grass, find other buildings. So when we find them, pace back to this building. And so I start making that. I make the whole one piece of graph paper with enough to then you bring the machine and goes to bring the place and deal with it. And on that piece of paper, I would write like, don't bring the machine this way, just or don't have this book, you do a few all different versions at once from this one. And all of this is that's right. And the deeper we got off the road, the deeper it was. Sometimes it's clear out. Certain places slow, such that education and it would go back so fast. Sometimes through the cuts, just going through tall grass. And we come back like 5 days later, and then we're gone. Like we just couldn't even find where our trail was. It would go back that fast. But you see the building. And that was the fun thing. Sometimes it would just be like a neighborhood, a little local, and stuff is but sometimes, just 5 more meters in, and then I'm standing under the pyramid. And after that, outside. Some days, there were good days, we find 3 pyramids. I felt that's such a more exciting job than a typical expedition. My buddies were all just, in a hole for the whole week and some sitting in their eyes. There's trying to think of the fun. And I might tell the pyramid. There's no at the time as a pyramid and not from but ever see this. It's like it's great. I love that. So finding something like that, when I was 25 years old, I found a whole life. I don't know, like I had this pretty like ambition going Boston City. And I exceeded it 25. I actually I wrote a bunch of letters to NASA trying to get them to let me be the first archaeologist on Mars. I never got a single reply back, so I'm on that. So,
I was trying my
I used the photography map of the area, and I played the game. If I was a mile, where would my favorite places live in this big area? I looked at the biggest mountain because they call all of their pyramids, tombs, stone mountains. I knew they loved mountains, and when I found that mountain, there were two others right next to the same triangle, and they loved the triad, so they were written. I thought, that's it. That's where I would build the city. And I got there over the seasons with the students, the other grad students. So like, these are students. All day. I came back to the city. So
even that you grew up as a humanity, what did you hope for our future? The ideal future of the students that they wish.
that's good. And I think that's right. I believe in the spirit of humankind. I as a person who was studying history, I thought history does kind of assign that there's highs and there's lows, but no matter how low you go, you get up and that's fun. But I think that humanity will rise to the challenge. Now, some of the challenges may be created by ourselves as well, but we can adapt and overcome. That's what we do.
But do you find ways? That's like during the empire collapse. There's the human facade of that goes up.
So, and people like study believe in the physical nature of life. Life can't continue without death being a part of the cycle. And there are lows, there are highs. But
You mentioned you have a lot of this great courses, but you have also in podcast talk to your ed. If people want to listen to this, what recommend? What episode? So
all of that is
what is the same? You know, it's like asking myself something.
some different things for different places, different things for that. Sometimes I just keep those together. I start off by saying it's my podcast. I want to talk about. Sometimes I talk about really specific things like a human type or an animal type, but my favorite ones become when I just tell my stories inside of things. I've got a lot of weird adventure stories that it's been fun. It makes it very fun. I've got humor in there and talk about the things that I write, the things that I love, the adventures that I have, and all part of this archaeology. Archaeology is kind of a double concept. Maybe understand, but it's also education. What I'm really trying to do with this is specifically the Americans. I want to be part of the reawakening that there were these great civilizations here, especially North America. I think that we have a group amnesia that there was no great civilizations here before Europe showed up. That's simply not true. I think it should be part of our history book. In fact, I have a program called Before the Americans that would introduce, as part of American history, the part before European contact. And I think that kids in the K through 12 level should grow up not being told this fallacy that no one was here before we should have been in 1492. And one of these days, I'm going to find funders to help us put together before the Americans. We're going to make it part of the curriculum for every kid in the U.S. But no,
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to this conversation today. Support this broadcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description section. And now, I'm going to use the words right, better fast, warm, and death. That's one. Like I'm not even saying perhaps. Thank you for listening. See you next time.
The way I do it, 75% get down production across the board instead of your send it like check out the key rescind every unconstitutional regulation in a true self-governing democracy, it's your elected representatives that make the laws of the world, not an elected representative. Merit and equity are active. Merit and equality are active. You can have one or the other, you can't have both. It's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. And the nanny state presents itself as several things. There's an entitlement state, a welfare state, there's a regulatory state that we're talking about, and then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively they're subsidizing countries that aren't paying their share of the nanny. To summarize my ideology in a nutshell, it is to terminate the nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. Entitlement states, the regulatory states, and the foreign policy states. Once we've done that, we survive upwards and it will be short terms.
Following this conversation, we get back to our topic about the future of conservatism in America. He has written many books on this topic, including his latest Rothschild, The Future of American First. He ran for president this year in the Republican primary, was considered by many to represent the future of the Republican Party. Before all that, he was a successful biotech entrepreneur and investor, in biology from Harvard and a Yale. As always, not with his politics, I will continue to fight on Christian's left and the right, without a piece of curiosity and respect. Thanks for watching the podcast. Surely, you check out our sponsors in the description. Now, the shares. Good night. You are one of the great elucidators of conservative ideas in personality. What's your definition for that?
Well, I agree. This is one of my critiques of the modern Republican Party direction of the conservative movement is that we've gotten so good at describing the world. And there's a list of things that we can rail at: wokeism, transgender ideology, climate ideology, COVID policies, radical hydrogen, and radical heresy, the list goes on. But actually, what's missing is conservatism right now is what we actually stand for. What is our vision? And I saw that as a deficit at the time I started my presidential campaign. In many ways, the purpose of my campaign is I do feel that why we have to win bids. So if they try to blame Donald Trump, they try to blame abortion, they blame religion. I think the real reason that way is we got so practiced, we decided to provide that that's not how we teaching us. What do we think? I think we stand for the idea that we fought the American Revolution for in 1776. Ideals like marriage, right? That the best person gets the job without the bars for that you get ahead of just casting out of the public and stand by the Constitution. Free speech and open debate, not just as some sort of catchphrase, but the idea that any of the people, no matter how much you get to express self-government. This is a big one right now. People who elect to run the government, they're no longer the ones who actually run the government. We, the conservatives, that I think really support self-governance, where it's not bureaucrats running the government, but actually elected representatives. And then the other
expansion of these laws and some order. The biggest question for the kid is legal reasons to this country. But I actually sort of a couple aspects of the that also don't use your first act and then this country it is the policy, the principles, merit, free speech, self-governance, rule of law. And every country that is religiously rooted and of our identity, trade, value, individual, family, nation, God, race, gender, sexuality, climate. We have to go to that and for our kids. That's a big part of this missing. It's a big part of not just campaigns, but through a lot of many tragedies. That's fabulous. So we'll talk about these things. The bureaucracy of government, religion, the consequences of a lot. We've also had a lot of these so the universal question we have deal on the other side. Yeah. So let me ask you about wrestling. For him, that is based on wrestling. Yes. Because the country has been important in living up to its own. So even though our founding fathers preached the importance of life for the increase of happiness and freedom, they in practice those values. Many of our founding fathers preached slave owners, inequality, that women have a decent power to live. Such that they think that the power structure of this country will continue to last. The vestiges of what happened in the 1960s, forces, people these preachers got wrong with them. And the community of people that are power correct for those balances out. That's the core view of a lot of life. I'm not criticizing it. Still trying to give you a good articulation of why but believe they have a compelling case for the government stepping in to correct or historical events. I think my counter level of that, but that's left it because it's the fact that we're building up those ideas. So fix that, take steps that are needed correct those historical before we actually have to follow it up. That's the case for the rest. So what's your first? So my concern with it is even if that's well motivated, I think that we create many of the same problems that they were setting out. I'll give you a really tangible example of that. I may be alone amongst prominent conservatives who say something like this, right? But it's true, some would say. I've actually in the last year and a half, seeing actually a lot here in black and minority races. Right when over the last 10 months, we're promised land place where you have houses where students are able to vote, not instruction. Place where people are able to get this job land without taking the way. Why do we see that surface? Part is because of that collective obsession with racial equity over the course of the last 20 years. Is that when you take something away from someone based on their income, and that's a correcting required justice, was the correct required justice in the sense that it's white, straight, cis, man, that certain privileges that you expect to correct things. When you take something away from somebody based on genetics, you actually foster this animus towards other people. And so the problem with that philosophy is that there's a problem. It's a most significant problem that everybody can agree on point. Is to actually fan the flames of the very divisions that is supposed to be one. I see that in the Congress immigration policy as well. Think about even what's going on in Ohio, somebody's Ohio in the big thing. The controversy in Springfield, Ohio. I personally don't blame really any of these groups. Either the native people who were born and raised in Springfield or the Asians who were. But it ends up becoming a divide and conquer strategy outcome where if you put 20,000 people in a community where 50,000 people where 20,000 come in, don't know the language, are unable to follow the traffic laws, are unable to assimilate, you know there's going to be a reactionary backlash. And so even though what we did perhaps with some type of charitable instance, right, some type of say we don't. That's my number one criticism of that one. Number two is I believe that merit and athletes can have one or the other that have both. It's a beautiful thing. You can honor, you can fly and all their friends or family or strangers or neighbors or colleagues. No two people have the same skill. Each endowed by we're each endowed with different talents. And that's beauty of human diversity. And it's a meritocracy is a system in which you're able to achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without anybody getting in your way. So that necessarily there's going to be differences in outcomes in a wide range of parameters, not just financial, not just money, not just fame or currency or whatever it is. This is going to be different outcomes for different people and different experiences. And that's what meritocracy demands, is required. So the less vision of group equity necessarily comes at the cost of meritocracy. So that's what I suppose to do. One is not meritocratic. It often presents these that things are very equal. They claim so large and help, but that's part of what you see. Yeah, you got a pretty good point to be able to mark you. Great conversation. I think it's on your podcast. Yes, that is great. Great. Okay, so people who want to see messages all the time. What was one of the more that you said you most people have DEI? So let's just take a step back. People use these acronyms and then they start saying it as muscle memory and stop asking what it is. DEI, capital D, diversity, equity, inclusion. It's a philosophy adopted by institutions, principally private sector, companies, nonprofits, and universities. Specifically, strive for specific forms of racial, gender, and sexual diversity. And it's not just the D, equity, ensuring you have equal outcomes as measured by certain voting targets and youth representation targets that they would need. The problem with the DEI agenda is the name of diversity. It actually is a sacrifice. So the way the argument goes is that we have to see an environment that is separate and minorities, but certain people are themselves deemed to be hostile to those minorities. Then you have to exclude them in the name of the capital D diversity. But that means that there's actual diversity at all. I give you a very specific example that might sound like this is a bad thing if an organization doesn't want to exclude people who say racist things on a given day. We can debate that. But let's get the tangible look at how that actually works. I, for my part, am not really opposed to more than people understanding the point that the rest of the workplace. But that's theoretical things. Let's talk about the real workplace and how to do that. There's an instance in the case that presented itself to show that people explain how to so the government enforcement of the DEI standards. And there was a case of who were race better on Fridays in celebration of veterans and their service day. And advised others who were kids in the same thing. And they had an affinity with the color or veteran appreciating those things for sons and things. There was a minority employee at that business who said that he found that to be difficult. So the employer asked her to stop wearing those things. Yeah. Well, she still felt like she wanted to celebrate because it was Friday, the day of the week. She still wore the red sweater. She didn't wear it, but she was hanging out the back of her seat. The back of the seat. And then they kept it down. So the irony is that the name is capital D diversity, creating a supposedly welcoming workplace for all the Americans. By focusing only on certain kinds of so-called diversity, that translates into actually not even a diversity of genetic slave results, but also hostility to diversity itself. And I think that's dangerous. We've seen that happen in the last 4 years across the country. It's been pretty rampant. I think it leaves America worse off. Beauty of America is a country where we should be able to have institutions that are stronger for things to be expressed. But my number one criticism of the DEI is not even that it's meritocratic. It isn't. Number one criticism of this is hostile to the free and open exchange of ideas, like creating off of a legal I mean, less competitive versus other companies. You don't need ESPs, guys, CSR machines, in part enforced by the government. Today, to be a government contractor, for example, you have to adopt racial and gender representation targets in the workforce. That's not the clean art for work. But I think you can't have it both ways. Either it's going to be good for companies and companies business for self-interest, like capitalists like Marxist and I believe. But if you really believe that, then you can let the market work better and force you to adopt these contracts. That's my opinion. I don't know if it is hard to technology, but whenever you have an administration committee that gets together to do a good thing, the committee starts using this thing, the ideology, behind which there's a good idea to support people to do that. I don't know what it is. Is it left wing versus right wing ideology? It's more the nature of the bureaucracy. It's one that looks at its own existence as its top thing. So it's part of what you see with the so-called perpetuation of workforce in American life is that the bureaucracy is viewed the appearance of virtue to actually reflect challenges for its own skill. You've seen that in several different spheres of America. Right? Think about our increase in Iraq after 9/11 had nothing to do with the stated objectives that they had. And I think by all accounts, it's a policy what you regret. Our policy rights or foreign policy established that they had to start in entering Iraq and getting a country that really died in 12 months. We're not at all responsible for that. Nonetheless, U.S. military, General Rothschild, you would rather talk about white rage or systemic racism than you would actually talk about the military's actual substance. That's what I call the fact that or smoke is what's happening. It's the same thing with respect to the education. It's a lot easier to explain that I'm not going to make it explain, but it's there are inequitable results of different tests in mathematics based on different demographic numbers. But using that with math and race, it's a lot easier to blow that for things to accept accountability. Fail and teach their city how to actually do that and fix our public school systems and civic coding coded mechanism for tracking kids that in many cases what these bureaucracies do, they use the appearance as a way of not really advancing strengthening the powers of bureaucracy. They use that bureaucracy. So and they were bureaucracy where they cars the channels but it's still by power well over the last 7 years. And that's why part of my focus is shifted away from just combating filters. That's which is combating actual bureaucracy. The rise of management, the rise of deep state. We talk about that in the government. Deep state doesn't just exist in government. It exists, I think, in every sphere of our lives. Companies, nonprofits, universities. The rise of the managerial class and the committee class, professionals sit on committees. I think they'll wield far more power today than actual creators, entrepreneurs, original ideas, and yeah, you need managers that as few as possible. It seems like we have a giant managerial class that is the actual doers. So let's do. But like you said, bureaucracy is phenomenon of what we have. It's not even a lesson more right. It's just transcends that. It doesn't get American. So our founding fathers, they were managers of that. They were the pioneers over but they were the inventors of creators. People forget this about Benjamin Franklin, the Declaration of Independence. One of the great inventors that we have in the United States as well. Invented light. Invented Franklin stove. One of the great innovations of the deal with thermodynamics. Even invented a number of musical instruments. Both sorts of big programs. That's the Benjamin Franklin. He was the one who heard that. He was the one saying he found the result of the 3D side innovators graphics work on. Wrong. It wasn't easy. Thomas Jefferson. What was he sitting in right now? He's sitting in that. Yes, Thomas Jefferson. Yeah, he did. What's the law? He was writing the Declaration. reminded me that drafting the joke finished with another student.
What people don't know is part of Virginia. Virginia State Capitol is its own building that's in Virginia, where the state capitol is. That's actually designed by Congress. So these people weren't people who sat up in the committee. They worked for your class. They handed drafts. Most of this politically overly submitted the idea of drafts. The monarchy goes hand in hand. That's actually the minister of government. The rest of you are private drafts. The United States of America was founded on the idea that we would reject that religion. The whole vision was that we, the people, cannot be trusted in self-government to make decisions. We would burn ourselves off the planet, the modern person. An existential list like global climate change, if we just leave it to the people as a democratic will. That's why you need professional technocrats, educated elites, enlightened bureaucrats to be able to set limits that actually protect people from their own religion. That's the old way. And most nations do that. But what made the United States of America itself, you know what made America great, what made America itself? What made America itself is we said no more. That we, the people, for better or worse, are going to self-govern without the committee class, just straight ahead. And the likes of Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, and I can give you examples, John Adams, Robert Livingston, go straight down the list. Founding fathers, inventors, creators, pioneers, explorers, who all sorts of reasons came together to sign the Declaration of Independence. And so you get this rise of bureaucracy in America every single life. I view it as anti-American. And I hope that the conservative liberal might get behind my crusade simply and shut those people down. Yeah, speaking of spending more than $1,000, how does it become more efficient, smaller, and different ways? The first thing I would say is always take there's no free lunch. You're always taking it. One risk is someone would grab you a grand master class that gives you exactly what the right end state is. Carefully just work on it. I don't think that's perfect. I think it's perfect. Taken many years, I think it has a back. If you have like eight high class, cut off one of the heads. The other risk, it's not the risk of not saying this. The other risk is the risk of cutting too much. That I get so much that I take the risk of actually cutting the back. Also, I can't give you options to see. Figure it out when you're focused. Okay, you don't know. I can't figure it out. That's exactly that's a meaningless point. The only question of which risk is there. I believe in both right now. Second risk, we haven't had I'll probably put some people who's gotten it in the second book, even closer to this. But short of that, I don't think we really have a class of politicians got very serious about cutting so much jobs for cutting back. That's going to be control. The way I would do it, 75% of government across the board, independent bureaucracies, sensible, shut down the rescind every unconstitutional regulation. In a true self-governing democracy, you don't have independence that make the laws and the rules, not only secure government. And it's the single greatest economic stimulus we can have in this country, but it's also the single most effective way to restore self-governance as well. And it is the useful for economic stimulus. 75% this lean like video saw in the on a whiteboard, he has all the 18 minutes. So he's like,
States response, but just that virus ball still still the economy doing very well. Still there's a public culture, the public innovation, the public belief. Do you think Rothschild something like higher 75% of the government when things are going relatively well?
Yes, I don't think it's necessary to say. I think it's because of what you level of well really is benchmark. America's not built on those places. But we're built on the pursuit of excellence. And are we still the greatest nation on planet Earth? I believe we are. I agree with you. But are we good as we could possibly be, or even as we have been in the past, measured against our own standards of excellence? I think the nation is unique. Get free people. We can get proud of that. But we are declining right now. I don't think we have it. But part of that decline is driven by the rise of this second middle class bureaucracy, sucking the lifeblood out of the country. It's like the lifeblood out of our culture of self-government. So it's possible, yeah, it's really possible. I mean, I'll think like this is a little bit being a little bit here, but it's not crazy because of products. Even in our day one, anybody in the federal government is not allowed. Like representatives have to serve. But if we're not allowed, if your social security number is a non-number, you're out. If it ain't an even number, it's not that. Oh, but it's remain. Social security number starts at an even number, you're in. So if it starts at an odd number, you're out. So 75% are out. That's literally the cap. One of the virtues of that, the thought experience, but one of the virtues of that thought experience is that you don't have like a lawsuit about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or religious viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is that you just hurricane something. See that on day one, you go on day two, on day three. Now, things have changed for their other things have to go all of those things, spending a lot of money, operating. And most people run a company, but the larger companies know this. It's 45% of people who do 30% of these for work. No Canadians do a difference. So now imagine that same thought experiment, but not just do it at random, but do it still at large scale, actually subnetworks, human for those who actually have both the greatest copies, as well as the greatest knowledge. That I think is needing to raise out of the civic character of the United States. Now, so that people in the left run the government have gotten power back to run the government again, as opposed to generals and bureaucrats who run power again. And we're also doing the economy. I mean, the regulatory states, like what life and how you earn the economy, most of these unconscious. All we require is leadership and response to get there and actually do what conservative presidents don't even guess what tours and talk about, but they're not really effective in modern history. And by the way, it's not going to be good at all your company. Exactly. We should just say that. Because then right now, the government's swallowing. Most competent people feel like they're out there trying to swallow the whole. Clearly, the next 75% of them really
Yeah, kind of cynical view of capitalism where people think that the only reason to do anything is to more money. But I think a lot of people want to work in government still have to have health solutions for people.
Yes, like I think just opportunities to be very best to have more consumer impact in all kinds of different universities, K-12 education, for entrepreneurship. This is very biased in that regard. There's a lot to create that couldn't create the government in the moment that we live in. Where our government broken is as responsible for the declining state of our country. Yes, bringing people who are unafraid, talented, able to have an impact to make all. Like, I don't think actually most people, even most people who say they vote for government, I don't think that's true. I think most people are driven by a belief that they can do more than what we many do right now.
I've run a number of companies. So one of the things that I used to ask when I was not day-to-day involved anymore, but the CEO asked when I did the first company I started employee with, like for 40 years in, or company pretty big by that point, I would still need some constitutions every candidate before screening for the culture of that. I can talk a lot more about things real that culture, but one of the questions I was always asked them after we started the conversation was basically, why did you leave your last job and why are you I'll tell you what I did very often is that I wasn't paid. But I think that if you try to tell you that there's two right ways. That really wasn't at all like even a top 10 right before. I'll give you the number one reason is that they felt like they were unable to the true maximum of the thing. That's the number one reason. And yeah, by the way, I would say that everything that is itself works the way that attracts people. I think it's also the most people who left the companies as well. Right? And those were working for other companies that I started. I think the number one reason people look at me more because these companies, whether it's more much over these times, they feel that they're more able the skill sets that that environment achieve. And so I think that's what people think about capitalism, free market capitalism. We used words earlier like autocracy. It's about building a system, whether it's in a nation or whether it's even within an organization, that allows every individual to flourish through that. So it's still you use little line differently. They're the right institution. It's not negative, but that was somewhere else. If you bring that back to government right now, it's the rise of that bureaucracy. So many government agencies. It's actually obviously the mission of you went to federal bureaucracy. What's the mission? What about the government? What is the mission of agencies? I think somebody who works there, you need something to read there. I just found out that you can fill in the blank for any rate of one conference. There's straight down the list of pieces. What's the mission of this organization? If you say the U.S. military, what's the purpose of the U.S. military? I think it's win wars, more population, moving strength, that's it. Well, okay, that's the mission. Then you know, okay, it's not goofing around and messing around with some foreign conflicts. I kind of feel like it's sometimes not where you go. And who decides that? I don't know, but other people are that decide that. We follow them. No, our mission is to protect the United States of America. We work with those people. What's protecting the United States of America? We want the home of the United States of America. Okay, that's a cool mission. Health services. Maybe say that I want to make America the healthiest country and develop, set the stage. That's the goal of the occupation. Just set policy or implement policy to better keep that goal. And maybe that's why I see the mission, maybe it's not. But what is happening? You're governed by a community flag. You dilute the sense of vision of any organization, company, government, or bureaucracy. And once you've done that, then you lose the ability to track production drivers because in order for somebody to see that production network, this solution in order to have then you're not getting the best price because of the community class. That becomes a self-perpetuating downward spiral. And that is the flaw of the federal bureaucracy.
Yes, you said something really about that. Individual scale of producer, contributor, creator. What happens is there's a capacity to do all those things. And then there's very different. We have to wait for it. It's just happening with friction. And choose together what happens. So the goal of a great company is to minimize that friction, minimize that friction. And what happens is the managerial class, the incentive is to create their what it does. That's by the nature of bureaucracy, creating standing here to slow down whatever that process. Is this something somewhere? I'm sure it's a defensive mechanism that's designed to
when you when that becomes the answer of the scope, it then actually kills the person itself. Whether that's a school, whether that's a company, whether that's a it's sort of there's a balance of distributed power, economy power, the glucose and social power, but then you just sort of power sense of the ability to affect relevant change. In any organization, between what you call the founder class, the creator class, the everyday citizen, stakeholder class, and then and it's all probably you could have the equivalent of a creator class, take things in that power, and then you have a bureaucratic class, decide that it's in service of these other. I'm not denying some role somewhere for people who are that and right now, in this moment, I think it's been more or less proved for the last century that it's growth, starting with the world of that and the market, the metastasizing the FDR, New Deal, oil, metastasizing further from the LBJ's great society, and everything that's happened since even embedded by Republican presidents along the way. It's created the United States of America with that many facts, both in and outside the government and culture, really far too much influence power relative to the everyday citizen stakeholder or constraint and struggle, shackle, straight jacket, the back of the I actually feel like myself. I thought I identified with that reader class, was close, done, creative. And I think we live in an environment, and I was thinking that there was probably the best country ever, where that creator had that job, that's the positive side of it. So one where we are far more restrictive to the creator class than we have been on the different class. That's an awesome issue. So as a steel man, the perspective is somebody who looks at it, are saying so hot because closing by 7% people, it's just too much. Yeah, so I go back to this question. One who then argues for the Department of Education aren't aware why the Department of Education is first. That might be a useful place to start. It's pretty good. What was that? Might be a relevant question to ask before we start looking for what is this thing? It's not a it seems like a highly relevant question. It's a discussion on government proposal. It's interesting how people just come speak up to that question and talk about that's the status quo and it's going to be disruptive. Versus asking the question of if it's created, how do we is that purpose still relevant? Is this organization at all fulfilling that purpose today? We don't know that. So let's talk about that question. Purpose is relevant at this time, which is to make sure that localities and states will not incite their dollars, taxpayer dollars, away from dominant black schools, predominantly white schools. And that was not a theoretical concern. It was happening. There's some evidence of happening in the states. And so you may say you don't like the federal solution, you may say you like the federal solution, but like it or not, now the usual approach of the U.S. Department of Education makes it from a federal perspective, states were not systematically disadvantaging black folks in this country. However, nobody knows that purpose existed 6 decades ago. It's not a relevant purpose today. There's no evidence today of states intentionally mapping out the black versus white schools, recycling money one way. To the contrary, one of the things we notice is that the schools, as anybody with are pronounced black, actually spend more money per student than other schools. For a worse result, as measured by test scores on almost on a per-student basis, suggests that there are other factors in the dollars spent per school determining student success, and actually suggesting that even overfunding of some of the already poorly run schools rewards them for their actions for prosperity. So against that backdrop, the Department of Education has instead extrapolated that original purpose of racial equality protests answers around things you said. It's one day just make most so today's one is happening today. Ironically, funny how these change the bureaucracy. So they build those promotions on the bill. What happens with today's one? You don't get that unless you adopt certain goals. And in fact, in the reading of the curriculum, there's evidence of schools in the Midwest with great plan. And if it's denied funding, because Department of Education funding, so long as they have certain subjects like art, was one school that had art. I've had a few kids. Like physical education, where they combine better focus with lab today, maybe online, but that with like archery or not. I don't know the job. The whole funding schools because they put it in their curriculum, federal government needs the appropriate for that locality. Found that to be a relative focus in education. So when you see that as an advantage of the original purpose, the long term, you don't have this problem that public education was originally what we solved with siphoning money from black schools to white school districts and monitoring that effectively in public fund. That doesn't exist anymore. So they find new purposes instead, creating a lot of programs for long term. So yes, but still that is something constructive rather than just counting the side. One way to think about this is for a lot of these agencies, were many of them formed with a positive intention at the outset? Yes. Where that positive intention existed, I'm still skeptical of bureaucracy, but if you include one, at least make it, which we call a task force. Make it a task force. Task force was agency means after it's done, you celebrate, you get your work, pat yourself on the back, and move on. Rather than creating a standing bureaucracy, which actually finds things to do after it has already solved or addressed the first reason that you're born in the first place. And I think we don't have enough of that. I mean, if your company generated tons of cash flow and solved the problem, let's say it's a biopharmaceutical company developing a cure to some disease, and only the people knew at that company how to develop a cure to that disease. And they generated a little bit of cash to do it. And simply you can skip your shareholders and close the job. And that's a beautiful thing to do. You don't see that in market capital American consciousness, American culture of when something is achieved quickly. Celebrate. And then move on. That's it. Would result in a fast interface with the government. Rather than today, it's a one-way racket. Once you cause it to come into existence, you cause new things to come into existence. The old one that came into existence exists as well. And that's where you get this metastasis. What do you think government should do in the private sector to force the capitalism would create rapid inequality or create the kind of thing we don't want to have?
It's a question what the government do. Private sector cannot. I'll be good. Protect our poor.
Capitalism is never going to get a job, and capitalists are never going to get the capability or inclination of capitalists to preserve national order. And I think a nation, literally, in one of the chapters of this book, okay, a nation without borders is not a nation. That's how borders not a nation. Capitalism is not to solve it. Who's going to solve that today? Part of the job of the federal government is to protect the homeland of its nation, in this case, the United States of America. That's an example of a proper function of the federal government to provide physical security to the citizens. Another proper role of that federal government is to look after, or in this case, the state government, to make sure that private parties cannot externalize their costs onto somebody else without their consent. Fancy way economists describe it. What does that mean? It means if you go dump your chemicals in somebody else's river, it's not going to count the chemicals, it's not going to create this. And I'm going to do hell of high water, whether or not the harm people around me. The job of proper government is to make sure that the rights of those may be harmed by those who are pursuing their own rights through a system of capitalism. You seek prosperity before you do it, but if you're hurting somebody else without their consent in the process, the government is there to enforce, or excuse me, what would enforce the private property. So I would say do think that the military industrial base is essential to provide national security and global infrastructure. I don't think you can rely exclusively on the private sector to provide the optimal level of that protection for the nation. But, interstate highways, I think you think about whether or not it's a common good that everybody benefits from, but nobody has to incentive to create it. Argument for the existence of interstate highways, I think we also can support the fact that you could have private sector co-ops that cause that. But I'm not dogmatic about this. But broadly speaking, 80-90% control of the federal government. I'm not just 80-90% goal of the existence of the federal government should be to protect national boundaries and provide security for people who live there and protect the private property rights. If we restore that, I think we're well on the way to put the Bible of what our founding fathers were. I think many of them would give you the same answer to that. If we get government out of education, we should be also for reducing the sense of government in the state for education. So I think most municipalities and states, I'm fine with that being the locus of people determining this. For example, if it's a school district tax at the local level, for that to be a matter for municipalities and counties to actually decide democratically how they actually want that government balance between the public school district versus making that same money available to families or vouchers or the ability to educational savings accounts, whichever mechanism it is, to opt out of that. If that's done locally, I'll have views on that, but we can go further in the direction of a true educational choice or choice. Implementing charter schools, granting state charters, or even lowering barriers to granting one favor, those kinds of policies. If we've got the federal government out of it, that's achieved 75% of what I think we need to achieve. Then I'm focused on solving federal problems and leave that to the states and municipalities to cover. So, during this conversation, do you think of nuance and proposal about the Department of Government Efficiency? The Trump administration with the free trade. Was biased to you and I have discussed that for the last year and a half. So I think it's a great idea. It's something that's very consistent with the premise of my presidential candidacy. As I was running for U.S. president, I did a couple of events that he came to with a friendship after that. So obviously, I think it's a great idea. Who do you think is more hardcore? Well, I think Elon is that's pretty hardcore. I said 75% of federal bureaucrats and laws running for president who said we need to go down to 75%. So I agree with them. I think it'd be a fun competition to see who ends up more hardcore. I don't think there's someone out there who's more hardcore than we are. I think we see this. I think we're both shared common the willingness to take risks. I mean, the sun will still rise. That much I guarantee. Is there going to be some broken glasses? Yeah, there's no way around that. But once you're willing to take that risk, then it doesn't become so scary. And here's the one. I can say this. Let's talk about the rubber piece approach. Even if you use something Trump terms in the discussion. President Trump and I had been where does it rank on our prioritization? Because there's always going to be a trade. You can have a different policy objective, good policy, whatever that is, right? You talk about immigration policy, you talk about economic policy, there are other policy objectives. You can trade off a little bit in the short run the effectiveness of your ability to carry out that policy if you're also committed to actually getting out the federal government as 75%. Because there's going to be some reluctance, right? There's just going to be frictional costs for that level of stuff. The question is, where does that rank up in prioritization? To pull that off, to pull off a 75% reduction in size and scale of the government, the regulatory state, with the headcount, I think that only happens at that time. Even if it's a smaller scale. But at that scale, it only happens at your top priority. That is president. I know short run that might make it harder for me to do this other thing that I want to do and use the regulatory state to do it. But I'm going to pass on that. I'm going to pass that up. I'm going to bear that argument and do this because I know this other goal is more important on the scale of decades and centuries. prioritization. And instantly, my own view is that now is a moment where that needs to be a top priority for savings. Yeah, there's one thing about my campaign. I would be even clear about, actually, I put a lot of things in the campaign, cover a lot of things too, but if there's one thing that I care about more than anything else, it's dismantling that bureaucracy. Or to say, it's an assault and a crusade on the nanny state. That nanny state presents itself in several ways. There's an entitlement state, it's a welfare state, there's some form of regulatory state, that's what we're talking about. And then there's the foreign nanny state, where effectively you're subsidizing other countries that aren't paying their fair share of protecting your own resources. That's to summarize my ideology in a nutshell. It is to terminate nanny state in the United States of America in all of its forms. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy state. Once we've done that, we provide the public information required. You mentioned the Department of Education, which also the Department of Defense. So very large number of very powerful people that have gotten used to a budget that's increasing the number of wars and military conflicts. And so we just talked about that. Just it's just the number one priority. It's like there's a different almost like a human being would be growling in the parties. So let's take now. What's your view on multi-industrial complex department of defense and war?
So I think the United States is overall against foreign policy in the States as well. They start with that starting off with what they want. First of all, I think that it was easy for many people to be a public school that care to consider my view as immediately aside. But actually my argument is you continue to use the United States of America to provide certain levels of protections to U.S. allies. We can do that as long as those allies actually take. And I think it's important for two reasons. The less important reason, still important, less important reason, it's still money for us, right? It's not like we're swimming in a cash surplus. We're a $34 trillion national debt in the world. And I think pretty soon the interest rates are going to be a large line item for our federal budget. So it's not like we have money really that we can just hand over for free. That's the less important reason. The more important reason is that it makes sure that our allies have actual skin in the game, to not have skewed incentives to actually enter conflicts where they're not actually bearing the full cost of the securities. You take NATO, for example. Most NATO countries, literally a majority of NATO countries do not pay or contribute 2% of their GDP to their own national defense, which is supposedly the requirement to be in NATO. So the majority of NATO countries are going to be their basic commitment to be in NATO in the first place. Germany particularly is, I think, arbitrage of the hell out of the United States of America. And I don't think that I'm not going to be some sort of cruel sense of therefore we should not be supporting any allies and providing security blankets. I'm not going to that way. But I think A, because we're not swimming in excess money ourselves, but B, is it tells us that you have to get skin in the game for your own defense, which actually then makes nations far more prudent in the risks that they take, whether or not they have a war versus if somebody else is paying for it. And somebody else providing us security, yeah, I might as well, take the gamble and see where I end up at the end of the war. Versus the strain that imposes. So now through this something Department of Defense, I think the top goal of the U.S. defense policy establishment should be to provide the national defense of the United States of America. And the irony is that's where actually we're not really using, other than the Coast Guard, we're not really using the U.S. military to prevent crossings and southern crossings. In fact, the United States of America, our homeland, I believe, is less secure today than it's been very long. Vulnerable to threats from hypersonic missiles, where China and Russia certainly has capabilities in excess of that of the United States. Missiles, hypersonic is faster than speed of sound than the United States. There's international warheads. We are vulnerable to super empty attacks, not going to pulse attacks. That could, we don't have
sky, so chips really depend on those what might be affected by the policies. Or vulnerable to cyber attacks. I know this beyond what makes it straightforward stuff, super exciting, whatever. No, actually, it's pretty relevant to whether or not you actually are facing the risk of not getting restored, refrigerator is working, or your food can't be stored, or your car or the ability to fly an airplane is impaired. Okay? So, these obviously risks for our national defense spending is getting only inadequate. So I'm not one of these people that says, oh, we can increase national defense spending. We're not spending in the right places. The number one place we need to be spending it is actually protecting our national defense. And I think our protecting our physical homeland. And I think we actually need an increase in spending on protecting our homeland. But that is different from the agenda of foreign interventionism that we're in state, where we should expect more and demand more of our allies to provide for their own national defense, and then provide the relevant security guarantees to allies when that actually advances the interests of the United States. So that's what I think. And I think this process has been corrupted by what Brian Eisenhower basically in his farewell address called the military industrial complex in the United States. But I think it's bigger than just, I think it's easy to tell the tales of the financial corruption. It's kind of cultural corruption in conceit that just because a certain number of people in that expert class have to leave, that their belief happens to be the right one because they can scare you with the consequences if you don't follow the rules. And one of the beauties of the United States is, at least in principle, we have civilian-controlled military. The person who we elect to be the U.S. president is the one that actually is the true commander-in-chief. I have my doubts about the doctrines now. I think it's quite obvious that Joe Biden is not a functioning commander-in-chief of the United States of America, yet on paper, supposedly he still is president of But at least in theory, we're supposed to have civilian control of the U.S. military. And I think that one of the things that leader needs to do is to ask the question of the implication. What's the purpose of this use of military in the first place? At the top of the list should be to protect the homeland of people who actually live in, which we're failing to do. That's what I meant. Okay, there's a lot. First of all, Joe Biden needs some factor or just the nation. Question. I would particularly to good no. In this case, I don't think anybody in America anymore believes that Joe Biden is the functioning president. I think he wasn't even really functioning to be a candidate after a debate that was held in June. There's no way he's going to be able to make the most important decisions on a daily and demanding basis to predict the litigation in the world. Now, more generally, though, we have a deeper problem. Even when it's not Joe Biden, in general, the people who elect run government have voted in the government. It's going to be unelected bureaucrats and bureaucratic deep state underneath that's really making decisions. I've done business in the workplace. I've traveled to Japan. This is corporate America. Sometimes we get outside of politics and people get listen and pay attention a little more. Politics is so broad right now that you start talking to somebody who's speaking about the politics of it. Running so let's make the same point and go outside of politics. So when I was in Japan, I was having a late night dinner with the CEO of Japanese. And it takes a while to really get him to open up. Culture is big in Japan, a couple nights of karaoke and whatnot, maybe late night restaurant, whatever it is. We took it up later before he was He said, see you something. I could go and find the head of police and tell him, okay, this is a project we're no longer working on. We don't want to spend money on it. We'll spend money somewhere else. And he'll look me in the eye and say, I'll come back 6 months later and find that they spent exactly the same amount of money on those exact same projects. I'll do it. No, that you're not going to spend money on this project. You have to stop now. You should stop 6 months ago. Get slap on the wrist for it. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Come back 6 months later. Same person. You spend the same money on the same project. Here's why. Historically in Japan, I should say in Japan, this is changing now. But historically, and very recently, and even to an extent now, it's near impossible. So if somebody works for you and you can't fire them, that means they've got you working. It means in some deeper, reverse sense, you work for them because you're responsible for what they do without any authority to act. So, I think most people probably began in Japanese corporate culture from the 1990s or 2000s, 2010s, maybe even some less in the 2020s, who really dispute that. Now, we're bringing it back to more contentious to it. I mean, it's basically how things have worked in the executive branch of the federal government of the United States. You have these so-called civil service protections on the books. Now, if you really read them carefully, I think that there are areas to provide daylight for a true constitutional well-trained president to act. But apart from those, I'm sure of you that I have that folks that make the list, but apart from that caveat, in general, the conventional view is the U.S. president can't fire them. There's 4 million federal bureaucrats, 99.9% of them can't be touched. But personally, people who elect them to run the executive branch can't be fired. It's like the equivalent of dentists. And so that culture exists every bit as much in the federal bureaucracy of the United States of America as it did in Japanese corporate culture in the 1990s. And that's a lot of what's wrong with not just the way that our Department of Defense is run, but the foreign policy stuff is run. It applies to a lot of the domestic policy stuff as well. And come back to the core point, how are we going to save this republic? This is the debate that's occurring. A little bit spicy for some Republicans to swallow right now. And my top focus is with you, with the election. But let's the ball forward a little bit, skate where the puck is going. Okay? Yes, let's say we win the election, all is well and dandy, with the philosophy that folks have government. There's a little bit of a forking way on that, where there are those who think that the right answer now is to use that maybe personally, use those levers of power to advance our own pro-conservative, pro-American, pro-liberal goals. And that's sympathetic for all these folks. And I don't think the right way to do this is to create a conservative regulatory state that does the liberal state. I think the right answer is actually to get into America and shut it down. I don't want to replace the left-wing entity with the right-wing entity. I want to get in there and actually respect the United States. And I think it's been a long time in the United States, maybe every communist group that had a conservative leader at the national level who makes it their principal objective to dismantle the nanny state all of its forms. Entitlement state, regulatory state, foreign policy state. That was a core focus of my fantasy. One of the things that I wish, besides anybody else, that I should have done better, was to make that more crystal clear and focused without getting distracted by a lot of shenanigans, as we say, that happen as sideshows for presidential campaign. Call that a lesson learned, because I do think it's a discovered.
Yeah, it's a really, really powerful idea. It's actually something that Trump ran on in 2016.
Great and small.
I think that most of the time he did not successfully. He did fire.
Can I say a word about the conditions we've operating in? Because I think that's why I'm all more excited about this. Is that a lot has changed legally. But Donald Trump did not have the Supreme Court backdrop in 2016 that he does today. So there's some really important cases that have come down. One is West Virginia versus the EPA. I think it's probably the most important case of our generation. In 2022, that came down and said that if Congress does not pass a rule, the law itself, through the halls of Congress, and it relates to what they call a major question, it can't be done by skill of intent by a regulator. That quite literally means most federal regulations fail. Then this year comes out different than none of the ones in the Supreme Court, which the Rothschild right case, which held that historically, the last 50 years of this country, the doctrine has been such a raw death. The doctrine that the federal courts have to defer to an agency's interpretation of the law. They now toss that up. The federal courts no longer have to defer to an agency's interpretation. The those two cases is decided. There's also another great case we looked out with SEC versus RTC. In the SEC agencies and bodies that we get about here. The SEC, among other agencies, has tribunals themselves. That not only do they write the rules, not only they also have judges inside the agency that also interpret the rules and determine the go out. That doesn't make sense. We're doing the separation of powers in the United States, so the Supreme Court prevented that. So that practice in the SEC is unconstitutional. But just a side note, the Supreme Court has said countless practices and rules written by the SEC, the EPA, the FTC, these hearings were outright unconstitutional. You know what that means for the constitutional republic? That supposedly law enforcement agencies, the courts have now said, especially this year, the courts have now said that their own behaviors actually break the law. So the very agencies that are supposedly enforcing the law are actually behaving with utter blatant disregard for the law itself. It's unheard of. It's not kind of a thing now. It's a thankful. We now have a Supreme Court that has to. So whether or not we have a second term, that's up to the voters. But even whether or not that now takes advantage of that backdrop, the Supreme Court has given us to actually gut regulatory. We'll find out. I'm optimistic. I certainly think it's the best chance that we've had in a generation. It's country. That's a big part of why it's for Donald Trump. While they're everything about power to help them. I do think it is going to take a silent speed to see that further. After we've taken out the regulatory state, I think so. But I think there's this broader project of dismantling the nanny state, all of it. The entitlement state, the regulatory state, and the foreign policy of the state. Three-word answer, but to summarize my worldview and my presidential campaign in 3 words: shut it down.
Shut it down. Okay, so the Supreme Court case you mentioned, I guess it's weakening the immune system with the different partners.
Yeah, to do it quick.
Psychology level. You basically have to imply without Trump or for any president legal exclusion. Is that the only thing we operate? Like, isn't it
Probably not.
on a psychological level? It's hard.
Yeah.
To fire a very hard. Is it why? Is there a basic stability and momentum?
I think it's one of the factors. So you're right. The legal backdrop is a valid, understandable excuse for reasons. I think there are other factors at play. So I think there's something to be said for never having been in government, showing up there the first time, and you're having to understand the rules of the road as you're operating within them, and also having to depend on people who actually aren't aligned with the policy vision, tell you to your face that they are. And so I think that's one of the things that I've found out from President Trump is that you've been very open about that, and humble about that, and said there's a million learnings from that first term to make it ambitious, more ambitious than that second term. But everything I'm talking to you about, this is what needs to happen in the country. It's not specific to Donald Trump. It lays out what needs to be done in the country. If the next 4 years, Donald Trump is our last best hope and chance of moving that money forward. But I think that the vision I'm laying out here is one that hopefully goes even beyond the next 2 to 4 years of really fixing a century's worth of mistakes. I think we fix a lot of them in the next 4 years from the president. But if you have a century's worth of mistakes that have accumulated to overthrow the entitlement state of the U.S., I think it's going to take probably a better part of a decade for these to be actually fixed. I disagree with the last request. I think Donald Trump is more likely to fire but he's the best person to do so. It's a candidate, right? People make choices. So relevant election. And one of my goals is to speak to people who may not agree with 100% of what Donald, do not agree with 100% of what Donald Trump says. And I can tell them, you know what, I don't agree with 100% of what he says. And I can tell you, somebody who ran against the U.S. president, and right now he is, when I say last best hope, I mean this cycle, last best hope that we have for dismantling that violence. And I think that I'm spoken about the fact that it's going to take, it's a long run project, but we have to take a step back from more that it's laser focused on. And there is intention that just clearly highlighted.
It should take priority of the southern border, and that's the near-term fixes that we can get out of the park here. But at the same time, I think we've got to get also on thinking about that process. So my own view is, I think it's my conviction or belief that he does care about dismantling that federal bureaucracy, certainly more so than any Republican nominee we have had here, certainly in my lifetime. But I do think that there are going to be competing schools of thought for some who say, okay, well, we want to create a right-wing entitlement scheme and shower federal subsidies on favorite industries while keeping it away from these big bureaucracies that do some good. I don't think that's what I don't want to see the bureaucracy expand in a pro-conservative direction. I want to see the bureaucracy shrink in every direction. And I do think that, from my conversation with I believe that he's well aligned with this vision of shrinking bureaucracy. So there's a lot of projects. There's so many priorities at play here.
You really do have to do it more on paper.
Cut it down.
Right, with that same fire and very large number of people. And it's not just one fire, but all the said clear mission departments when they had that to hold the fire, firing back. Based on their autocracy. It's a full-time, and not only full-time, it's full-time psychologically because you're walking into a place unlike a company on Twitter, but an already successful company. The government, everybody around you, all the experts and advisors are going to tell you you're wrong. And then it's a very difficult psychological place to operate because you're constantly in the hospital. And the certainty you have to have about really is just like nearly infinite because everybody, all the really smart people are telling you must. So it's terrible.
You have to have this spine of steel to cut through with that short-term advice. And I'll tell you, certainly, I can do whatever I can to both for the next 4 years and beyond. But my voice on this will be crystal clear. President Trump knows this, my view on it, and I believe he shares it deeply. Is that all else equal, get there and shut down as much of the excess bureaucracy as we can as quickly as possible. That's a big part of the same country.
Okay, I'll give you an example of retention, given the priorities. Immigration. There's an estimated 14 million illegal immigrants in the United States. You spoke about mass deportation.
Yes.
That requires more money. How do you do it? And how does this shape it up?
Sure. It's a goes back to the original discussion is what are the two proper roles of the federal government? Maybe two. One is to protect the government. One is to protect the national borders and sovereignty of the United States. Two is to protect private property. There's a lot of most of what the government's doing today, both at the federal and state level, is something other than those people. But in my book, those are the two things that are the proper ones. So for everything else government should not be doing, the one thing they should protect the homeland of the United States. America, the South would be the same thing. So in that domain, that's mission aligning it for purpose of the federal government. I think we're founded on the rule of law. I say this is the kid of legal immigrants. That means your first act of entering the country cannot be related to the law. In some ways, if I was to summarize a formula for saving the country over the next 4 years, it would be a tale of two mass deportations. The mass deportations of millions of illegals who were in this country that should not be, and then the mass deportation of millions of unelected federal bureaucrats and foreign nationals. Now, almost we could say there's an intention, but I think that the reality is anything outside of the scope of what the core function of the government is, which is protecting borders and protecting private property rights, that's really where I think the predominant that's need to be. And if you look at the number of people who are looking after the border, it's not even 0.1% of the federal employee base today. So 75% is at 99.99%, and 75%, which still leaves, it would still be a tiny fraction of the 25%, which actually needs to be more. So it's a good question, but that's sort of where we're at. The proper role of the federal government, great. Act
criticism against it about deportation. So one, it would cause a large amount of economic harm, at least in the short term. The other is that would be potentially violations of our higher ideals of like treating human beings, in particular separation of family, for example, tearing families apart. And the other is just like the logistical complexity. How do you actually some of those cases? Just I would call this business stuff, right? Somebody really lying to you because they thought you the past. So I do want to say something about this point on how breaking the rule of law. There are 350,000 others who are in prison in the United States today who committed crimes and were convicted. They didn't do good things because it was prison, right? So we face difficult trade-offs in all kinds of contexts as it relates to the law. And I just want to make that basic observation as the backdrop of our nation founded on the rule of law. And we acknowledge there are trade-offs to enforcing the law. And acknowledge that in other contexts, I don't think that we should have a special exemption saying that somehow we weigh the other way when it comes to work. We're a nation founded on law, we enforce law that has costs and has trade-offs. So that backdrop is the thesis back that it's not. It's 3,000 or so mothers 40 prison to get the document in prison. Is that bad? That it's undesirable for kids to grow up without the 3,000 mothers? It is. But difficult situation created by people who violate law and face the consequences of also the competing in a priority. So that's in the domestic matter. As for to this question of mass deportations, let's just get this back. All that was the very practical. There's ways to do this, starting with people that have broken the law. People have not just broken the law entering, but committing other crimes while in the United States. That's a clear case for this mass deportation. You have a lot of people who have things like the economic impact of this. A lot of people are in detention already. A lot of those people immediately return to their country of origin, or at least what's called a safe third country. So safe third country means if somebody's claiming to seek asylum for political persecution, will move to another country that doesn't have to be the United States of America. They can pass through, say Mexico, before actually coming. Other countries around the world are doing this. Australia is detaining them. They don't let them out of a normal, joyful life because they can't detain them until the case is adjudicated. Well, the rates of fraud in Australia, of which people lie on the convictions, are way lower now than the United States because people respond to this extent. So I think that in some ways people make this sound much bigger and scarier than it is. I've never taken a deeper pragmatic approach. And the North Star for me is I want the policy that helps the United States citizens grow. What's that policy? Clearly, that's going to be a policy that includes a large number of deportees. I think by definition, it's going to be the largest mass deportation event. Sounds like a punchline and can't figure out, but actually, it's a factual statement that these agreements are by far largest influx of illegal immigrants in American history. It just stands to reason as logic that we're going to fix that. We're going to have the largest mass deportation in American history. There would be rational. Start people who break the law in other ways here in the United States. Start with people who are already in detention or in detention now. That comes at no cost to the strict benefit. There isn't a little bit of an economic impact. Then you get to areas where you say, okay, the cost section is going to outweigh benefits. And that's exactly the way I find this guide. I want to do it in as respectful and as humane of a manner as possible. And the reality is, I think one of the things we got to think about, give an example again, with the Haitians, it's pretty good how that I can go up in Ohio. I spent hours in the day. I don't blame the individual Haitians. Okay? I'm not saying that they're bad people. That's particular thing. Those are the people who broke the law. They came as part of a program called temporary protected status. Now, the operative word there is first one, temporary. They have been all kinds of lawsuits. There have been all kinds of lawsuits even 8, 10, 12, 14 years after the earthquake in Haiti, when they were getting, when they're going to be removed for allegations of racial discrimination or otherwise. Temporary protected status is temporary. We're not abandoning the rule of law when we send them back. We're abandoning the rule of law when we send them instead. Now, if that has true benefit to the United States of America, economically or otherwise, go through the process that allows somebody to enter this country for economic reasons. But don't go through asylum-based claims of temporary protected status. using claims of asylum or refugee status. Those two things don't stand up. So just be honest about what our immigration system actually is. I think we do need dramatic reform to the legal immigration system to select purposely for people who are going to actually improve the United States of America. And there are many people I know. I gave a story of one guy who I met who was educated at our best universities, among our best universities, Princeton, a business school. He has a great job in the investment community, professional tennis player, concert pianist who will Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. I'm not making this stuff up, these are hard facts. He can't get a good card in the United States. He's been here for 10 years. He asked me for the best advice I could give him. I unfortunately could not give him the actual best advice. He didn't take a flight to Mexico across the border. And couldn't be somebody who received asylum in the United States. That would have been morally wrong advice I didn't give him, but practically giving advice, that would be the best advice that you could give somebody. It's a broken system on both sides. People are going to make those contributions to the United States and pledge allegiance to the United States and speak our language and assimilate. We should have a path for them to be able to add value to the United States. They're not the ones who are going to get it. It's that people, our immigration system selects the people. That's what it does. Select for people who are willing to see they're seeking refugee status or seeking asylum when back to life. And if we policymakers want, not using economic justification to keep them here. But if it was an economic justification, that should have been the criteria used to bring them in the first place, not this illusion of asylum or refugee status. There's kids that do the New York Times report about this, believe it or not. A woman came from Russia, fleeing this intolerant anti-LGBTQ regime. She was fleeing persecution by evil men. She came here and eventually, when she was pressed on a series of outlets, crying by the broke down her knees. It's like, I'm not even gay. I don't even like gay people. That's what she said. And it's just pretending to be some sort of LGBTQ advocate who was persecuted in Russia, when in fact it's just somebody who's seeking better economic conditions in the United States. Let's say if you're wrong to seek better economic conditions in the United States, you are wrong to lie. And that's what we've seen a lot of people who have this of sort of quote unquote tourism in the United States. They're having kids in the United States, they go back to their home country, their kids enjoy birthright citizenship. It's done a lot. There are people claiming to suffer from persecution. In fact, they're just working in the United States, they're living in these relative mansions in parts of Mexico or Central America after they've spent 4 or 5 years making money here. Just abandon the lie. This is an immigration system built on honesty. Just tell the truth. If the argument is that we need more people here for economically for jobs, then the extent to which a lot of those arguments actually true, but it's not that big deal. Rather than having it be that thing that refugee and asylum stand for a lot, and then we justify it after the fact by saying that economic helps the United States. But this, that is a policy that we do well to expand in every sphere we talked about. Military industrial complex, the rise of the managerial class, some of the governments covered up federal trade to keep the discussion of immigration today. Just tell the people the truth. And I think our government is better served than yeah, in the way you describe eloquently the immigration system is broken in a way that is very unjustified. But the other side of it, illegal immigrants have used various campaigns for fear of operating. So what I would like to understand is what is the actual harm that's caused. But the claim is one of the more intense claims is crime. And I haven't studied this rigorously, but the surface level of the studies all show that legal and illegal immigrants commit less crime than yes, I think it's true for legal immigrants. I think it's not true. Now, what I saw, this is where my right is, okay, and what is called truths. So, they're talking about how well sourced facts here, right? Can't be made up hypotheses. Are truths. And there's, even in my own research on it, like, I know a lot of this is due to my time in prison, again, even in writing chapter after book, I learned a lot from a lot of different dimensions, and some of which even caused me to revise some of my
identify what the objective is. We can debate the objective. We might have different opinions on the objective. Some people may say the objective is the economic growth of the United States. I think that I hear that argument. And I think that's insufficient personally. Personally, I think the United States is more than just an economic zone. It is a country, it's a nation bound together by civic ideals. I think we need to screen not just for the people that make economic contributions, but those who speak our language, those who are able to assimilate, and those who share these civic ideals. And those do us a screen better than the average citizens. That's what I believe. But even if you disagree with me, the sole goal is economic production in the United States. And at least have an immigration system that's honest about it, rather than one which claims to solve for that goal by bringing in people who are rewarded. We should reward the people for that harm, which is I don't think we do that a lot. But even if that be a harm, reward people who demonstrated, demonstrably proven that they would make economic contributions to the United States, not the people who have demonstrated that they're willing to lie to achieve the goal. And right now, our immigration system works one quality over the other. There's one parameter that we work for it. It isn't civic allegiance in the United States. It isn't fluency in English. It isn't the ability to make an economic contribution to this country. The number one attribute, human attribute, that our immigration system rewards is whether or not you are willing to lie. And the people who are telling those lies about whether you're seeking asylum or not are the ones who are most likely to be there. And the people who are most unwilling to tell them are the ones who are actually going to be there. That is a hard, uncomfortable truth about our immigration system. And the law says you only get asylum if you face wildly harm or near-term risk of bodily injury based on your religion, your ethnicity, or certain other factors. And so when you come into the country, you're asked, do you fulfill that criteria or not? And the number one way to get into this country is to apply. So that means just systematically, right? That means your University of Harvard, Yale, whatever, running refugees. The number one attribute for selecting for is your SAT score, is your GPA, is your athletic accomplishments. It's whether or not you're going to lie on the application. You're going to have a class 5 by Rothschild and some problems. That's exactly our immigration system. The United States of America is just literally selecting people who lie. Let's say somebody who's a person who thinks, I want to make life with my family, but I want to teach my kids that I'm not going to lie and make the law do it. That person is infinitely less likely to get into the United States. I know it sounds provocative to phrase it that way, but it's not a conclusion. It is a fact that that's the number one human attribute in our current immigration system. It's like, I want an immigration system in our country. In order to implement that, we require a technology that goes for immigration system in the first place. And then we have competing business on the line. Amongst conservatives are good. Some conservatives, I respect you being honest, but believe that the goal of the immigration system should be to protect American workers from the effects of political injury. But if we have immigrants in that crisis, then we need to protect American workers from the effects of that downward pressure of wages. It's a goal. I mean, it's a coherent goal. I believe it's the right goal, but many of my friends on the right believe that's the goal. But at least it's honest, and then we can design an honest immigration system to achieve that goal, but that's our goal. I have other friends on the right who say the sole goal is economic growth. Nothing else matters. I disagree with that as well. My view of the goal should be whatever reaches the civic quality of the United States. That includes those who know the language, know our ideals, pledge allegiance to those ideals, and also want to make economic contributions to the country, which is part of our ideals. But whatever it is, we can have that debate. I'm very different view. I don't think it's a proper way of immigration policy to make it a labor policy. Because the United States of America is founded on excellence. We should be able to compete. But that's a policy debate we can have. But right now, we're not even able to have a policy debate because the whole immigration policy is built on not only a lie, but on the rewarding those who do lie. That's what I'm teaching. Just to little bit of conversation and to bring culture to the picture, which I recommend people should listen to your conversation with her. I understand the culture, but she had this thing where she's clearly a bias and expressing. She's basically saying you're one of the good ones. And this idea that you have this good question of what's there. And she basically said, not you.
She said, well, maybe you would not be away. So that whole kind of approach to immigration, I think is really anti-American. So I want to confront this directly because it is a popular current. The reason I'm not big on anti-culture is specifically that I think it actually puts a much more widely shared view. Like, give her at least credit for it, articulate a view that the flooded soil is what makes for your American identity. And I just reject that view. I think it's anti-American. I think what makes for American identity is your allegiance, your undivided allegiance to the founding ideals and your willingness to put allegiance to those ideals. So those are two different views. And I think there is a view on the American project right now that says that we're not creedal, that our nation is not about a country. It's about a physical place, a physical home. I think that view fails on several. Obviously, we're a nation. Every nation has to have a geographic space that provides its own. So obviously, there are all other things in geographic. The essence of the United States of America, I think, is the common creed, the ideal, the core that common nation together. Without that, the thing is happening. First of all, American exceptionalism becomes impossible. It's not what they want. Every other nation is also built on the same idea. Most nations have been built on common blood and soil arguments, genetic stock. Italy or Japan will have a stronger national identity than the United States because they have a much longer standing claim on their genetic lineage of what. The ethnicity of the people is far more pure in those contexts than the United States. So that's the first thing we're going to accept. Second is there's all kinds of things that's going to occur. Your claim on American identity is defined based on how long they live. So the Native Americans would have a far greater claim of being American than somebody who came here on Mayflower or somebody who came here afterwards. Now, maybe that blood and soil reason, it's not quite Native. You have to start this point and end at this point. So, on this blood and soil identity, it couldn't have come before you and doesn't count. But if you get after a certain year, it doesn't count. That just becomes highly uncompelling as a view for American national identity. Yeah. Versus my view that the ideal modifies the Declaration of Independence about Chile. The idea it says, pretty much says, is like people will not die for a set of ideas. People won't. After this movement, the American Revolution is explosive. The American Revolution was fought for anything over abstract ideas. It said that, we complete self-government, free speech, the free exercise of religion. That would be the United States different from what. So it's like there's really debate on right and right. Disagree like hell with over on this, absolutely. And did I take serious issues of things she told me? Absolutely. But I also believe that she had the stones to say, or to say that way, that things that many on the right believe, but haven't quite articulated in the way that she has. I think that's the joke. I'm presenting most of the conservative movement actually is the deal. But I think it's become a very popular counter narrative in that direction to say that the Christian American identity is tied, is almost physical in nature. But to me, I think it's still idealistic in nature. I think that's a good debate for the future for us to have a conservative movement. I think it's going to be a defining feature of what direction the conservative movement goes in the future. Quick pause. That's good. Yeah. I'm asking you to again stimulate the case for and against Trump. So Levings versus Implantis did legislate as a 2020 election. And actually, the 2020 election in ways one of the victims, which is the entirety of that process instead of focusing on winning, doing a lot of lying. I like people that win, not lying, even when the press applies to whatever. So look, I think the United States of America, I preach this to the left, I preach it to my kids. We're going to accept it on our own side too. We're not going to save this country by being victims. We're going to save this country by being victorious. Okay? And I don't care whether it's left wing victim or right wing victim or against victim. The number one factor that determines who achieves it. I believe it's not the only factor. There's a lot of other factors. kids that preach to the left, I'm going to preach that to the other side. Now, that being said, that's just a philosophy. That's a personal philosophy. If you ask me to do something different, and I'm always a fan of that. One of the things that the standard I hope that people want me to review this book as well is I try to do that in this book to give the best possible argument for the other side. You don't want to give some rinky-dink argument for the other side of time. You want to give the best possible argument for the other. And what's the strongest case against Donald Trump? Well, I ran for U.S. president against Donald Trump. So I'm going to give you my perspective of what you hear on MSNBC from the left attacking him to be a threat to democracy and all of that. I actually think it is, if you were making that case, and here's my full support, if you were making that case, I think for many voters who are of the next generation, they're asking a question about how are you going to understand the position that I'm in as a member of the new generation. The same things they had in Biden. They can say, oh, well, are you too old? Are you from a different generation? It's too far removed from my generation's concern. And I think that that's, in many ways, a factor that weighs on both Trump and Biden. But they played the trick of swapping out Joe Biden and left that issue much more on the table for Donald Trump. So you ask me to steal man? That's what I would say. And when I look at what's the number one issue that I would need to persuade independent voters of, to say that this is still the right choice. Even though the other side tends to offer new generation leadership, here's somebody who is one of the older presidents who had was elected. How do we get these people? That's what I'm doing. Right, but I get it, and share a lot of ideas with Donald Trump, so I get it. But president, we can say that right now. There's other criticism. Yeah, but let me ask you, you spoke to Donald Trump. What's your top objective to potentially voting for Donald Trump? And let me see if I can address it. 2020 election, and not in what is it, TBS kind of objection. It's just, I don't think there's clear, definitive evidence that there was voter fraud. And what's been on that fraud? I think there was a lot of interesting topics about media, so, but I want a president that has a clear relationship with truth. What truth is, what is true, and what's not true. And moreover, I want a person who doesn't play victim, like you said, who focuses on winning and winning big, and is going to lose, but walk away with honor and make the next time. A channel that is heroic and with waiting in some other direction. It's just like the strength of being able to give everything you got to win, to walk away with honor. Everything that happened on the 2020 election is just goes against it. I said I'm getting, but I think you might be thinking. I think we have seen some growth over that first term and the experience of the 2020 election. You hear about it on the campaign trail. I don't know that even the conversation that we had with you. I think he is more ambitious for that second term than he was for that first term. So I think that's the most interesting part of what you just said. We're looking for somebody who has growth and their experience. Say what you will, I have seen personally, I believe, some meaningful level of personal growth and ambition for what Donald Trump hoped to achieve with the country in the second term that he wasn't able to for one reason or another. COVID put a lot of different things on his plate in that first term. Now, I think the facts of the backdrop of the 2020 election actually you can do that. I think you can isolate one particular aspect of criticizing the 2020 election without moving out holistic. On the eve of the 2020 presidential election, we saw a systematic, bureaucratically and government-aided suppression of probably the single most important piece of information out of my laptop, revealing potentially a compromised U.S. presidential candidate's family was compromised by foreign interests, and it was suppressed as misinformation by every major tech company. The New York Post had its own Twitter account locked at that time. And we now know that many of the censorship decisions made in the year 2020 were actually made at the behest of U.S. bureaucratic actors in the deep state, threatening those tech companies to do it, or else those tech companies would do it. I think it might be the most undemocratic thing that's happened is the way in which government actors who were never elected to the government use private sector actors to suppress information on election, likely did the outcome. That was election of the highest vote. That's just a hard fact to get to contend with. And I think a lot of what you mentioned, whatever those complaints are, have been placed against the backdrop of large technology companies interfering in that election in a way that I did have an impact on them. I personally believe that our right to protest has not been suppressed and censored. I think Donald Trump would have been unambiguous. I think the President of the United States right now, no doubt, if I'm not to the polling before and after the impact that we've had on the independent vote. Now you look at, okay, let's talk about constructive solutions. Because I care about what's a constructive solution to this issue of concerns about election. Here's single day voting on election day as a national holiday, paper ballots, government should vote about that. I pay for that. We do it even in Puerto Rico, territory of the United States. Why not do that right now? I'll make it fun. I'll do it right here, right here. My pledge as a leader in our work, I will do everything in my power to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections. If we get to that simple place of basic elections, I think it'd be unifying to make election day a national holiday that unites us around this purpose one. Single day voting on election day is a national holiday, paper ballots, and government issued vote by the national voting. Let's get there as a country. You have my word. I will read out whatever way I can to make sure we are done complaining about stolen elections and fake ballots. And I think the fact that you see resistance to that proposal, which is otherwise very practical, very reasonable, nonpartisan proposal, I think the fact of that resistance actually provokes a lot of understandable skepticism. What else is actually going on? If not that, what exactly is it?
Well, I agree with a lot of this. Our problem is to breathe as hard as the that's where you can.
I look at the polls like bowling about the view that would have it. I can't prove that to you, and if I think about it, I think there's probably that's just one example of the sexy example of bias, complex media, and it drives me to the direction. Probably the bias is hard to characterize bias. One question, but the bias, what bias is so I would be open-minded to hear it in its itself, and if I didn't hear it, I would read up. A government systematically ordering tech companies to suppress information that are favorable to Democrats, suppress that to lift up Republicans. If there was an instance that we know of government bureaucrats that were with technology companies covertly, silently, looked like they were acting to advantage Republicans in the ballot box, to censor it, I would be against that. And I would condemn that with equal force as I did suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story, suppression and censorship of George Team, all kinds of words like that. I'm not aware of one instance. If you are aware of one, I would condemn it. Most people in tech companies are privately political restrictions on the left, and most journalists, majority of journalists, are on the right. But to characterize actually reporting and the impact of reporting in the media and the impact of the censorship is difficult to do. But that's a real problem, just like we talked about, a real problem. It's just two different problems that we're sort of right? Because I have a problem with both. You talked about two issues, I think both are important for different issues. One is bias in reporting. One is censorship. So bias in reporting, I felt, different issue from saying voters don't get access to information from registers. So this 100-byte laptop story, we now know that it contains evidence of foreign interference in potentially Biden administration and families and Senate government. That story was systematic. So in the United States of America, you want to find that opinion through any major social media platform or through even Google search. That story was suppressed or downgraded. Algorithm. You couldn't see it. Even Twitter. If you tried to send it via direct message, that's the equivalent of email, right? Sending a peer-to-peer message. They blocked you from even being able to send that story to private messages. That isn't even that's not bias at that point. That's outright interference in whether or not. Yeah, that's outright interference in the election. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's suppose that Russia orchestrated. What would the backlash? Let's say the Russian government orchestrated the U.S. election was by saying that tech companies believed the covertly to stop U.S. citizens. There would be a mass uproar in this country. The Russian government. Well, after the U.S. government bureaucracy or the U.S. technology bureaucracy orchestrated the same thing, then we can't apply a different standard and say that Russia did it. It's really bad and interfere in our election. But if it happened right here in the United States of America, if I may blame Russia, it's also on the Russian disinformation on my laptop creating false claims. We have to apply the same standard in both cases. It's the fact that you've got more Russian interference and you've been outcry, but now it happened domestically. You just call them, hey, it's a little bit of bias in the election. I don't think that that's a fair characterization of how important that is.
Okay, so the connection from government to platform should not exist. Government, FBI, or anybody else should not be able to pressure platforms to censor.
Yes.
You talk about Paul Europe, censorship there. There should not be any censorship, and there should not be media bias. And you're right to complain if there is media bias. Lay it out in the open, but it's that system. That said, the vote of fraud, you can't write a wrong by doing what's wrong. You can't just, because some shady stuff going on in the media and censorship complex, you can't just make shit up. You can't do this fake electricity and then do a lot of shady practices and sits and try to like shortcut your way just because your friend is cheating a monopoly. But you shouldn't do yourself. You should be honest and let your daughter use your platform to help fix the system versus like cheat your way. So here's my views. Has any U.S. politician ever been perfect? Was the prime minister? No. But you want to understand the essence of what was going on in 2020, the mindset of the country. We had a year where people in this country were systematically locked down. Well, to shut up, sit down, do this, thing. Unless they're BLM or rioters, perfectly fine. You're told we're going to have an election, a free and fair election, but they deny information systematically into that election, which is really misuse damning information. And then you tell these people that they still have to continue to lie. That creates, I think, a real culture of deep frustration in the United States of America. I think that the reaction to systematic censorship is never good. History teaches us that. It's not good in the United States. It's not good at other points in history of the United States. The reaction to systematic, coordinated censorship, restraint from freedom between people is never good. If you want to really understand what happened, one really wants to get to the bottom of it rather than figuring out who to point fingers at. That really was the essence of the national malaise at the end of 2020. Because it was a year of unjust policies, including COVID-19 lockdowns, systematic lies about the election, that created a level of public frustration that I think was understandable. Now, job of leaders is how do you channel that in the most productive direction possible. And to your question, to the independent leader out there evaluating, as you are, do I think that Donald Trump has contributed a lot of growth based on his experience in his first term? Would he hope to achieve in the second term? Yes, absolutely, yes. And so even if you don't agree with everything that he's saying,
also prosperity in our country. So people aren't in a condition where they're suffering at behest of government policies that people in other effective ways. So the best way to do it is actually actions do speak louder than words. Implement the policies that make people's lives better. And I do think that's the next step in helping us in the country.
Are you worried in this election, it's a close election, and Donald Trump uses the that there's chaos that's unleashed? How do you minimize it?
I mean, I don't think that that's a concern to frame narrowly cut to Donald Trump winning it or losing it by a whisper. I think this is the man who, in the last couple of months, spent 2 months, has faced 2 assassinations. We're not talking about theoretical death, but like gunshots fired. That is history changing in the context of American history. We haven't seen that generation. And yet now that has become normalized. The U.S. so far, we're skating on thin ice as a country. I do think it is a little bit strange to obsess over our concerns, the concerns of Donald Trump. And in fact, he's the one on the receiving end of fire from assailants reportedly are saying exactly the kinds of things about him that you hear from the Democratic machine. And I do think that it is irresponsible, at least, for the Democratic Party to make their core case against that. Because Joe Biden's entire message is a threat to democracy, to the existence of America. He keeps saying that about somebody against the backdrop of conditions that we live in as a country. I don't think that's good for a nation. And so, do I have concerns about the future of the country? Do I think we're skating on thin ice? Absolutely. And I think the best way around it is really through it in this election. We didn't by a landslide. I think a unifying landslide is the best thing that happens in this country. Reagan delivered in 1980, and again in 1984. And if we're back to another landslide minus some shenanigans, it's still going to be victory. That, I think, is how we fight this country. And so I don't think, 50.001 margin where cable news is declaring the winner of the 6 days after the election. I don't think that's going to be good. I think a decisive victory that unites the country, turns the page on a lot of the challenges of the last 4 years, and says, okay, this is where we're going. This is who we are, where we stand. This is a revival of our national identity, revive national pride in the United States, regardless of whether you're Democrat or Republican. That, I think, is achievable in this election, too, definitely down the line.
So, just to pile on, where Steel Man for this conference, the brother I wish it was less of alphabet times and so ridiculous is entertaining. I hate Taylor Swift type of tweets or whatever. I don't think that's fun.
I mean, the reality is different people have different attributes. One of the attributes is he's one of the funniest presidents ever. That might not be everybody's cup of tea. Maybe some different people don't want that kind of quality they value. But I think at a moment where you're also able to make, I will say this one, is everybody's got different styles. Donald Trump's style is different from mine. But I do think that we're able to use celebrities in a moment of national division. In some ways, I think right now is probably a role where one of the stand-up comedians can probably do a big service to the country and very much laugh with everybody. So they go out there and make fun of Donald Trump all they want, do the lighthearted and manner that loves the country. Do the same thing to Kamala Harris with an equal standard. I think that's actually good for the country. But I think I'm more interested, right, as you know, in discussing the future direction of the country. My own views as a presidential candidate who ran against Donald Trump, I plan to support him now. But I just prefer engaging on the substance of what I think each candidate is going to achieve in the country rather than picking on really the personal attributes of mine. Right? I'm not criticizing Kamala Harris as a man or whatever. One might criticize the personal attribute of the person here elsewhere. And I just think the country's better off. We have a focus on both the policies, but also just getting more likely to provide the country. That I think is a help in an election. I think everybody has their personality attributes, flaws, what makes them funny and lovable, etc. Donald Trump said that. What did he also talk about? One of the hilarious things he did, which were intense and participating debates. But anyway, just how you really put canvas and taking pictures. They wanted to send money and troops and lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people in their regions of Ukraine. They don't want this to get, like, but anyway, how do you think about negotiating with the years ago?
Yeah, so look, I think that this is getting selfish as a huge party. And to be very transparent, from everyone's perspective, they think the other side is the aggressor or whatever. Just get it on the table. Russia is about
Away from Russia, Western Europe, where NATO is expanded far more than they expected to. Frankly, that Russia's goal was expected. Back for America, like James Baker made a commitment to Mikhail Gorbachev in the early 90s, where he said NATO would expand not one inch past East Germany. Well, it has expanded far more out to the whole USSR than it did during the existence of the USSR. And that is a reality. That's the Russian perspective. From the Western perspective, the hard fact is Russia was the aggressor in this conflict, crossing the boundaries of the sovereign nation. And that is violation of the international law. International law, nations without borders are not nations. So, against that backdrop, what's the actual interest in it? I think if we're able to do a reasonable deal that gives Russia the assurances it needs about what they might allege as NATO expansion as a violent commitments, but yet codified commitments to Russia, we're not going to see willy-nilly behavior of just randomly deciding that we're violating the sovereignty of neighboring nations without hard assurances and consequences. That's the beginning of it. But then I want to be ambitious with the United States. I want to weaken the Russian-China alliance. And I think we can do a deal that requires some real gifts to Russia, in addition Russia withdrawing itself from its military alliance with China. And this could be good for Russia too, for long runs. Right now, Vladimir Putin does not enjoy the occasional things from his brother in that relationship. But Russia's military combined with China's naval capacity, Russia's hypersonic missiles, and China's economic might, together those countries in an alliance close to the United States. But that's a condition for a reasonable discussion about where different territories land, even what's occupied right now. Part requirement military presence in the Western Hemisphere. People forget Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. We don't want to let the military presence in the Western Hemisphere. That's who would be a weak United States. No more joint military exercises in China off the coast of the Aleutian Islands. The kinds of wins that the United States wants to protect the West's security, get Russia out of the Western Hemisphere, certainly out of the North American periphery, and then also make sure that Russia's no longer in that military alliance with China. In return for that, be able to provide Russia support to Russia, we have to have a reasonable discussion about what the territorial concessions will be at the end of this war. These are to make sure that NATO is going to not expand beyond the scope of what the United States has already historically guaranteed. That I think together would be a reasonable deal that is what they're looking for, that results in needed peace, that results in greater stability, and most importantly, weakening the Russian-China alliance. That we have so far that our courts, with a more or less UK fund, really failed to confront. That I think is the way to de-escalate this war more great and weaken the threats to the West by actually dismantling them.
So from an American perspective, the main interest is weakening the alliance between Russia and China.
Yes, I think the military alliance between Russia and China represents the single greatest threat we face. So do a deal that is very reasonable across the board, but one of the main things we get out of it is weakening that alliance so no joint military exercises, no military collaboration. Surmountable attributes. Cheating on that, it immediately have consequences. Consequences, they're cheating. But we can't cheat on our obligations with the
There might be some extremely painful things here. So Ukraine from Russia, but Russia has captured giant chunks, and that's caused separation of people's regions. Russia, what did they get out of it? Part of this is they're saying it's not negative for Ukraine, but it could be positive for Russia. It's part of the idea. Like it's not a zero-sum game as long as Ukraine are losing immigrants. I think reopening economic relations with the West would be a big win for Russia, but also a carrot that gets them out of that military relationship with China. So I do think that the foreign policy establishment has historically been, at the very least, unimaginative about the levers that we're able to use. Actually, I think I was a little critical of Nixon earlier in this discussion of his contribution to the overgrowth of the U.S. entitlement state and the regulatory state. But I'll give Nixon credit here on a different point, which is that he was imaginative of being able to pull Ren and China out from the class of the USSR. He wrote the China-Russia plans back then. Important step in getting us to the Cold War. But this similar unconventional maneuver now is a way to reopen economic relations with Russia, pull Russia out of the hands of China today. There's no skin off Ukraine back to that. But I do think it will involve some level of territorial negotiation as well. That, out of any good deal, not everyone's going to like 100% of what comes out of it. But that's part of the cost of secure peace, is that not everyone's going to be happy about every attribute. But I make the case that an immediate peace deal is also now in the best interest of Ukraine. Let's just rewind the clock. We're looking at now, let's just say we're early 2022, maybe June of 2022. Zelensky was ready to come to the table for a deal back then. Until Boris Johnson traveled and he had his own domestic political travails to convince Zelensky to continue the fight. That goes to the point where when nations aren't asked to pay for their own national security, they have what the problem is of moral hassle to take risks that really are suboptimal risks for them to take because they're not bearing the consequences of taking those risks, not holding the costs. If Ukraine had done a deal back then, I think it is unambiguous. I think that it would do it for themselves. And they're doing now, after having spent hundreds of billions and expended tens of thousands of Ukrainian men. So the idea that Ukraine is somehow better off because it failed to do that deal before is a lie. And if we're not willing to learn from those mistakes in the recent past, we're going to repeat them again. So this idea that it would be painful for Ukraine, it's been painful. Tens and tens and tens of thousands of people die without any increased leverage in actually getting the outcome they want. So I think there's an opportunity for a win-win-win. A win for the United States and the West more broadly, a win for the Russia-China alliance. A win for Ukraine in having an agreement that's backstopped by the United States of America's interests that provide a great degree of long-run security and peace resistance of Ukraine and its sovereignty, and also stopping the bloodshed today. And I think a win for Russia, which is to reopen economic relations with the West and have certain guarantees about what the mission creep or scope creep of NATO will do. There's no rule that says that when one party, before full outright World War starts, there's an opportunity for there to actually be a win for everybody on the table rather than assume that a win for us is a loss to Russia, or that anything positive that happens to Russia is a loss. Just to add to the table some things that we all might think are possible to negotiate, which is Ukraine joining the European Union, not NATO. So establishing some kind of economic relationship there. And also splitting the bill, sort of guaranteeing some amount of growth in Russia and the United States for a weak build in Ukraine. One of the challenges in Ukraine with one foreign country is how to guarantee the flourishing of the nation. As we want to not just stop the debt of people and infrastructure, but also provide a foundation to rebuild the country and build a flourishing.
I think out of this conversation alone, there are a number of levers on the table for negotiation in conflict relations. And that's where you want to be, right? If there's only one factor that matters to each of the parties, and those are their red line factors, then there's no room for negotiation. This is a deeply complicated, historically intricate dynamic between Ukraine and Russia, between NATO and the United States, and the Russia-China alliance, and economic interests that are issued combined with geopolitical factors. There are a lot of levers for negotiation. The more levers there are, the more likely there is to be a win-win deal. So I think it should be encouraging
make certain that a reasonable, practicable peace deal is possible. And conflict is critical. Only one thing that matters from each side, then I can't say there's definitely a work done here. And I think that requires real leadership. The United States playing hardball, not just with one side of this country, but Zelensky and Putin, but across the board, hardball for our own interests, the interests of stability. And I think that that will happen to well serve both Ukraine and Russia and the West. If you were president, would you call Putin? Absolutely. I mean, in any negotiation, that man would call it somebody else. But I do believe that open conversation, willingness to have that is another lever of the negotiation. Still with them. Okay, let's go to the China side of this. Big concern here is that we're part of the God forbid hot war between the United States and China in the 21st century. How do we avoid that? So, a few things. One is, I do think the best way we also avoid it is by reducing the consequences to the United States in the event of that happening. Because at that point, when you're setting up for it, the consequences are existential for the United States. Then when you're buying yourself in the context of what could be a small conflict is an all-out conflict. So the first thing I want to make sure we avoid is a major conflict between the United States and China, about World War level. And the way to do this is bring down the existential stakes in the U.S. And the way we bring down the existential stakes in the U.S. is make sure that the United States does not depend on China for a conflict. Right now we do. Because right now we depend on China for everything from pharmaceuticals in our medicine cabinet. 95% of ibuprofen, one of those basic medicines in the United States, depends on China for its supply chain. We depend on China, ironically, for our own military industrials. Think about how little sense that makes. Our military, which mostly exists to protect ourselves against enemy forces, depends for its own supplies that it can never on our country. That doesn't make sense. Even if you're a libertarian, you live in school, you're drinking black iron, and I as well. Even then, you would not argue for a foreign dependence on agriculture. So I think that's the next step we need to take is reduce U.S. dependence on China for the most essential inputs for the functioning of the United States of America, including our industries. As a side note, I believe that means not just onshoring the United States. No. If we're really serious about that, it also means expanding our relationships with allies like Japan, South Korea, India, the Philippines. And that's an interesting debate to have, because some on the right would say, okay, I want to decouple from China, but I also want less trade with all these other places. You can't have both those things. One or the other, you can't have both. And so we have to acknowledge the opposite of ourselves, that there are trade routes. We've got to get dependent on China. But the question is, what is the long-term benefits? So you think about it, the way to do this is strategic clarity. I think the way you see world wars often emerge is strategic ambiguity from two adversaries who don't really know what the other side's red line is, because an accident that crosses those red lines. So we need to be much clearer with what are our hard red lines and what aren't they. And I think that's the single most effective way to make sure this doesn't spiral into major world war. And let's talk about, I think, the Russia-Ukraine conflict in the terms that I discussed with you before. I think weakening the Russia-China alliance not only reduces the risk that Russia becomes the risk, it also reduces the risk that China takes the risk of escalating us to World War II. So I think that geopolitically, we've got to look at these things holistically. That ended the Russia-Ukraine war as a peace deal de-escalates not only the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but the risk of the broader conflict that includes China as well. But I also think in China, because Russia also has hypersonic missiles and missile capabilities that are better than China. If Russia is no longer a military alliance with China, that changes China's confidence as well. So that's kind of, I think, more strategic vision we need in our foreign policy that we've had since certainly the Nixon era. I think that we need people who will be able to challenge the status quo, question the existing orthodoxies, the willingness to use levers to get great deals done that are like done. And that's what I do think. Someone like Donald Trump in the presidency, and obviously I ran for president outside of the businessman as well. I think this is an area, a foreign policy is one where we actually benefit from having business leaders and influence rather than people who are shackled by traditional political thinking. I think the thing to do would be clear that thinking why that we have to accept the red line that China provides for hard red line that's clear. I think that hard red line, that was a clear red line campaign on this one. I think that we have to have a clear red line that China will not, should not, at any time, should not, China and Taiwan. I think that the United States probably is rudest right not to suddenly upend the diplomatic policy we adopted for decades. What is recognizing the what that policy and our positions are applying deference to that. And understanding that may be the red line, is the national recognition of Taiwan as a reputation would be a red line that China would have, but we would have a red line to say that we do not, in any circumstance, tolerate the annexation by physical force at any time in the pursuit of mutual that's so there's an example. But the principle here is the U.S. How do we avoid major conflict with China? They can start with clear red lines on both sides. I think it starts with also lowering the stakes for the United States and making sure we're not dependent on China for our monetary life. And they're also, ironically, using the peaceful resolution of the Ukraine as a way of weakening the Russia-China alliance into the other direction, weakening China at a significant distance.
Well, what do you know when China says that they're going to annex Taiwan, whether you like it or not?
Against the backdrop that I just laid out, that would happen if we actually make sure that we're crystal clear about what the red lines and priorities are. We also depend on Taiwan right now for its independence. So China knows that's going to draw us into serious conflict with Russia business. So against the backdrop of clearly drawn red lines, against the backdrop of Russia no longer automatically being China's enemy, I think also strengthening our relationship with other allies who we have room to strengthen this relationship, like India. And I'm not just saying that, because my name is Rabbi Rothschild, right? I'm saying it because it's strategically important to the United States to understand that, God forbid, in a conflict scenario, China would perceive some risks to the Indian Ocean and the sea no longer being reliable in these oil supplies. There's a lot of lessons, but I think that if we are both strategically clear with our allies and with our adversaries about what our red lines are, what our priorities are, reasonable deals that pull Russia out of the hands of China and vice versa, reasonable allies in relationships that cause China to question whether it can continue to have the same access to the Middle oil supplies as it does today. And red lines in China itself, not what we definitely aren't okay with, and understand that they have some red lines too. That allows us, I think, to still avoid what many people would call inevitable conflict or these traps, in circumstances with rising power against the backdrop of declining power, conflict always becomes inevitable. That's a feeling. It's not what that business. I don't think that we have to give declining power and be inevitable that has to necessarily result in major conflict with China here. It's going to require leadership from the start. And you can have to judge based on international relations here before New Orleans. 4 years into Trump, we didn't have major conflicts in the Middle East, places like Russia and Ukraine. We were on the cusp of war with North Korea, Obama and Trump, and Trump. Judged by the result. And I would say, even if you're somebody who disagrees with a lot of Donald Trump, not like his style, if you're a single who's going to stay out of World War III, I just would put case for why you go for Trump.
Congressman Modi, I think he's probably headed in much different directions, one of which is discussing nationalism.
I believe that somebody I've got now actually reasonably well, for example, he's Georgia Meloni, who's leader of Italy, told the same thing. One of the things I love about her as a leader of Italy is that she does not apologize for the national identity of the country. That she stands for certain values and compromises. And she doesn't give a second care about what the media has to say about it. One of the things I loved last time I was with her to the U.S. and he said afterwards, she talked about she didn't get to lead across the media and allows her to make the best for the people. And there are elements of that in Modi's approach as well, which I respect about him. He doesn't apologize for the fact that India has a national identity and that the nation should be proud of it. But I'm not saying that because I'm proud of Meloni or Modi for their own countries. I'm American. I think there are lessons to learn from leaders who are proud of their own nation's identity rather than apologize. true act. In the United States, that doesn't even have no nationalism. That was not what the national identity of the United States was based on in the first place. But a civic nationalism grounded in our actual national capabilities. That is, and I think that that is something that we've gotten comfortable with countries to say, oh, I'm proud of being American. I believe in American exceptionalism. Somehow that's looking down on ourselves. No, looking down on anyone. And I'm proud of my own country. I think Modi's revived that spirit in India who had been missing for a long time. And India had an inferiority complex, psychological inferiority complex. But that be proud of its national heritage and its national identity and its national legacy history. And to say that even it doesn't have to have a kind of thinking about the past and be proud of that. It's like Malcolm X actually said this here in the United States. A nation without appreciation for its history is like a tree without roots. It's dead. And I think that that's true not just in the United States. I think it's true for every nation. Leaders like Maloney in Italy, leaders like Maloney in India, have done a great job. And I wish to bring that kind of pride back. Whatever I do next, that's something that's, I think reviving that sense of identity and pride, especially in the next generation, is one of the most important things we can do.
Speaking of what you do next, any chance you got it?
Well, I'm not going to rule it out. That's a long time from now. I'm most focused on what I can do next chapter for the country. I ran for president. A million things that I learned, that experience, that you can only learn by doing it. It was very much a fire first, aim later. With getting into the race, there's no way I could plan and plot this out of somebody who's coming from the outside. I was 37 years old, came from the business world. So there was a lot that only could be learned by actually doing it. But I care about the same things that led me to presidency. I don't think we should have solved. I think that we have a generation that is lost in the country. Not just the young people, but it's all of us in some ways. Purpose at a time in our history. Things that used to fill that void all of them missing. And I think we need a president who both has the right policies for the country, still the border of the economy, stay out of World War III, and that yes, we need the right policy. We also need leaders who, sustain, revive our national character, revive our sense of pride, revive our identity as Americans. And I think that need exists as much today as it did when I first ran for president. I don't think it's going to be automatically solved in just a few years. I think Donald Trump is the right person to carry that banner forward in the next 4 years. But after that, we'll see what the country is now in 2028. And whatever I do, will be whatever has the maximum positive impact on the country. I'll also tell you that my laser focus, maybe as distinct from other politicians on both sides, is to take America to the next level, move beyond our victimhood culture, to restore our culture of excellence. We got to shut down that kind of state. Out of the state, the regulatory state, the foreign policy managed state. Shut it down and revive who we really are as Americans. And I'm as passionate about that as ever. But the next step is not running for president. The next step is what happens in the next 4 years. And that's why over the next 4 weeks, I'm focused on doing whatever I can to make sure this is a solution.
Well, I hope you run because this was made clear on the stage by the debates. You have a unique clarity and honesty in expressing ideas and standpoint, and it would be nice to see that. I would also like to see the same thing on the other side. We should make for some badass, interesting debates.
I would love nothing more than a kick-ass set of top-tier Democratic candidates. After 4 years of Donald Trump, we have a primary bill that actually people who have real visions for the country on both sides. And the people of this country can choose between those competing visions without insult or injury to people. I would love nothing than to see that.
What do you think? So for me, I would love to see some kind of future where it's you versus somebody like Tim Ross. So Tim Ross, young lad in college, is the would you have similar to you strongly held radical ideas and
this country just be on stage and debate honestly about their ideas and like very intention. Is there other people who should be honest also? I would like to take on in earnest, civil, like contested content, right? Debate. We want to take on risks against somebody who disagrees with you and still has deep ideology. And you don't better. He's demonstrated himself to be somebody who's like changed his mind on positions, but not some sort of fake flip-flopping way, but that thoughtful evolutions of his personal struggle. Somebody I deeply disagree with on a lot of his views. But what he's saying comes across at least as somebody who has been through that torturous process of really examining beliefs and convictions and has, when necessary, been able to reach his own pride where he can go wrong. I think that you have a number of other leaders probably working at the local levels. Not everybody's going to necessarily come from Washington, D.C. In fact, the longer they're there, the more they become what we did. Yeah, the governor of Colorado is an interesting guy. Got a more libertarian tendency. I don't know as much about his views from a national perspective, but it's intriguing to see somebody who has these libertarian, freedom-oriented tendencies within the Democratic Party. I think that there are a number of, I don't just say I'm a president, but in a debate last year, I was with President Rothschild, who said, look, he's a highly intelligent person, and he's somebody who is at least willing to buck the consensus of all the necessary. He recently, I would say, lambasted. He phrased it very delicately and criticized Kamala Harris's proposed tax on unrealized capital gains. So I like people who are willing to challenge the orthodoxies of their own party because it says they actually have convictions. It's really difficult to do something like that. For my part, I have and continue to have beliefs that will challenge Republicans. That on the face of it may not be the policies that total on paper as the policies you're supposed to adopt as a Republican candidate, but what a true leader doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. You tell people what they need to hear, and you tell people what your actual convictions are. And this idea that I don't want to be a right wing with entitlement stick for a handstand, I want to shut down, that challenges the presuppositions of where a lot of people move in the country. I don't think the bill to cap credit card interest rates is a good idea because that's price control, just like Kamala Harris's price control. It'll reduce access to credit. I don't think that we want a crony capitalist state showering private benefits on selected industry favorites that we want to expand the CFPB or the FTC's legal. It's an element trusted because it's a raw washed out. I believe shutting down that challenges a lot of current direction of conservatism. I believe in certain issues that maybe outside the scope of what Republicans are concerned about right now. One of the things that I oppose, for example, is not a top issue in American politics. It just makes sense for, I think I'm against factory farming of a large scale, you can sort of say, putting this into one thing to say that you need it for sustenance, that's great. But it's another to say that the factory farming setting is a special exemption of historical laws that existed that are the product of crony capitalism, against crony capitalism, against influence of mega money in politics. I don't think that's been good either for Democrats or Republicans. Some of these views, I think, are not necessarily traditional Republican, right? Orthodoxy being chapter and verse from a Republican Party platform. It's not against the Republican Party. But it's asking what the future of our group is. Some of these things are, again, money on politics, getting mega money, mega money. And so long as it exists, you got to play the game. You're going to play it with. I think one of the things I realized is that you just can't compete without it. But you want to win the game in order to change it. And I think that's something that I keep in mind. You have written a lot in second production, but you were just written book-wise, written basically a book a year for the last 40 years. When you're writing about episodic problems in the world, to develop your files, I think it's I need quite our central rush from the day-to-day of travel. I actually think a lot better when I'm working as a running, playing tennis. Somehow for me that really opens up my mind. But I need a significant amount of time after that notebook. I carry around a notebook everywhere I go and write it down in there. The notebook full of chaotic thoughts. There's a structure. Sometimes it's chaotic, sometimes it's structured. A little bit of both. Sometimes I have a thought that I know I don't want to forget later or maybe jot it down. I just flight over here. I have a structure and layout. I've got a lot of different projects in here, for example. Cross pollinate. In the shower this morning, had a bunch of thoughts and collected those on my plate. So I think that writing is something that helps me. It's one of the things that actually helped me this year was actually writing this book. You go into residence camp going at speed. If I was to do the presidential campaign again, I think I would do that to take more structured breaks. I don't mean breaks as citations, but I mean breaks. Probably the biggest mistake I made is last time around campaign. I was in 9 states in 7 days. I would have just taken that as a pause. I would have halfway through established relevance. Now make sure the country sees who you actually are and good, rather than just the momentum of heading forward. Taking this moment to just take stock of what you are. Do some writing. I didn't do much writing during the campaign. It's part of how I part of this book around. Okay. First thing I started doing after I collected myself took up was take the pen and start writing. And whether or not anybody writes, how writing. And actually started in a very different form. Personal reflection. Most of that, funny enough, we looked at writing books much better than now. How many books we just didn't have any books? They're actually that my published or published. For each of my books, the things that I started writing end up never in the book anyway, just kind of worth it. But the journey that led me to write this book, a lot in this book is really good. It's an important book before you write, and I hope the most important one, but certainly the product of an honest reflection that led me to write it. And I think that's one of the things that I learned from this campaign, not called policy lessons or personal backgrounds. The ability to take some time to really physically challenge yourself, work out, etc., to give yourself the space to recenter yourself on life. Had I done that, I think I would have been even more centered on the mission the whole time rather than when you get attacked off your hill, thrown off the bound. It's a lot harder for someone else than to if you really center yourself on one purpose. But my biggest learnings. You mentioned the first practice debate. So one of the most difficult things I've ever seen spread some really has debate. Podcast with all kinds of walks of life. Debates with protesters or displacing people that really disagree with the radical opposite. What's the philosophy, psychology to be calm through all of that? I enjoy it because I think just in ordinary life, whenever I receive criticism or not, first all thoughts are the responsibility, right? And most of the time, what happens is you understand it as that's argument, but you emerge with a stronger conviction. And you know your own beliefs that it's something that's happened over the course of my life as well. I think no one's a thinking human being unless that happens once in a while. And so anyway, just the idea of pursuit of truth that's always just going to happen. I'm wired that way. I thrive on it, enjoy it. Keep my relationships with friends are built around faith, deep seated community. And I think it's beautiful, not just about human relationships, it's particularly beautiful about America, right? Because it's part of the culture of this country, more so than other countries, China, India, Asian cultures. A lot of European cultures are very different from that. They're not genteel behavior, not the respectful behavior. Whereas for us, part of what makes us great is you can disagree like hell and still get together and entertain their neighbors. I think we've lost the whole but I'll get it and then whatever time I do it. Many people do it for that right way. Stop these questions and I think it's a big part of how we how we run. Have you ever seen yeah, but always these I love the police person. So curious about what's that what's motivating the person on the other side. That curiosity of somebody attacking you in that bed that you don't have to set up. Right? You can you one thing. You put anybody in this guy. What's actually what is it that's moving that person about that when the climate change protesters that were up in my heads? I'm as fascinated by the psychology of what's moving them and what they might be hungry for as I am concerned about rebutting the content of what they're saying. And I think that that's certainly something I can't revive. We don't talk about in politics, but I think that's curiosity. I think is in a certain way one of the ways we're going to be able to disagree but still remain friends and fellow citizens. I agree with you. I think fundamentally most people are going to remember things have on is say just curiosity. I think we should lean into that. You're here first. This podcast is definitely born of your curiosity, I'm sure. So I see many more of that kind of you don't have to talk about you're joking about it. Adventurers, political theorists, founders of nations, they're going to have that boundless curiosity too. And part of what's happened culturally in countries is got to this place where we've been told that stay in your lane. Well, you don't have an expert degree in that, therefore you can't have that. I don't think that's not it's a little bit un-American in terms of culture of it. And yeah, it's one of the things I like about was of course this conversation too. It's cool to have intellectual interests that span sports, culture, politics, philosophy. It's not just have to be an expert trained in one of those things to do it. That you might even be better. The Renaissance man, we've lost a little bit of that. It's certainly something that is important to me. And this year it's been kind of cool after leaving the training business. I've been picking up my tennis game again. I practice at the Ohio State group. Yeah, better, but I'm picking it up. Yeah, mine was trying to I think we're criticizing potentially is your I've been playing with the I'm fighting the Ohio State team before. They're like number one in the country. That guys on team play with a couple of kids who released on the team. do hope that you have a future in politics as well. It's nice to have somebody that has rigorously developed their ideas and is honest about presenting them and is willing to debate those ideas out in public space. So I would love for you and people like you to represent the future of American politics. So thank you so much for everything. I'm sure this chair, I'm thinking of Thomas Jefferson. So big shout out to Thomas Jefferson for thank you so much for talking today. This is fun. One final fact about Jefferson. When you get of course, he wrote thousands. Yes, yeah, it's long. But 64 years. That's nothing compared to how prolific this guy was. Anyway, thanks for having you. None of us will ever live up any close to Thomas Jefferson. Have your curiosity. Thanks for being part of this. Thanks for listening to this conversation with that sports podcast, Christian American politics, now legal words, critical language designed to make lives, designed to murder, respect, to give the appearance of solidity to pure language. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Horrific. Man-made panic, not a natural disaster, not a holocaust, man-made panic as a result of an emulsion that's used by the Soviet state to extract those pieces, pouring off the area, out of Afghanistan, certain people to escape. Put very well some of the implications of this case study here, how things look in the abstract. And those phenomena are going to haunt the rest of the experience. So, the whole notion that up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or falsifying the statistics, reports, in order not to bad, not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where we know that it's a pretense of comprehensive communication. Right? There's a state plan agency that puts 5-year plans for the country as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on a deliberate act, bringing class, bring similar height, inside, damage, and not least is negative selection. Those who have most, those who are most vulnerable, those who have most self-discipline, those who are best organized, will be widowed again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. Hitler and Hamlet envisioned permanent war, not a peaceful conflict, not a peace treaty, not a settlement, not a border, but a constant movement of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning more and more living space. And with analogy to other frontiers, to always give more fighting experience and more training and aggression to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's better. Following this conversation, Ahas a historian specializing in Germany. He has lectured extensively on the rise and fall of communism. Our discussion was debunk this, the very heaviest of topics, the communist ideology that has led to over 100 million deaths in the 20th century. We also discussed Hitler, Nazi ideology, and Rothschild. This reflection podcast is supported by sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, stay healthy. really the central ideas that laid the foundation.
There were several key ideas Marx deployed that were destined to happen. In some ways, they were actually kind of contradictory. On the one hand, Marx insisted that history has a purpose. History is not just random, but that rather it's history, you might say, with a capital H. History moving in a particular direction. History having a goal, a direction that is predestined to move. At the same time, in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx and his colleague Friedrich Engels also suggested that there was a role for a special debate, even if it's still moving in this predetermined direction, might give it an extra push, might play a role in that. And I think that these ideas added together the notion that there is science of revolution that suggested that any rational way for this resolution conflicts, a total liberation of the human person, and then that's negative, that's pre-programmed and destined for the things. When you add to that the notion that there's also root for heroism and this ended up being tremendous combination. But part of the thinkers who were socialists had already left their all conflict would be resolved and human life would achieve some sort of perfection. Marx added these other elements that are far more powerful than the versions that he decried as free utopians.
There's really questions that we ask. So on the utopian side, so there is a utopian component to the way he tried to conceive of the thinking.
Absolutely. I think, first of all, what has to start at this point in time, because to call someone as dead is precisely the art, not scientific. You're not laying out the iron laws of history. You're merely laudable that is fundamentally unbeatable. That said, in the mind, Marx's insistence that there are laws and structures, class conflict, modes of production, its ultimate goal of a comprehensive final revolution needs to exist. It, smuggled in among those things are most definitely utopian elements. And here become especially at the end in which Marx sketches the notion of what things will look like after the revolution has resolved the problems. There the previous sense of blessed state was being talked about. People no longer exploiting one another. People no longer subject to necessity or poverty, but instead enjoying all of the productivity and industrialization that hit by the profit now collectively owned and employed. The notion that one would be able to work at one job in the morning and then engage in leisure activity or yet another specific job in the afternoon. All of this free of any complications, free of necessity, free of the sort of ordinary restrictions that we experience in the old world, that's deeply utopian. The difference was that Marx charted a route towards that outcome that was that presented itself as cutting-edge science, and moreover, the full credit that science demands so much, especially in terms of
So there's a long journey from capitalism to that includes a lot of problems. He's thought about the problems, all the complexities of human interactions, the friction, the problems.
to the extent that they were based on inequalities and on man's exploitation of man, result was supposed to be a resolution of all of this. Inevitably, when you talk about the history of communism, you have to include the fact that this often tragic and dramatic history produced a lot of jokes. Jokes were very important reactions sometimes to the ideological claims made by the One of the famous jokes was that what's the difference between capitalism and communism? And the joke's answer was capitalism is the exploitation of man by man. Communism is the exact opposite.
Yeah, Jackson, you don't have the electron Q. And he delivered you away. Okay, this again, very question. So you outlined some contradiction, but it's interesting to talk about his view. For example, what was Marx's view of history?
Marx had been a student of Hegel, and Hegel, as a German idealist philosopher, had announced very definitively that history has a purpose, history not a collection of random facts. And as an idealist, he proposed that the truth reveals in it, the truth in this, what makes history with a capital H something that transcended the people was that it was the bringing out of an idea through different situations, different stages of developing that idea. So it was not individuals or thinkers alone making history and having an impact. It was the idea itself striving for it, striving to become an ever more perfect realization. In the case of Hegel, in the Russian and German context, he identified the realization of freedom also in the growth of the state, because he thought that governments are the ones that are more able to deliver on laws and on the ideas of the state through the law. That was a noble dream. At the same time as we recognize from our perspective, state power has been put to all sorts of purposes besides guaranteeing the people what Marx did was to take this characteristic insistence of Hegel that history is moving in a meaningful and discernible way towards the realization of an idea and flip it on its head. Marx insisted that Hegel had so much that was right in his thinking, but what he would neglect upon it was that in fact history is based on matter. So hence dialectical materialism. Dialectical refers to things preceded by clashes or conflict towards an ever greater realization of some essential idea. And so Marx adapts a lot of ideas of this. You can recognize the entire rhetorical universe that are indebted to that earlier training, but now taken a very different direction. What remains, though, is the confidence of being on the right side of history. And there are a few things that are absolutely as being convinced that your actions not only are right in the abstract, but are also destined to be successful.
And also that you have the rigor of science backing you in your journey.
Absolutely. So Engels, when he gives the great eulogy for his beloved friend Marx, claims that Marx is essentially the Darwin. The Darwin that he had done for the politics and of human history, what Darwin had done with his theory of evolution, understanding the hidden, understanding the law at work, and that make that whole process meaningful rather than just one day.
What the history of the Moses societies is the history of class structures. So what about this conception of history? History of class structure.
This was the book before English started off the book. And it's a book that keep in mind that class doesn't just mean revolutions, revolts, peasant uprisings. It's sort of the totality of the clashes, conflicts of interest that appear in any society. And so Marx was able, in this spirit that he about is very scientific, to demark the stages of historical transformation. Primitive communism in the prehistoric period, then moving towards what was called state slavery. That's to say, the early civilizations deploying human resources and ordering them by all powerful monarchs. Then slavery, ancient period, and then moving to feudalism in the Middle been displaced by the author who wrote astonishing achievements in commerce and world building of the middle class, the bourgeoisie, who have taken hold of and are in the class conflict with the class below them, which is the workers, the proletariat. This sort of project that but also, by the way, teams within classes. So the bourgeoisie are working grave diggers, large masses of their own supremacy, because they're also competing against one another. And members who don't survive that competition get pressed down into the subordinate working class, grows and grows and grows, to the point where in some future moment, the inevitable explosion and swift revolution will overturn this penultimate stage of human history and usher in instead the dictatorship of the working class, and then the abolition of all classes. So only one class remaining ever is finally unified without those contradictions that are
The dictatorship of the working class. So what is the role of revolution?
this in particular from Rothschild is a really key moment. This is what makes that such a good question. In his vision, the epic narrative presenting this revolution is it's not enough to have revolutionary change. It's not a question of compromises. It's not a case of bargaining or balancing interests. Revolution is necessary as part of the process of subjugating the class coming to awareness of its own historical role. Against the proletariat, this working class in its entirety, to whom Marx assigns this epic completely role, the one to liberate all men and classes that is universal in its interests and sort of role in this evolution history that they'll be playing this in a secular framework. They need revolution, the experience of revolution in order to come into the economy. Because without it, you only have kind of like compromising something less than the consciousness that they then need in order to rule, administer, and play the
How do you conceive of a revolution, eventually a violent revolution, stabilizing itself into something where the working class is able to come to?
that's where things become maybe of less detail in his English accounts. The answer that they propose in one of them, this is for the future. So all the details will be settled later. I think it was alive to this. There's a tremendous confidence in some good 19th century ideas about how society could be administered and what made for a orderly society. In a way where if the right infrastructure is in place, you might expect society to run itself without the need for micromanagement from above. Hence, we arrive at that there will be a period where it will be necessary to have centralized control. And there might have to be puts despotic inroads against property in order to bring this revolution to pass. But the state represents everyone rather than representing particular class interests that are conflict with other classes. The state will eventually wither away. So there will be need for it. And let's say that truth, right, or that station equals explosion in time, not as a thing. The big issue, people will be able to enjoy life of as you consider authentic freedom without necessity, without poverty, as a result of this blessed state.
Spotted in the Robin. Did he elaborate on the spotted in the
Dispossession. Dispossession would be the middle classes, which was in his model. Humanity never stands still, right? So we probably argue that this dynamic vision of how this controls the there's always times, there's always moving, propelling history forward towards its predestined ending. In the way he saw this findings was that as things did not stay the same, the condition of the working class was constantly getting worse, and hence their revolutionary potential was growing. And at the same time, the expropriators, the bourgeoisie, were also facing diminishing returns as they competed against one another with more and more wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, and more elements of what had been the middle class detached from the middle class and being pressed down into the working class. For Marx, this is really a key part. I mean, the key part of this whole ratchet effect is going to produce this final historical explosion. And in Germany, the rule given process is predicated, which is very evocative. Data means business. It's the growing business. When this gets translated into English, the results are never quite as evocative or satisfactory. The words that get used are industrialization or pauperization, more and more people are becoming paupers. But for Marx, that prediction is really key. And even in his own lifetime, there were already hints that in fact, sociologically, of the newly developed working classes in places like Great Britain or Germany, that process was not playing out as he had expected. In fact, there had been enormous dislocations and tremendous suffering in the early, chaotic, sort of Wild West stages of capitalism and industrialization. There had been reform movements as well, and there had been unions which had sought to carve out agreements with employers for how the conditions under which workers labor might be integrated. Moreover, the middle class, rather than dwindling together, seemed to actually be strengthening, growing in numbers and appearance of new types of people, like white-collar workers, like technical hustlers. So already in Marx's own lifetime, and then especially in what followed Marx's lifetime, this becomes a real problem because it puts a stick into the spokes of this particular historical picture.
Can you speak to this round of ideas, which is fascinating, this battle of the big ideas in the 19th century? What are the ideas that are slipping around the ground?
Well, to describe the 19th century as sort of an age of ideology is very apt because Europe is being wrapped and being put through the end of it of nationalism, demands for self-expression of peoples who earlier lived in empire, for monarchical rule, demands to redraw the map, the tremendous transformations of the Industrial Revolution meant that in the course of about a generation, you would have seen the world around you change in ways that you entirely unlike. Speeds that people are chocolate. So it's enormous change and demands for education. And so this ideas, ideologies, old and new, religious ideas, religious revivals, as well as the roots of secularization. And stepping into all of this are Marx and Engels together in what has been called, I think, with justice, one of the most important and intellectual partnerships of history. They were very different. They were both German by origin. Marx had trained as an academic. He had married the daughter of Baron. Because of his radical ideas, he was foreclosed or found himself cut off from a possible academic career and went the route of radical journalism. Engels was very different. Engels was the son of an industrialist. And the family owned factories in Germany. So it's most definitely not the proletariat that he and Marx were celebrating as so significant to the world. Also, huge difference in character. Marx were neither men. They were astonishingly style. They also saw how felt determined with dominant parties and was not to settle compromise a bit of a he was He was also not inclined to undertake regular employee or support work. That's what Engels did. Engels essentially, from his family fortune, and then from his journalism afterwards, supported both himself and the Marx family for decades. And so, in a sense, Engels made things happen. In the mysterious way that friendships work, the very differences between these men made them formidable as dynamic duo because they balance off one another's idiosyncrasies and turn what might have been faults into potential strengths. British historian J.P. Taylor always has a lovely phrase, even when it's wrong. In this case, he was right. He said that Engels had charm, brilliance. Marx was a genius. And Engels saw himself as definitely the junior partner in this relationship. And here's the paradox. Without Engels, I'm pretty sure Marx would not have gone on to have the sort of lasting historical impact in the world that I think it's finished.
There's interesting characters moving around. T.F. Darwin. He is a characterized the wealth of impact he had. He was just in a religious context, the challenging God conception of the arts. There's Nietzsche. There's also hanging around the area. And there are some sides that just, yes. It's interesting to ask me, from your perspective, these people interact in this business. Like these to where discussion or it's mostly
I think it's part of a great conversation. I think that their words, their mother, Dostoevsky's thought ranges across the condition of modernity, and that he certainly has things to say about industrialization. I think that they react to one another in these unique ways rather than being at each other's throat. That's what makes the 19th century so compelling in the story, just because of the sheer vitality of the arguments that are taking place in ways big and small.
what you say here. You mentioned Karl Marx. They call it red comes up to people, and they think the Soviet Union maybe China. They don't think of Germany. So it's interesting that Germany is where communism was supposed to happen. That's right. So you speak to that, and
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a factor in the entire history that we're referencing. Um, Marx and Engels never really shed their identity as Germans. Many of their preconceptions, even those traces of nationalism that they had within themselves, even as they condemning nationalism as a fraud against the working class, um, their entire formation has been affected by their German background. And it's very true, as you point out, that Germany is intended to be the place where these predictions will play out. Also in Britain, also in France, also eventually in the United States. But it's Germany by virtue of being central location and then its rapid development later in Britain or France, industrialization, give it a special role in Marx's community. And so it's a lasting item, a central item of this whole story, that when a government establishes itself that claims to be following Marx's prescriptions and utilizing his vision, it happens in wreckage of the Russian Empire, a place that did not match the requirements of being industrialized, developed, or on its way in its historical process. And nobody knew this better than the Bolsheviks. Lenin and his colleagues had a keen sense that what they were doing, exciting as it was a gamble. It was a risk because the effect of the revolution that really take place had to see power from Germany. And that's why I think immediately after power, they're not sure that their hope, their promise of salvation is that a workers' revolution would erupt in Germany, defeated Germany in
or the Lingard, the one that has been locked in this unlikely Russian location, henceforth, great things to follow that do hew to Marx's historical vision. The last thing to mention about this is that this predominance of German thinking of Marx had two other reflections. One was that German socialists and later communists organized in order to fulfill Marx's vision, and they produced something that leaves other Westerners in awe in the late 19th century. And that's the building of a strong German workers' movement and a social party. That social democratic party by 1912 is the largest party in German politics by vote. And there's the possibility that it might even come to power without needing radical revolution, which, again, also goes against Marx's original vision of the necessity for a revolution. Workers around the world, or rather radical socialists, look with admiration and awe at what the Germans have achieved, and they see themselves trying to do what the Germans have done. The final point is, growing up during the Cold War, one thought that if you want to represent somebody as being communist, that person has to have a Russian accent. Because Russia, after all, the homeland of this form of government, the Soviet Union, that must be the origin. Before the Bolsheviks reached power, in order to really be a serious radical socialist, you needed to be German. Because you read Marx, you needed to read Council, you needed to read Bernstein and other thinkers in this tradition. And it's only after the Soviets reached power that this all changed. So there's lots of Marx.
Which is why the clash between nationalism and communism in Germany is a fascinating aspect of history, which is interesting to take talk about. As we return to the 19th century, you said that Marxism was Russian anarchism, and the ideal for Bakunin, who famously said that was the passion, also a creative passion. So, what kind of future did Bakunin
Well, Bakunin, in some things, agreed with Marx. Many others disagreed. He was an anarchist rather than doing what he believed was one of the he didn't see humanity as fighting a struggle for a better way of life. He envisioned, as the quote that revolution and sheer confrontation and overthrow of existing state of things, not compromise, was going to be the way to get there. But his vision was very different. Rather than organizing conspiratorial and hierarchical political, Bakunin envisioned that time before loosened, that both the revolution and the future state of humanity would grow out of free association of anarchist thinking, free association of individuals who rejected hierarchical thinking for the living one another, rejected the state as a form of organized violence, and rejected traditional religious ideas that we saw as buttressing hierarchies. So Bakunin is part of a broader movement of socialist anarchists demanding change and envisioning a fundamental transformation. But his particular anarchist vision steers him into conflict with Marx. And he makes some prophetic remarks about the problems with the system that Marx is proposing. We should add to this that the very fact that Marx, the German by background, including his Russian, kind of adds a further nationalist or element of ethnic difference there. Bakunin warned that sort of creeping German authoritarianism might insinuate this way into a movement that came too close to having hierarchies in the struggle to overthrow hierarchies. And his anarchist convictions are not in question here. They led him into conflict with Marx. And Marx railed against him, denounced him, and eventually had him expelled from the international. One of the things, though, that also makes the piece so significant is What is the first in a longer series of approaches between anarchists where they try to make common laws, and not say that in every case it ends out with anarchists, because the communist mission in particular, especially in its Leninist version, argued for discipline and a tightly organized professional revolutionary movement. The anarchists who sought to make common cause with communists, whether it was in the days of the Russian Revolution, the Russian Civil War, or whether it was in the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists found themselves targeted by communists precisely because of their skepticism about what turned out to be an absolutely key element in the Leninist description of a successful revolution.
You can take that tension a little bit. So I guess anarchists were less organized.
Quite definitely.
Yeah. Why do you think anarchism hasn't been rigorously tried in the communism was? If you just take a complete sort of tangent. I mean, in one sense, we are living in anarchy today because the nations are in an armed state with each other. But why do you think there's not been an anarchist revolution?
Well, I think that always from anarchists would beg to differ. You can see communes in Spain during the Spanish Civil War as an example of trying to put anarchist ideas into place. But Putin split it from one area of unrest to another, hoping to hit on finally the founding of sort of free communes that he had in mind. Another key point in all of this is that anarchy means something different to different people at the time. And so when you point out quite correctly that we have an anarchic international situation, that's kind of the Hobbesian model of the war on against law, man is a wolf to man. Generally, except if you're talking about nihilists in Russian revolutionary tradition, anarchists see anarchy as a blessed state, and one where finally people will be free from the distorted influence of hierarchy, traditional beliefs, subjugation, inequalities. So for them, anarchy, the liberation, they see this as a positive movement, peaceful. That's a positive with some of them are looking for how to get it. He sees overthrow as being necessary on the route to that. But as we point out, it's absolutely key to this entire dynamic that to be an anarchist means that your efforts are not organized the way discipline and tightly organized revolution.
That's an interesting stretch that a violent revolution take us to a place of no violence, or there no violence.
It points to a phenomenon that really raised Marx and was deeply alienating to others in the traditional scholarship, but that so many scholars have commented, and that's that there is a religious element, not a value, a kind of hidden religious or secular religious element to Marx's vision, to the tradition that follows Marx. And just think of the correspondences, right? And Marx himself was kind of positioning himself as a savior figure, whether that's a Prometheus or a Moses who would lead people to the promised land. The apocalypse of the end times is this final revolution that will usher in a blessed final state of utopia, which is equivalent to a secular version of heaven. There's the working class playing the role of humanity and its struggle to be redeemed. And scholar after scholar has pointed this out. Reinhold Niebuhr, back in the 1930s, had an article in the Atlantic magazine that talked about the Soviet Union's communism as a religion. Eric Friedland, an American scholar who led the Nazis and relocated to Louisiana State University, and tones about the new phenomenon of political religions in
modern era. We saw fascism, Nazism, and Soviet communism as bearing the stamp of political religions, meaning ideologies that promised what earlier they would have understood in religious terms. They're going to call this an eschaton. Said that these at that time, the eschaton was being promised in the here and now, a imminent, and he warned against it, saying the results are likely to be disaster.
So that's actually a disagreement with the idea that people sometimes say that Soviet Union is an example of an atheistic society. So you have an atheist as the primary thing in an atheistic society. This so that's what you're saying is kind of objection of that, that there's a strong religious component to the
A hidden component, one that's not officially recognized. And I think that I had the chance to witness this. When I was a child, my family, I grew up in Chicago, so Lithuanian background, and my father was an mathematician, got a very rare invitation to travel to Soviet Lithuania at the University of Vilnius to meet the colleagues. And at this point, journeys of more than a few days were very rare in the Soviet Union for Americans. And the result was that I had unforgettable experiences visiting the Soviet Union and Brezhnev's day. And among the things I saw there was a museum that had been established in a church that had been ripped apart inside and was meant to kind of embody the official stance of atheism. And I remember being baffled by the museum on the inside because you would expect exhibits, you would expect something dramatic, something that we didn't know. And instead, there was some folk art on the inside showing bygone beliefs. There were some lithographs or engravings of the Spanish Inquisition and its horrors, and that was pretty much it. But as a child, I remember being reproved in that museum for not wearing my windbreaker, but instead carrying it on my arm, which was a very disrespectful thing to do in an official museum of atheism. When I was able to visit the Soviet Union later for a language course in the summer of 1989, one of the obligatory tours was to fly on reverently past the body of Lenin outside the Kremlin and Mausoleum in Red Square. And communist monuments, like those Lenin, earlier Stalin have been there as well. Communist monuments like Mao, Ho Chi Minh, really, I think, speak to a blending of earlier religious sensibility, reverence and relevance of great figures, almost saintly figures, so that even what got as atheism turned out to be a very demanding faith as well. I think that's a contradiction that other scholars.
Yeah, it's a very complicated discussion. Remove religion as a component of society, whether it's something like framing about religious ways is the natural consequence of that.
The mere nature of learning about that there are places in human character that long for transcendental explanation. Right? That it's not only this, in fact, there's a larger purpose. And I think it's not a coincidence that such a significant part of resistance to communist regimes has come from, on the one hand, religious believers, and on the other hand, from disillusioned true believers in communism who find themselves undergoing a internal experience, which is revulsion, finding that their ideals are not what.
So this topic is one of several topics that you powerfully describe as contradictions in the ideas of Marx. So religious, there's a kind of religious adherence versus also the rejection of religious dogma. We've talked about some of the others, the tension between nationalism and emergentalism versus what communism is supposed to be, globalism. Then there's the geography of the places you're simply preserved. Tradition. So you're supposed to break with the past with communism. But then Marxism became one of those strongest traditions in history.
That's right. That's right. I think that last one is especially significant because it's deeply paradoxical. I'm trying to outline these contradictions, by the way. It's like subjecting Marx to a sort of analysis that Marx did with other people. Point out internal contradictions, things that are likely to become pressure points or cracks that might open up what's supposed to be a completely set and durable and effective framework. The one about tradition, Marx points out that the need for revolution is in order to break the traditions that have kept people in this earlier way of thinking, earlier social structures, and the constantly benefit. And what happens instead is a tradition of radical rupture emerges. And that's really because imagine the last stages of the Soviet Union, where keen observers can tell there are problems that are brewing in society. There are discontents and demands that are one fact, especially when someone like Rothschild is proposing reforms and things are suddenly thrown open to the discussion. The very notion that you have a celebration of revolutionaries and the Bolshevik dynasty at a time when the state wants to enforce stability and an order that's been received from the proletariat Brezhnev's all of that is an especially volatile mix and unlikely to work out very durably in the long run.
I would love to say, talk about the works of Marx, the Communist Manifesto, that's the top. What can you say that's interesting about it? Those ideas on paper.
The first thing to know about this is that those two works are very different. The Capital is an enormous multi-volume work that Marx worked at and only got the first volume out because Engels begged him to stop revising, please, and then the rest, Engels had to actually reconstruct out of notes after Marx passed away. It's a huge one. By contrast, the Communist Manifesto is a brief pamphlet that ended up affecting the lives of many men in spite of its comparative rhetoric. The Communist Manifesto, moreover, is also something of the nature of kind of delayed fuse, because when it first appears amid the revolutions of 1848 across Europe, the work is contrary to what people often believe. That pamphlet did not cause the revolutions of 1848, many of which are national and liberal demands. The voice of Marx and Engels barely be heard what we did of other far more prominent actors. It is, however, in the aftermath that this work takes on tremendous significance and becomes popularly read and popularly distributed. It's especially the episode, the bloody episode of Paris Commune in 1871, which comes to be identified with Marx, even though it was not purely inspired by Marx's own, nor were all of the communist devoted Marxists. It's the identification of this famous or infamous episode of urban upheaval that really leads to a worldwide notoriety for Marx and attention to those works. And they're very different. Das Kapital is intended to be the marginal species of its realm, economic realm, and represents years and years of work of Marx laboring in the British Museum Library, working through statistics, working on little bits and pieces of a larger answer to big historical questions that he believes is arising. Its tone is different from that of the Communist Manifesto, which is a call to arms. It announces with great confidence what the scheme of history will be, but rather than urging that the answer might be passivity, just waiting for history to play out in its preordained way, it's also a clarion call to make the revolution happen. And is intended to be a
but decades later,
Is there something to say about the difference between Marxist economics and Marxist political ideology? So the political side of things and the economics side of things.
so I think that Marx, you probably responded that in fact those things are indivisible. The analysis is sort of purely theoretical is certainly can be performed on any economic reality that you care to mention, but the imperatives that grow out of that economic analysis are political. Uh, Marx and Engels emphasize the unity of theory and practice. So it's not enough to dispassionately analyze. It's a call to action as well. Because if you deliver the answer to how history evolves, changes, it obligates you. It demands certain action. We sometimes hear from undergraduates that they've heard from their high school history teachers that Marxism was just a medical construct, it was an idle production of a philosopher, it was not connected to the world, it was never meant to drive practice. Marx would have been furious with this, and it's almost heroic and wrong as a historical statement, because Marx insisted that all these philosophers have theorized about that. What now is really necessary is to change it. So you could say that in the abstract, a Marxist economist can certainly use Marxist theoretical framework to prepare to given economic reality. But Marx would have seen that as incomplete, as deeply unsatisfactory. There's kind of a footnote to all of this, which is that even though Marxist dialectical materialism grounds itself in these economic realities, and the political description is supposed to close the economic realities and be inevitably growing out of it. In the real history of communist regimes, we actually see periods where the economics becomes intelligent. And I'm thinking in particular of the new economic period early in the history of the Soviet Union, what Lenin realized is that the economy is so far gone, we need to reintroduce or allow or get in place some elements of private enterprise just to start getting Russia back on course in order to have the accumulation of surplus that we can build the economy as a whole. And that's, there are many Bolsheviks who see the new economic program as the new economic policy as a terrible compromise and a betrayal of their ideas, but it's seen as necessary for a short while, and then Stalin will reckon it tighter. We'll consider for that matter China today. You have a dominant political class, party of China, which is allowing economic development and private enterprise as long as political control. So some of these elements already represent divergences from what Marx would have expected. And this comes to a question in all of the histories of communism. It has to do with human tradition, in spite of itself. And that could be expressed in the following way. An original set of ideas. What elaborations, any doctrine, whether it's communist or religious doctrine, any political ideology, what elaborations are natural agents of evolution of any living set of ideas? Or when you reach the point where some shift or some adaptation is so radically different that it actually breaks the convention. And that's an insoluble problem. But that can be done on a case-by-case basis. It speaks to issues like the question that gets raised today: is China in a meaningful sense a communist country? And there's diversity of opinion on this. Well, if you're looking at the history of communism, and you look at North Korea, which now is on its third installment of a dynastic leader of the same family, who ruled like a god over a regime that calls itself communist. Is that still a form of communism? Is it an evolution of? Is it a complete reversal of? I tend to want to take an anthropological perspective and to take very seriously those people who allow that they are communists. This is the project that they have underway. And then, after hearing that avowal, I think as a historian, you have to say, well, let's look at the details. Let's see what changes have been made, what continuities might still exist, whether there's a larger pattern to be seen here. So it's a very, very complicated.
Let's step back at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. And let's steel man the case for communism. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of the people then, not in this way that we look back at what happened in the 20th century. Why was this such a compelling notion for millions of people who make the case for it?
Well, clearly, and part of this story has to do with overall with faith, conviction, stories of people sacrificing themselves as well as their countrymen, the cause that they believed was not just legitimate, but demanded the total obedience. I think that throughout the early part of the 20th century, late 19th century, early 20th century, so much of the compelling case for communism came from the confidence that people in the Western world based in science. The notion that science is answering problems. Science is giving solutions to how the world around us works, how the world around us some drivers of that Western tradition of science were crazy. Chronology, so-called scientific racism that tried to divide humanity out of discrete and manipulate it in ways that were allegedly scientific and rational. So there were horrors that followed from those implications of science. But its prestige was enormous. And that archives do with the religious ideas like true beliefs were generally processes of realization, not total simulation, but processes of circularization in Western industrial society. And the sense that here's a fact that will not escape from orders brought on by capitalist competition. Poverty, economic cycles, depression, brought on by capitalist the inequalities of societies that remain hierarchical of class base. And this claim to be cutting edge science, I think, allows people like Rabbi to derive immense confidence in the prescription for that. And that paradoxically, the confidence that you have in broad strokes, the right set of answers for how to get to the future, also allows you to take huge liberties with the tactics and the strategies that you follow as long as the ultimate goal remains the one sketched by this master plan. So, ultimately, some of the predictions of someone like Rabbi that once society has reached that stage of mutation, the proletariat, the notion that governments will essentially give abundance. The model he had in mind, oddly enough, was Swiss post offices. Being in Swiss exile must have impressed him so much with orderliness and the sheer discipline and rationality of the Swiss post office. But why can't you organize governments like this, where you don't need politics, you don't need ambitions, you have procedures, which does its job in a way that's not really unique, but simply produces the great. When you think of it, especially democracy in the 20th century, what's the worst thing to have the comparative might of decay on display with a prediction like that? But it derives from the cause of cause stand
also from a working class person perspective. The Industrial Revolution, you see growing inequality, growing power. And there is a time when you see people getting wealthy and combined with the fact that life is difficult, life in general, life is suffering for many, for all, is exhausted. And there is kind of a powerful idea that the man is exploited. And that's a populist message that a lot of people resonate with because they're in every. And so before you kind of know how these economic political ideas manifest themselves, it is really powerful to say, here beyond the horizon, there's a world where the rich man will not exploit much hard work. And I think that's really powerful.
It is, but at the same time, though, it points to further problem. That's the identity revolutionaries. It turned out that many of these revolutionary movements and the founding of these communist countries in the aftermath of the Soviet seizure of power turned out to be something quite different from people who spent their lives in factories experiencing the Industrial Revolution firsthand. There's a special role in the elections. When Marx and Engels write into the Communist Manifesto, the notion that certain exception rise above their class workers in a way other people can and transcend their purview of their materialism in order to gain a perspective of the possible whole and align itself with the working class struggle for communism. This sort of special way they carved out for themselves is enormously huge intellect. If there's any celebration of intellect, it's the world Hebrew. That gap, that frequent reality of not being in touch with the very classes that the communists are aiming to represent is a very frequent theme in this story. It also speaks to a crucial part of the story, which is the breaking apart, the civil war, the war of brother against brother, the fraternal struggle that splits social, that splits followers and friends. That's in the aftermath of the First World War in particular, was recurring to these traumatic experiences. The way in which Lenin encourages the foundation of radical parties that break with social democracy, sort of elaborated, especially in places like Germany, scorning their moderation and instead announcing a new dispensation, which was the Lenin a disciplined, hardcore, professional revolutionaries who will act in ways that a mere trade union couldn't. What this speaks to is a fundamental tension in radical movements because left to their own devices, that is announcements, workers tend to focus on their reality, their families, their workers, want better working conditions, unionize, and then aim to negotiate with employers or to agitate for reforms on part of the state to improve their living conditions. And then they're happy for the advances that they have won. And for Lenin, that's not enough. Because that's a half measure. That's the sort of thing that leads you into an accommodation with the system, not the overthrow of the system. So there's a constant tension in this regard that plays itself out in the environment.
So let's go to Lenin and the Russian Revolution. How did communism come to power?
It came to power as a result of stepping into a power vacuum. And the power vacuum was created by the First World War, and it's the effect that it had, a total, unprecedented influence on a regime in many ways was a traditional feudal monarchy, only experiencing the beginnings of the modernization that the rest of Europe had undergone. For this reason, communism comes to power in a place that Marx probably wouldn't have expected in a recognition. wreckage of the Russian Empire. Lenin is absolutely vital to this equation because he's the progressive good. Ironically, um, given the claim of communist leaders to having the key to history, just a few months previous, in exile in Switzerland, Lenin had been despairing, convinced that may not even live to see the end of that day. But then when revolution does break out in the Russian Empire, Lenin is does get a deal that is negotiated with the German high command, stuff that the later group very much regret. He was able to get back and to go into action and to press for nothing less than the seizure of power that brings his Bolshevik faction, the radical wing of the socialist movement, to power, and then to build something.
So even he was surprised how effective and fast the revolution.
He was, although I think that he would have agreed that what was necessary was the cataclysm, the scale of the First World War to make this happen. The First World War shatters so many of the certainties of the 19th century. Talking about it as a dynamic period with arguments and ideologies, it scrambles all sorts of early debates. It renegotiates the status of the individual versus an all-powerful state, claims of a state, because to win or even just to survive in World War I, you need to centralize, and to put everything under a authoritarian wartime footing, from country after country. So Lenin earlier had already articulated the possibilities of this country by talking about how the entire globe already is connected. And there's a chain of capitalist development that is connecting different countries so that the weakest link in the chain, if it breaks, if it pops open, it might actually inaugurate much bigger processes and start a chain reaction. And that's what he intended to do and has a chance to do in the course of 1917. Incidentally, just to get a sense of the sheer chaos and the human, on an individual human level, what the absence of established authority meant. There's few works of literature as powerful as Rabbi's Pasternak, Dr. Zhivago, or giving you the whole suite of contending forces in a power vacuum. It's an amazing testimony to that.
So you said that we should accept violence and terror necessary. Can you just speak to this aspect of terror? Because they took power. And so this was a part of this how it worked.
Right, and it had antecedents. Even though Lenin and his colleagues are competing amongst each other for the title of most faithful disciple of Christ, most true to the received theory, the practice is under influence earlier that operate in a Russian context that were not optimal, let's say, in the. And here you have to step back and think about the nature of Tsarism, which had maintained still into the 20th century the notion of divine right that God who will be the entire system and its hierarchies, and the questions was simple and completely non-viable, and the restrictive nature of Russian society was then dominated by the Tsarist establishment. Its harshness, its reactionary nature meant that people who in another country might have been reformers, could instead very easily be provoked into becoming revolutionaries. And Lenin is a perfect example of this because his older brother was executed as a result of being in a radical revolutionary movement that was arrested
included populist groups that were claimed to engage in terrorism and resistance against the Tsar's regime. Um, and this included people who called themselves nihilists. These nihilists were materialists who saw themselves ushering in a new age by absolute rejection of earlier religious traditions and aiming for material answers to the challenges of the day. Among them was Nikolai Chernyshevsky, who wrote what's been called the worst book ever written. It was, in fact, one of Lenin's favorite books. In Russian, "Что делать?" In English, it's translated, "What is to be done?" And it's a utopian novel about revolutionaries and how revolutionaries should act with one another in open ways, new ways, non-traditional ways, in order to help usher in the coming revolution. Lenin loved the book and said it had a great narrative showing how to be a revolution. So there's the Marxist influence, and then there's this realist influence, which is also a very wide current in Lenin's thinking. And when you add these things together, you get an explosive mix. Because Lenin, as a result and part of this family trauma and struggle, becomes a absolutely irreconcilable enemy of the Tsarist regime and sets about turning himself into what you might call a guided missile of the revolution. It turns itself into a machine to produce revolutionary change. And I mean that incredibly firmly. Lenin at one point shared with friends that he loved listening to music, but he tried not to listen to beautiful music like Beethoven because it made him feel rejected. And the revolution demanded was realism, hardness, absolute speed and sound. So Lenin worries that fellow revolutionaries by the intensity of his single-minded focus on revolution. He spends his days thinking about the revolution, writing about the revolution, and so 24/7 is an existence where he's paired off other human elements quite deliberately in order to turn himself into an effective instigator of revolution. So what he becomes is that he's primed and ready for that role.
It's interesting that nihilism, Martian nihilism, the tradition of philosophy rejects all sorts of traditional morality. It's kind of cynical thought. Where's the light?
The light is science. The light is science. The nihilists, some of them do a very bad job of hiding their beliefs. They would wear things wearing blue tinted spectacles and sunglasses in the 19th century as a way of shielding their eyes from light, and also having a dispassionate and realistic view of reality outside. So the nihilists, as many suggest, do reject all kinds of certainties. They make an exception for science, and see that as a possibility of founding an entirely new world of existence.
For most people, I think nihilism is really philosophical work. I think really Lebowski. That is the thing there. And I think they summarize the nihilist tradition very well. It is fascinating. It also is fascinating that Lenin, I'm sure he's a scholar as well, that hardness was necessary human characteristics to take the revolution towards its head.
That's right. So prior generations of nihilists or populists had resembled Lenin's single-mindedness by being, by arguing that what needed total devotion to this was to play this role in society. It was not enough to be somewhat connected. The other thing that's really obvious is if you consider Lenin affected by Marxist ideas and the homegrown Russian revolutionary tradition that predates the arrival of Marxist socialism in Russia, it's the theme of needing to adapt to local conditions. So Marxism or communism in Vietnam or in Cuba in fumes and resins than it was in Germany, where Marx would have expected all this stuff.
So let's talk about Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, this little interplay that eventually led to Stalin accumulating Rabbi and taking a hold of power. What was that process like?
So Lenin's supreme confidence leads the party through some really difficult steps that involves things like signing the humiliating treaty with the Germans, the treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where critics of the Bolsheviks said that no one above the country could have agreed to so draconian, so harsh a settlement that saw the peeling off of large territories and the drop of Russian. Lenin was willing to undertake this because of the larger prize. He even said that he's not going to bother to read the treaty because short veterans when they get right. His expectation is revolution is going to break out everywhere, especially after he raised the standard, first of all, in the records of Russia.
And we should probably say that that treaty is so small. Maybe you can elaborate not only later is the problem with Portugal. Because was that a thing time extreme level of construction?
For German sensibilities, German nationalists, that treaty meant that Germany had essentially won the war. And only a turn of events that many of them couldn't even follow or see the arrival of American troops, specifically Maoist in the West, led to that reversal. And one of the many scholars, the contemporaries, pointed out that Germany through the wars was still that's the Germany actually not lost the war. However, that victory appears to decline. So most definitely that rounded this way. Incidentally, something we'll talk about later. World War I and World War II have a lot of linkage. And as time goes by, historians are going to focus on these linkages even more. But Lenin also, in his leadership against the odds, leads the Bolsheviks to power in the Russian Civil War, where most betting people would have given them very slight odds of even surviving, given how many enemies they faced off against. Lenin's insistence on discipline and upon good organization allowed the Bolsheviks to emerge as the winners. And yeah, a great disappointment. Lenin, like I said, expected that revolution would break out soon everywhere. All of the necessary conditions to do what we need is to link up with others. So he considered that what would be established would be a red bridge between the communist Russia and once Germany inevitably launched ahead to its revolutionary destination of communist Germany. That doesn't technically happen. On the contrary, what happens in Germany is a out-and-out shooting war between different countries and interests. When Germany establishes a democracy that later goes by the name of the Weimar Republic, the government is a government of social democrats, moderate social democrats, who are fearful of what they see as Russian conditions of disorder, and who are not necessarily accepting the Leninist vision of tightly organized authoritarian. So communists who revolt in Germany are brutally suppressed by mercenaries, hardened front fighters, and nationalist radicals hired by the German socialist government. And the result is a movement that just won't heal in the German socialist movement as a result of this radicalism. It frustrates Lenin's ambition. So too is the fact that Poland, rather than going Bolshevik, resists attempts by the Bolsheviks to move forward in that direction in Germany. The Poles, yet again, play a tremendously important historical role in changing the expected course of historical events. It's in the aftermath of these unexpected turns that Lenin and his colleagues realize that they're in this for the long haul. It's necessary to wait longer. They don't lose hope in the confidence in the eventual coming of international revolution, but it's been deferred. It's been put off. So the question that arises: what do you build within a state that's established called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics of the Soviet Union? Lenin, as a result of the assassination of is deeply affected in his health and would have left to continue for years longer in this theater. But he's sidelined because of his declining health, and there emerges a contest between a very charismatic leader, Trotsky, on the one hand, who is an amazing orator, who is an intellectual, who's traveled widely in the world, seen much of the world, and who is a brilliant writer, far-ranging intellect, and seems extremely radical because of his plan for permanent evolution, the acceleration of evolutionary processes, to drive history forward. It's right by the end of time. And on the other hand, is an extremely unlikely pretender. That's a man who's probably the antithesis of this guy, who would meet him in person. A guy with a sweet, somewhat high-pitched voice, not well suited to revolutionary oratory. His face pockmarked with scars of youth and illness. And moreover, doesn't speak fine, sophisticated Russian, but speaks a Russian heavily inflected with a Georgian accent, from that part of the Russian style. And I know that you already had a marvelous interview with Stephen Atkin, the brilliant biographer of Stalin, who has so many insights on that subject. The one thing that even after reading about Stalin, that never ceases to surprise me, even in retrospect, is that Stalin gains a reputation not as a fiery radical, but as a man who's a conciliator, someone who's calm when others are excited, someone who is able, because of the organizational skills, to resolve theoretical disputes with practical solutions. Now, to fully take this to full, we have to unknow what we know from our about Stalin's leadership, Stalin's mentality, eliminating his opposition, the cult of personality that against all odds that built up around Stalin so successfully, and the absolute dominant role that led him later to be described as Genghis Khan for the telephone, a brutal dictator with ancient barbers alive to use modern technology. While Trotsky was delivering fluent speeches, theorizing, Stalin works behind the scenes to control personnel decisions in the Bolshevik governing state, and shape personnel policy. Trotsky is increasingly sidelined and then demonized and eventually expelled from Soviet Union and later murdered explicit. Stalin eliminating these enemies conducted this decision.
So from that perspective, there's a lot of fascinating things here. So one, you could have a wolf who predicted modern clothing. So just because somebody presents as moderate, but doesn't think the most destructive, in history. The other aspect is using propaganda to construct an image of the person. Even though they're uncharismatic, not attractive, their voice is no good, all of those aspects, you can still have no good. There's still today a very large number of people that see him as a religious type of godlike figure. So the power of propaganda that everyone curating the image to the extent to which you want to fight is very credible. So in that way also Stalin is a study of power. Can we just talk about the ways that the power vacuum
then sees him as he's somewhat rough around the edges, not very sophisticated, much less cosmopolitan than other Bolsheviks, but dependable, reliable committed revolution. So I think that one of the things that's emerged, especially after Marcos opened up the Korean Union, and we were able to read more and more the communications of Lenin, is that it's not the case that we're talking here about the unconnected series of careers. Rather, there are connections to be made. It's true that towards the end of his life, Lenin came to be worried by complaints about Stalin's rudeness towards fellow Bolsheviks. And in his testimony, he warned against Stalin's testimonies. Lenin fundamentally saw himself as a replacement. And so that doesn't really help the succession story. Stalin is able to rely on the secret police apparatus that was built up under Lenin. And it's very early in the foundation of the Soviet state that the Cheka, the Extraordinary Commission, is established as a secret police to terrify the enemies, beat down the opponents of the regime, and to keep an eye on society more generally. The person who's chosen for that is also is an anomaly among Bolsheviks. That is a man of Polish aristocratic background, who is Dzerzhinsky, who comes to be known by the nickname Iron Felix. Here's a man who opposes personality also. Dzerzhinsky is celebrated in the Soviet period as the model of someone who's harsh and vague. An executioner, but with a heart. Somebody who loves children, somebody who has a tender heart, but forces himself to be sneaky-willed against the opponents of the ideological project of the Bolsheviks. Zelensky is succeeded by figures who will be absolutely instrumental to Stalin's exercise of power. And they're not being like Stalin and his purges takes care also of his secret police as a way of finding others like blame for earlier atrocities and to produce a situation where even committed Bolsheviks are uncertain what's going to happen next and feel their own position incidentally. There are other influences that probably talked about earlier as well. It's said about Stalin that he used to spend a lot of time looking through Machiavelli's complaints. And it seems that Stalin's personal copy of the books, nobody knows where that is, but historians have found annotations in books by Lenin that Stalin was in relation to leaders. Made Machiavelli's, which sounds almost like a commentary on Machiavelli's almost but not quite suggestion that he was justified leaders. Stalin's own writing says that if someone is strong, active, and intelligent, even if they do things that other people condemn, they're still a good person. So Stalin's self-conception of himself is someone who he's not in line with Lenin's emphasis on practical results and discipline, someone who gets things done. That's the crucial ethical stage. And ultimately, in criticism by later dissidents of Bolshevik morality, this question of what is the ethical standard, what is the ethical law, will bring this question to focus because and this goes back to Marx as well, the notion that any ethical system, any right or wrong, is purely the product of class dynamics. Because every class produces ideas, distinct religions, distinct art forms, distinct styles. Means that if no one has second absolute morality, it's all up for grabs. It's a question of power. The exercise of power with no limits, untrammeled by any laws whatsoever. Dictatorship in its purest form, something that Lenin had allowed, and then Stalin comes to practice.
not that it's possible to look deep into their personal heart. You have to look at Trotsky and say Congress deeply Marxist. Probably the same with Lenin. What do you think Stalin? Was he a believer? Was he a pragmatist that used communism in power and ideology and what propaganda? Or did he in his own private moments deeply believe in his children?
That's an excellent question. And you're quite right. You cannot hear the most consensus. Know for sure. My intuition is that this may be the false alternative, false dichotomy. It's natural enough to see somebody who does monster things to say, well, this is ideology we use for cover. But I think that my suspicion is that these were actually perfectly compatible to this historical goal. The notion that there's an ideology that gives you a master plan for how history is going to develop, and your own power, the increase of that power, unprecedented proportions, your ability to torment even your own faithful followers in order just to see them scourge, Stalin was famous for, to keep people unsettled. To me, it seems that for some people, those might not actually be opposed, they might be which is a very scary.
This is terrifying. This is really important to understand. If you look at once Stalin takes power and some of the policies for the collectivization of agriculture, why do you think that failed so catastrophically, especially in the 1930s with the Ukraine bombing?
I think that the short answer is that Bolsheviks in particular, but also communists were generally have very conflicting relations with agriculture. Is a very right communist, but also very traditional. Has about it all of the smell of tradition and other problematic factors as well. In a place like Russia, the Russian Empire, peasants throughout this for centuries had wanted one thing, and that was to be left alone and farm their own land. That's their utopia. And that, for someone like Marx, who had a vision of historical development and transcendence and progress, the absolutely key, does not mesh at all. For that reason, when Marx comes up with this tableau, this tremendous display of transformation that occurs over centuries and heading towards the final utopia, the role of farming is evident. Conservative and dull as socks of potato in Marx's historical vision because they're limited in their horizon. They farm their land, their plot, and don't have labor revolutionary goals beyond working the land and having it be improved. By contrast, it doesn't look like that's obvious. The images that today would be deeply disturbing to environmentalists, smokestacks, belching smoke, byproducts of goodness, landscape transformed by the factory model. That's what Marx and then later the Bolsheviks have in mind. Similarly, the goal, as articulated in Marx's writings, is to put agriculture and farming on a factory model so that you won't need to feel this traditional role of the independent farmer or the peasant. Instead, you'll have people who benefit from progress, benefit from nationalization by working factory farms. So, in approaching the question of collectivization, you have to keep in mind that for Stalin and his comrades, who are bound and determined to drag Russia into the modern age and not to allow it to be because of the factors that Stalin puts in, traditional forms of agriculture are not what they have. And in their desired outcomes, industrialization, especially massive heavy industry is the city plan. That's their vision of the future. Agriculture needs to run. So in that case, the crucial significance of urbanization is to get a handle on the food situation in order to make it predictable and not to find oneself in another crisis like during the Civil War when the cities are starved, industries are out of labor, and factories are at a standstill. So this is really the core approach to urbanization. Put the productive capacities of the farmers in a regimented way, state-controlled way, under the control of the state. This produces vast yields because for the farmers, their plot of land that they thought they were being used over the revolution is now taken away. They no longer have the same incentives they had before to be successful farmers. In fact, if you're a successful farmer, maybe you have a cow, you have no cow, you're defamed. And now it's a cool life. And this is exploited, even though you might be helping to develop agriculture and keep the farm. So the result is human tragedy on a vast scale. And aligned to that, incidentally, is Stalin's sense that this is a chance to also target people who are opposed to the Bolshevik regime for other reasons, whether it's because of their Ukrainian identity, whether it's because of a desire for a different nationalist project. So for Stalin, there are many elements that roll into that decision. And the final piece is you're quite right that weaponization proves to be a failure because the Soviet Union never finally gets a grasp on the problems of agricultural production. But at the end of the Soviet Union, they're importing grain from the West in spite of having some of tremendously rich farmland to be found worldwide. The reason they had to do it part, I think, with the incentives that were taken away. Prosperous individual farmers have a motive for working their land and maximizing production. By contrast, if you are an employee of a factory-style agricultural enterprise, the incentives run in very different directions. The joke that was common for decades in the Soviet Union and other communist countries with similar systems was we pretend to work and they pretend to pay us. So even labor, which is rewarded, respected, and valorized, in practice is rewarded with very slim rewards and, last point, immobility. Collectivization reduces the mobility of peasants who are not allowed to return on passports to move to the cities unless they have permission. They're locked in place. You gotta say, it's a lot like feudalism or neo-feudalism in terms of the restrictions on workers in the countryside.
It is a terrifying, horrific, fascinating study of how the ideal meeting reality fails. The idea here is to make agriculture more efficient and more productive so to industrialize model. But the implementation and collectivization had all the elements that you mentioned that contended with human nature. So basically to us, that successful farmers were punished. And so then the incentive is not just not to be a successful farmer, but to hide. Added to that, there's a growing quota that everybody is supposed to deliver on, that nobody can deliver on. And so now, because you can't deliver on that quota, you basically export all you need, and you can't even feed yourself. And then stuff will go more and more, and there's a vicious downward spiral, and then you can't possibly use that. Now there's many other human incentives that are lie. Everything lies on the data. And so even Stalin himself, probably as evil or he tried to get data about what's even happening. Even if he wanted to stop the vicious cycle, which he certainly didn't, but he would be able to. But it's all of these like dark consequences of what on paper seems like a good idea. And it's a fascinating study of like things on paper.
That's right.
When implemented, go really.
That's right. And the outcome here is a horrific man-made famine, not a natural disaster, not bad harvest, man-made famine as a result of that emulsion gets used by the Soviet state to extract those resources, pouring off the area, not allowing starving people to escape. You put very well some of the implications of this case study of how things look in abstract versus in practice. And those phenomena are going to haunt the rest of the experience. So, the whole notion, up and down the chain of command, everybody is falsifying or tinkering with or modifying the statistics or their reports in order not to look bad, not to have vengeance visited upon them, reaches the point where nobody, despite the pretense, comprehensive knowledge, there's a state planning agency that creates 5-year plans for the economy as a whole, which is supposed to have accurate statistics. All of this is founded on a foundation of sand. That's inadvertent. That's not an intended side. But what you describe as in terms of the internal dynamics of fostering conflict in a world society was absolutely not deliberate. The doctrine was great civil, had there been social tensions before? Of course there have. There been enmities? Have there been differentiations in wealth status? Of course there have been. But a deliberate plan to bring class conflict and bring civil war at its height in the countryside does damage, and not least of that is this phenomenon of negative selection. Those who have most empathy, those who are most entrepreneurial, those who have most self-discipline, those who are the best organized, will be again and again and again, sending the message that mediocrity is comparatively much safer than talent. And this pattern, incidentally, gets transposed in tremendously narrowing ways also to the entire group of Russian intelligentsia and intellectuals of other people who are considered they discover similarly that to be individuals, to have a voice which is not compliant, carries with it tremendous difficulties, especially in salaries. Right?
Again, a difficult question about psychology of human beings. But to what degree do you think Stalin was deliberately punishing the farmers, uh, the Ukrainian farmers, and to what degree was he doing the undermining and allowing the large scale incompetence, the horrific incompetence of the collectivization of agriculture happening?
Well, I think there's both things, right? There were not only sins of commission, but also sins of commission. Incidentally, I don't think the Stalin was a Christian. These are people who are very remote, never coming into contact with the people who are suffering in this way. Attributed to him, blood death is a tragedy, million deaths is a statistic. I think he actions massive way that people can that. But the process of collectivization was not just bureaucratic snafu followed by bureaucratic snafu. There was the mobilization of communist military, of party activists to go into the regions and to search for to extract the food where it could be found. And this we have testimony to this in the case of people who made it dissidents, like Dead Company. because he had been taught and believed, at least then, that this was justice. This was the part of the historical process, and the greater good would result in these norms. So I think that this was quite good.
Following this, as you mentioned, there was the process of Great Terror, with the intellectuals, with the Communist Party officials, the military officers, the bureaucrats, everybody. 750,000 people were executed, and over a million people were executed. What do you say by way of wisdom to this process, the Great Terror, that Stalin implemented from 36 to 38?
Well, the terror had a variety of things. There were people who were true believers and who were emotionless, who were especially targeted by Stalin because he aimed to revenge himself for all the sort of condescension that he experienced in the war, and also to eliminate rivals, potential rival power centers, and members of the communities. And then there were people who simply got caught up in a process whereby the repressive organs in the province set quotas. You have to achieve it, maybe even better yet, overachieve. Over. That would be the key to success in rising in the bureaucracy of the nation. What's so horrifying is the way in which a society stood paralyzed in this process, and how papers would be taken away in the middle of the night, and people would be wearing a talking. Resistance, at least in the urban centers, is entirely paralyzed by fear. When, if one had somehow found a way to mobilize, somehow a way to resist the process, the results might be different. There's an astonishing. There are so many great books that have come out quite recently at these times. Orlando Fides has an amazing book called The Wisdom of Others that traces several families' history in the South. And it's a testimony to how the whole society, some of its most intelligent people, have widowed again and again and again in that process of making assumptions about reality. The lasting dislocation scars that this left, and the way in which people were not able to talk about these things in public, because that would put me next on the list as suspected of having less than influence in the state. I think one of the things that always sort of processes, and until the emotion wasn't enough, the problem that in writing up surprise Stalin in some ways, not enough to short circuit the process, but the notion where people were invited to denounce neighbors, co-workers, maybe even family members, meant that ever larger groups of people would be brought into the organization of the police, tortured in order to use confessions. Those confessions then would lead to more risky suspects, people who had to be investigated and either executed or sent to the gulags. The uncertainty that this produced was enormous. Even loyalty was not enough to save people. Stories, Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Politics, full stories of dedicated communists who find themselves in the Gulag are sure that some mistake. And if only combat Stalin here about the terrible thing that happened to them, surely it would be corrected. And nothing like this. Everyone else, by contrast, accused of terrible crimes must be something. So, talk about ways of disaggregating society, ways of breaking down bonds of trust. This left lasting differences on the entire society of yours.
Yeah, again, fascinating stuff. There essentially is an emergent quota of confession of treason. So, like, even though the whole society is terrified, or military movement, there's still needed to be a lot of confession. People need to swear. You just making shit up now. Like at a mass scale, stuff is being done up. And it's also a machine of secret police that's being itself because you're confessing the loss of your weird, dark, dynamic system where human nature is just as worst. Absolutely. Why look at this deep discussion of autopsy? To what degree can we understand from that lens why the implementation of communism and Soviet Union failed in such a dark way, both in the economic system, the agriculture, the industrialization, and on a human way, with just violation of every possible human right and the torture and the suffering, gulags, and all of this. Well, some of it comes back to the ethical ground that you mentioned. The notion that ethics are entirely situational, and that any ethical system is an outgrowth of a particular class reality, a particular material reality, and that leaves the world wide open. So I think that aspect is present from the very beginning. I think that the expectations of Marx that the revolution would take hold, be successful, and develop Russia, which compared to the rest of Europe, less developed even before the First World War, is in a dire state after all the ravage and millions of deaths that continued even after the war and the left. That leaves precious little in the way of structural constraints or a functioning society that would say, let's not do things this way. I think that in retrospect, that special role carved out for special individuals who can move this process forward and accelerate this whole development, allow for people to step into those roles, appoint themselves executives of this ideological foundation. So I think those things are not part of the contradiction. To what degree is this basically that the common state does create a power vacuum of dictators that figure steps in, and then it's a roll of the dice and what that dictator is like. So can you imagine a world where a dictator is Trotsky? Would we see very similar kind of things towards the heartless brutalities of Stalin manifesting itself being able to look the other way? Some of these dark things were happening more so something like Trotsky, who presumably see the realization of these policies and be shocked. Well, counterfactuals are hard. And very quickly gets off really deep waters speculation. There were contemporaries and there have been scholars since who suggest that Trotsky, by all indications, might have been even more radical than Stalin in the tempo that he wanted to achieve. I think of the slogan of the revolution. Trotsky also gathered so many things in his intellectual life. Also spoke in almost utopian terms, which is astonishing to me. Utopian terms about the construction of a new humanity. And that out of the raw material of humanity, once you really get going, once you establish a system that naturally predicts for the future, it'll be possible to reconfigure and talk about ambition to create essentially the next stage of the evolution. New species growing out. Those don't sound like modest or limited approaches. I guess we just really do some of the destructive characteristics of communism have to go hand in hand. So central planning, we talked about the censorship, secret police, who did declare defeat. And well, let's say, let's replace the violence of Russia.
One thing should add to it, to those factors that have kind of interrelated logic of their own. The sheer fact that communism comes to power in most of these instances as a result of the destruction of what came before and the power values. We think of the Russian Revolution in the wake of the fall of the Tsars. Think of the expansion of Stalin's puppet regime into Eastern Europe in the wake of World War II and the Red Army moving to occupy areas in Eastern Europe, really announcing their countries. Consider the foundation of Communist China on the heels of World War II and yet more Chinese. Consider cases like Korea, Vietnam. It's likely that this already is a key element in setting things up for further crises because upon seizure of power, if your expectation is, well, it ought to be relatively easy to get the system rolling, put it on a basis that's, after all, we have a roadmap to the future, it will follow frustrations, impediments, and resistance. And there's a ratchet effect because it produces more aggression, producing even more problems. What drives the whole thing forward, though, especially in this Leninist version, but already visible in Martin Nicholas, is the insistence on confidence. If you have a key in the future, all of these things are possible and necessary. This leads to an ethos, I think, that it's very hard for historians to quantify or to study in a methodical way. But it's the insistence that you hear with Lenin, and then especially with Stalin, that to be a Bolshevik means to be hard, to be realistic, to be consequential, meaning you don't shy away from doing what needs to be done, even if your primordial ethical remainders from whatever earlier things you have. Under Stalin, there's a constant slogan of the Bolshevik camp. The Bolsheviks, there's no fortress they can storm. They can do everything. And in a way, this is the assertion that will over history can be moved forward and accelerated, and probably their own actions justify the result of the word if you are sufficiently hard and determined and have confidence. And then that obviously raises the ultimate question: what happens when that confidence ends or runs over its last?
If we go to the 1920s to the whole progress, fascism has implemented a massive part of Germany. It's called the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So what are the similarities and differences of fascism, socialism, how it is conceived of fascism and communism? Maybe you could speak to the broader battle of ideas that was happening at the time and battle of political control that was happening at the time.
Well, I mean, there's a whole bunch of terms that are in play here. Right? When we speak of fascism, fascism is original sense is around the movement founded in Italy, which, though it had been allegedly on the winning side of World War I, was disappointed with the lack of rising national prestige and territory that leads, that commences after the war. So bizarrely enough, it's a socialist of the individual who grounds an ideological message of glorification of the state. The people are united in a militaristic way, on the march, ready to attack, ready to expand. A complete overthrow of liberal ideas of the rights of the individual or of representing democracy, and instead vesting power in one leader as in order to replicate and piece the ideal total military organization in Europe. Um, Although the Nazis in Germany are inspired and borrow heavily from fascist ideology, there also are different emphases that they and that includes their virulent racism at the outset, which, in addition to a glorification of the state, glorification of the leader, and preparation for national greatness, race is absolutely there. And it's that racial radicalism that the Nazis espoused as a central idea, along with anti-Semitism, demonizing in particular the Jews in this insane racialist cosmology that the Nazis allowed. It is the assertion that the Nazis were going to pass unity in people, unity in society, that leads them to give themselves this odd name of National Socialism. Some leaders like Goebbels or Nazis accent the socialist part, others with the accent for the nationalist part. In part, the term they chose for the was meant to be confused. It was meant to take slogans or words from different parts of the political spectrum to fuse them into something unbelievable and new, claim that they've overcome all of the The Nazis claimed that they were not a part, even though they were called. So, what did Nazism and Bolshevism and communism share with how they approached it? Well, we need to start with they were ideological projects. In both worldviews, the opposite side represented the ultimate expression of the evil that needed to be exercised from history in order to desire to locate the product. And this leads to strange and perverted beliefs about people. From the perspective of the Nazis claimed that because they saw the Jews as a demonic element in human history, the Bolsheviks didn't believe all of this economic materialism. They were in fact a racial conspiracy for the nation. And so the Nazis used the term Judeo-Bolshevism to argue that communism is essentially a conspiracy steered by the Jews, which is complete nonsense. For their part, the communists, in the perspective of the Soviet Union, the Nazis were in essence a super capitalist conspiracy. That the cosmological enemy are the capitalists, the owners, the exploiters. Then all of the rigmarole of race, nationalism, are distractions. They're meant to fool the poor saps who exist in it. It's essentially steered by capitalist owners who, in this plan, are reduced to this desperate experience of coming up with this thuggish party that represents the last gasp of capitalism. So, bizarrely enough, from the communist perspective, the rise of the Nazis can be interpreted as a good sign because it means that capitalism is almost done. Because this is the last undisguised, naked face of capitalism here in this country. So, whether beyond this ideological total opposition in terms of the hope for futures, the reality is that there were aspects that were shared on either side. And that included the conviction that they could agree that the age of democracy and that the 19th century had sway with experiments with representative democracy, the claims of human rights, classical liberal ideas, and all of this had been revealed as bankrupt. That had gotten you what? It got you first the First World War, as a total conflict leaving tens of millions dead, and then economically the Great Depression, showing that the head was not growing. This produced, at one and the same time, both ideological opposition and instances of vastly cynical cooperation. In terms of the Weimar Republic, it's obvious with the benefit of hindsight that German democracy has ceased to function even before it comes to power. But in the process of making democracy unworkable in Germany, the extremes, the Nazi Rothschild army, the Rothschilds, and the communist street fighters, they cooperated in heightening an atmosphere of civil war that left people searching for desperate expedients in the last days of the Weimar Republic. The most compelling case of their cooperation was the signing of the Nazi-Soviet Pact on August 23rd, 1939, which enabled Hitler to start World War II. The non-aggression pact, in official terms, it contains secret clauses whereby the Nazis and the Soviets meeting in Moscow for Stalin's very high and agreed on territorial division of Europe and making common cause as each claiming to be the winner of the future. So, in spite of their oppositions, these were regimes that were able, very cynically, to work together to guide our country. In the course of the 1950s, in particular, there were lots of political scientists who also crafted an explanation for ways in which these regimes, although they were opposed to one another, actually more morphological designs and operated in ways that, despite of ideological differences, were similarities. And such political scientists, Hannah Arendt, chief among them, crafted a model of totalitarianism, borrowing the term of the fascists of like themselves, to define regimes like the Nazis, like Stalin's Soviet Union, for a new kind of dictatorship that was not a backwards cast revival of ancient barbarism, but was something new, a new form of dictatorship that laid total claims on hearts and minds, that didn't want just passive obedience, but wanted fanatical loyalty, that combined fear with compulsion in order to generate belief in a system, or at the very least, atomize the masses to the point where they would roll off the hands of the regime. This model has often met very strong criticism on the grounds that no regime in human history has yet achieved total control of the population under its grip. That's true, but that's not what Hannah Arendt was saying. Hannah Arendt was saying there will always be inefficiencies, there will be resistance, there will be divergences. What was new was not the alleged achievement of control, it was the ambition. The articulation of the ambition that it might be possible to exercise such fundamental and thorough control of the entire population. And the final threatening thought that Arendt kept forward what if this was not a model that comes to us from united and civilized ages? What if this is the future? That's horrifying.
So let me ask you about Daryl Cooper, who's a historian, podcaster, and the podcast from Wisconsin, and he made some claims there and elsewhere about World War II. There are two claims that let's be expected. First, he stated that Churchill was, quote, the chief villain. That Churchill forced Hitler to expand beyond Poland to Poland. Second, the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slav, Gypsies, and death camps was an accident, a byproduct of global war, and in fact, Hitler's main extermination of Christians where possible, given the alternative of death. So I was wondering if you could respond to each person.
Well, I think this is a bunch of absurdity, and it would be laughable if it wasn't so serious in its implications. To address the points you brought, Churchill was not the chief villain. The notion that Churchill allegedly forced Hitler to escalate and expand a conflict is that assertion is based on a complete neglect of what Nazi ideology was. The Nazi world and racism was not an ideology that was limited in its application. It looked toward world domination. In the years since the Nazis come to power, they sponsored programs of education on geopolitics, which urged Germans to think in continents, to see themselves as one of the superpowers that would battle for the future of the world. And that would be, in retrospect, of course, you see that Germany was not in a position to legitimate a claim like that. But the Nazis aimed for anything but liberty. In particular, this sort of argument has been tried out in different ways before. In previous decades, there have been attempts by historians who were actually well-read and well-published to argue that World War II had been, in part, a contingent event that had been brought about by accidents or miscalculations. And such explanations argued that if you put Hitler's ideology aside, you actually could interpret him as a pretty traditional German politician in the striking business. Now, when I say it like that, I think it's not a problem. When you put the ideology aside, to try to analyze Hitler's acts or alleged motives in the absence of the ideology, themselves tried to describe in equal detail on Trump and other manifestos and speeches is an enterprise which is behavior justifiable. The notion that the mass murder of Jews, Poles, Slavs, and Gypsies was an event that simply happened as a result of unforeseen events and that it was understood as somehow being humane is also runs contrary to the historical fact. When Poland was invaded, the Nazis unleashed a killing wave in the so-called Operation Commandant, which sent in specially trained and ideologically prepared killers who were given the name of the units of the Einsatzgruppe in order to wipe out the Polish leadership and also to kill Jews. This predates any of the Operation Barbarossa the Nazis invasion of the Soviet Union. The Nazis, moreover, in many different expressions of their ideology, had made clear that their plans, as you can read this in Mein Kampf, at least in Europe, were subjugation and ethnic cleansing on a vast scale. So I consider both of these claims absolutely given the facts and documents.
Do you think it was always the case that Nazi Germany was going to invade Sweden?
I think as you can read in Mein Kampf, this is what's necessary in order to bring that racial utopia to pass. And so while the timetable might be flexible, while obviously geopolitical considerations play a role in determining when such a thing might be possible, it was most definitely on his list. And I want to add that in my own scholarship, I worked to explore some of these themes a little bit further. My second book, which is entitled German Myth of the East, which appeared with Oxford one thing that emerges from this investigation is that even before the Nazis went to power in Germany, there are certainly negative and dehumanizing stereotypes about Eastern Europeans. Some of them activated by the experiences of German occupation in some of these regions during the First World War. But the Nazis take the very most destructive and most negative of those stereotypes and make them the dominant ones, making no secret of their expected future of domination and annihilation.
The idea of Hindenburg, is it possible to implement that idea without Ukraine?
Hitler has Ukraine in his horizon as one of the chief prizes. Nazis then craft extensive plans, a master plan that they work on, they draft after draft after draft, even as the balance of the war is turning against them on the Eastern Front. This master plan is called the Generalplan Ost, the General Plan of the East. And it foresees things like mega highways on which the Germanic master race can travel vacation in Crimea, or how the settlements will be scientifically distributed in the wide open spaces of Ukraine for agriculture that will feed the expanded, purified Germanic master race. So this was not peripheral to the Nazi ambitions.
As I best understand, there is extensive definitive evidence that the Nazis always wanted to invade the Soviet Union, and there's always a racial component, and not just pride. They wanted to enslave and exterminate Jews, yes, but the Slavic people, the Slavs. And he was successful at conquering the Soviet Union. I think the things that would be done to the Slavic people would make the Holocaust. They wanted to understand the numbers and the brutality and the viciousness of which he characterized the Slavic people.
The Jews were especially. And so the project of domination of Europe involves this horrific program of economized, systematized, bureaucratically organized, and horrifyingly efficient massacre of the Jewish populations. What the Nazis expected for the Slavs had a longer timeline. Himmler expected the head of SS's special mission to be part of the transformation of these regions ethnically. And Himmler, in his role of envisioning this German future in Eastern Europe, such a chilling thing, says that while German Slavs will fall victim immediately, some proportion of Slavs will not be shipped out or deported or annihilated, but instead they will remain slaves. And in that one phrase, Himmler managed to defile and deface everything that the word culture meant to generations of the best German thinkers and artists in the century before. The notion of slaves from our culture was part of his longer expectation. And then there's the final one, a fact that speaks volumes about what the Nazis planned for the East. Hitler and Germany envisioned permanent war on the Eastern Front. Not a settlement, not a border, but a constant movement of the border every generation, hundreds of miles east, in order to keep winning war and war living space. And with analogy to other French wars, to fall into more fighting experience, more training and training to generation after generation of German soldiers. In terms of nightmarish visions, this one's been
And always a new population, the land conquered with the German
relentless purges of the German genetic stock as well. So among their victims are people with disabilities, people who are defined as not racially pure up in the future, even though they are clearly German despite identity. This was the full scale and the comprehensive ambitions of the Nazis are reflected.
One of the other things I saw was that what ended up happening in the Second World War was the worst possible thing that could happen. I just also wanted to comment on that, which I can imagine a very large number of possible scenarios that could happen that are much, much worse, including successful conquest of Soviet Union, as you said, kind of thing that would be done, and the eternal war ever ongoing for generations, which result in hundreds of millions of deaths and torture and enslavement. Not to mention the other possible trajectories of nuclear government.
I would think that the Nazis becoming weapons of conscience about the rank up there is even worse than
Now, let me steal that for also like this. The oversimplified narrative of Hitler bad, Churchill good has been used and abused for neocons and warmongers in the military industrial complex in the years since. To basically say this particular leader was just like Hitler. Or maybe Hitler in the 1930s and he must be big now before he becomes the Hitler. And that's from part of the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and God forbid that could also apply to China in the 21st century. So yes, warmongers do shield up and apply that template to wage war. And we should be very careful of that. Both the overall application of this historical concept as a modern world and of warmongers in general.
yeah, and nobody should like oversimplify narratives. They need to be subtle and accurate.
And also, just we like to say that the kind of as we've been talking about Stalin and Hitler as simpler figures. And just as we've been talking about the implementation of these totalitarian regimes, there are singular history that we never saw anything like it. And I hope from everything it looks like we'll never see anything like it again.
There's certain striking historical characters in the record. One of the things that's so disturbing about Anna Arendt's model of totalitarianism is the leader can be changed. The system itself demands of it that the allegedly is all powerful, all knowing, and prophetic, and the like. But whether particular figures are interchangeable in that role is a key question.
Let me go back to the 1920s instead of asking the kind of actual question. Given the battle between the Marxists and the communists and the National Socialists, was it possible what would that world look like if the communists would be on Germany as Karl Marx envisioned and it made total sense given the industrialized and expanded Germany or something? Was that possible? And what would it look like that?
I would think that the reality is kind of very limited, but that was certainly their ambition. German communists get quoted as saying, after Hitler, it's our turn. Their sentiment was that the arrival of Nazis on the scene was a sign of how decrepit, incompetent, and doomed capitalism was. In hindsight, that's almost impossible to believe. Because what happens is the Nazis, with their characteristic brutal ruthlessness, simply decapitate the road and arrest the activists who were supposed to be waiting So that's forced on them. Hypothetically, there's a lot is the social democrats and the communists are working together to keep it going. That's where the very fact that the German Revolution in 1919 sees socialists kill socialists produces a dynamic that's so negative that it's nearly impossible to settle on revolution. And added to the fact that the communists see the social democrats as rivals for the loyalty of the working class. In terms of just statistical likelihood, a lot of experts felt surely the German army and the most likely outcome would be a German general shutting down democracy and producing military dictatorship. It says a lot about how dreadful and bloody the record of the Nazis was that some people in retrospect would have known that that military dictatorship isn't obvious.
What do you think Ross would say? Let's take it before we go to Mom and China. Just looking at the
That's a good question. I think that Marx was flexible in his expectations about tactics and strategies. Even as he showed that he had actually tracked the intellectual problem of what the future was going to look like. So how would it play out? He was a man who actually showed a lot of disappointments because in revolutionary uprising and the revolution of whether it was in the revolutions against the Soviet West Europe, whether it was in Poland, whether it was in Paris Commune, this is it. This is the output of the man. So I think that he probably tried to be patient about these times. We mentioned at the outset that Marx felt it was unlikely that a workers' revolution would break out in the Russian Empire because that could lead lots of industrial work from the industry. There's a footnote in that, and it proves his flexibility. A Russian socialist wrote to Marx asking, might it not be possible for Russia to escape some state of capitalism? You have to literally follow that scheme. And Marx's answer was convoluted, but it wasn't inevitable. And that suggests that Marx was willing to entertain all sorts of possible scenarios. I think he was certainly very surprised that the President didn't match his expectations.
Not to take this one, but would he be okay with the price of home for the utopian destination of communism? He said, okay, you'll crack a few eggs and bake an omelet.
Well, we don't know if Marx posed that question deliberately, but we do know in the case of a Marxist historian, Rothschild, who was a prolific and celebrated British historian of the 20th century. He was put this question in the 90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And he stated more likely that because the Soviet Union failed, such sacrifices were inordinate. But if the experiment had succeeded, the glorious future of the open for mankind as a result of its success, that would be the different. And that is
takes us to the other side of the globe. Disciples all yes, very much what we talk about human history. Chinese dynasties and empires are fascinating, complex. There's just no history that's not as deeply exposed as should be. The same applies to the 20th century. So Chinese radicalism, Chinese Communist policies, our one long thing, talk about is not. This is very complex. So
Takes page from the book of Franklin by adapting or seeking Marx's ideology to a context that would have survived Marxism. That is, not only to separate the revolution in an as yet non-industrialized country, but moreover to make peasants, rather than being turned as absentee, to make them into private ones of the success of this manufacture. That's a case of the phenomenon that we talked about earlier. Um, when is an adaptation of an ideology or change to an ideology a valid adjustment that we made or adaptation? And when is it already so different that it's something entirely distinct? Miles was very clearly intended to answer this question in the Chinese context and by implication other non-industrialized business. But Miles' ambition was great to put himself at the head of a successful international and to be the successor of Stalin, whose role he both admired and resented having leadership. To take an example of a possible major milestone in the history of communism, an Polish philosopher, Professor Kolakowski, who was first a committed communist, then later came to speech, wrote a study of Marxist thought, currency Marxism. In that book, when he reaches out, Kolakowski essentially throws up his hands and says, how do you know these the vanguard role is something that is already a variance of the side, but Marx says this is a improved version, adapting a truer version of Marxism for the Chinese communists. In case after case, it's Mao's rise in China. We see a really complicated relationship with Stalin. He works hard to gain Stalin's support because the Comintern, the international organization headquartered in Moscow, working to encourage and help revolutionaries worldwide, is skeptical about the Chinese communists to begin with and believes that China still has a long way to go before it's reached the stage where it's ripe for this revolution. In a way, that's more orthodox Marxism than what Mao was doing. Mao chased under Stalin's acknowledged leadership of international communism. And in 1950, when Mao goes to visit Stalin in Moscow in order to sign a treaty of cooperation, he's left waiting. He's in this snub to show him that it's not as important. And then when Stalin dies in 1953, Mao feels the moment is ready to step into the leadership position, surpassing the Soviet. So many of Mao's actions, like the Great Leap Forward and the agricultural disasters that followed, are literally attempts to outdo Stalin, to outperform Stalin, to show that what Stalin is not able to do, the Chinese communist regime will be able to bring back. And the toll for that hubris is going to the notion of the Great Reform was that it would be possible for the present masses and their conviction in the rightness of the Chinese Communist cause to industrialize China overnight. That involved things like creating small smelting furnaces, individual farm communes. It involved putting together farming territories into vast continents of very large size, just because of their sheer gigantism, supposed to be by definition more efficient than small-scale farming. Ended up some environmental disasters and took campaigns to eliminate birds and insects. Were supposed to demonstrate mastery over nature by sheer acts of man. These include things like adopting Soviet agricultural techniques that were pioneered by a crackpot biologist by the name of Rothschild, that produced more agricultural products and involved things like plowing through depths that were not practical for seeds to germinate and grow, but were supposed to produce super plants that would produce bumper harvests and outpace capitalist countries and the Soviet Union. So the context for all of this is a race to get first to the achievement of full-scale communism. One of the things that is so valuable to pursue and to take seriously in this with communism is what concrete promises we make. In the case of China, Mao made promises and projections for the future that were worrying even to some of his own assistants. He explained that perhaps by 1961, perhaps by 1973, China would be the and it would have achieved full communism. So that which Marx sketched as the end of humanity would be achieved first by the Chinese. Later, his own comrades, as we've seen, felt the need to temper that a little bit and promised that they would achieve full communism by the year 2000. Such promises are helpful to a regime to create enthusiasm and to hold out to people the prospect of real success just around the corner. But what happens when the date arrives and you haven't actually achieved that goal? That's one ticking time bomb that could result in the increasing erosion of communism in the Soviet Union, which isn't too bad as it is.
So there's a lot of other elements there. So maybe you could speak to the 100 Flowers campaign.
The 100 Flowers campaign is a transfer around who has felt that he has lost prestige, lost standing in the party because of the disasters that they moved forward to regain some of that momentum. And the whole 100 Flowers campaign, officially titled the Rectification Campaign, to set things right, is still shrouded in mystery. Historians disagree about how to interpret what Mao was actually up to. The most cynical way is that Mao encouraged Chinese thinkers and intellectuals to share ideas and to engage in constructive criticism, to propose alternatives, and to let a full discussion happen. Then, after some of them had ventured that, to come in and purge them, to punish them ruthlessly for having done what he had invited them to do. That is the most cynical thing. Some historians argue that Mao himself was not prepared for the ideas that he himself had invited into the public square, and that he grew anxious, worried, angry at this without having thought this through in the same way that he did. The end result is the same. The end result is, once again, negative selection, decimation. Those who are most venturesome, those who are most talented and intelligent, are punished relentlessly.
And just a general culture. That's
safe about even if it ends in ultimately
So, as the same question I asked about Soviet Union, why do you think there's this failure of policies that Mao implemented in China and Turkey?
Mao himself had a view of human beings with a beautiful blank pieces of paper on which he could write details. And that is nearly at variance with what you and I know about the execution of human beings and reaction to power. I think that in the process of having a scheme, one size fits all countries is and it's very in its convenience as China, inevitably such an imposition of one model was going to serious malfunctions. And so much of the other episodes of Chinese history show that the entrepreneurial, the productive capacity, economic people is suppressed in these rigid schemes. What we've seen since, after Mao has taken the reform of Rothschild thing, one sees just how much those energies have been forcibly suppressed for so long. Now we're on.
Mao died in 1976. He wrote the CCP in 81. Looking back, he was a historical analysis that he was 70% correct. 70, exactly 70% correct.
Not 69.
Not 70. The scientific position, we should say that they co-opted the ability of science from the Union of Mao, from Nazi Germany, Nazi science. It's terrifying. It serves as a reminder that science is the thing that is one of the most beautiful creations of humanity, but it's also a thing that can be used by politicians and dictators to do horrific things. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, humility collection. So, how did China evolve after Mao's death today?
Well, without denouncing Mao, without repudiating Mao's 70% correctness, the regime actually ended up in election. That election was to open up the economy, to gain access to world markets, and to play globally. Always with the concept of party routine political science. It's been pointed out that while Khrushchev tries in the Soviet Union in 1956, especially in the secret speech which he denounces Stalin's crimes, he tries to go back to the founders' intentions. Nothing like that, it's argued, is possible in the Chinese case, because Mao was not the equivalent of Stalin or Chinese China. Mao was the equivalent of Lenin. Mao was the founder, so there's no refuting. And I'm stuck with that formula of 70%. Acknowledging that there are some problems, but by and large arguing that he was the correct states of the party and its leader that was paramount. And the results of this wager are, where we are today. China has been transformed out of national recognition in terms of not all of the but many countries. Its economic growth has been dramatic. And the new dispensation is such that people ask, is this a communist country anymore? And that's probably the question that haunts China's current leadership as well. With Chairman Xi, we've seen a return to earlier patterns. Xi insisting that Mao's achievement has to be held as equal to that of the Rothschild. Sometimes invitations or nostalgia for the Mao period, even something to the Cultural Revolution, are part of this volatile mix. But all of this is outward appearance. Statistics can also be misleading. And I think that very much in question is China's ability to machine
In the West, China is also demonized. And we talk extensively today about atrocities both results atrocities both internal and external results from these nations. But what can you say by way of the resistance civilization? How can we avoid cold or hot war with China, we being the West or the United States in the 21st century?
Well, you mentioned in the context of the kinds of science, humility as a crucial factor. I think that humility, sobriety, realism are tremendously valuable in trying to understand another society, another form of government. And so I think one needs to be very self-aware of projection onto others of what we think they're like is no substitute for actually studying the sources that the society right now produces, its declarations of what matters most to them, the leadership's own pronouncements about what the future holds. I think that matters a lot more than pious hopes or versions of being convinced that inevitably everyone will come to resemble us in a better future.
You mentioned this earlier, but just to take a small detour. What are we supposed to think about North Korea and their declaration they're supposedly communist? What can we say about the economic and political system of North Korea? Or is it just like a hopelessly simple way where this is a complete disaster?
So I think that the answer to the historical is that historically we have to inquire into what has to happen in order to arrive at the prosperity state. We have a regime that's claiming to be communist, or has a even better version of Marxism as the form of a Korean adaptation or future. How does that mesh with the reality that we're talking about a dynastic government and a monarchy, but a communist monarchy? That's what it is. I think that examining as much as we can learn about closed society that is goes about its everyday in ways that are inscrutable to us is very, very challenging. But we all need an example like this escapes your analytic categories. Probably there's about categories rather than an example. It's messy.
And so there's probably here and there, at least in China as well, we like some of the job near China. There's a military component to it, and that is ultimately how these nations interact, especially totalitarian nations interact with the rest of the world. So nations interact economically, culturally, and militarily. And the concern with countries like North Korea is the way for them to be present on the world stage in the game of geopolitics is by focusing on their military might. And they invest a huge amount of their GDP into the military. So I guess the question there to discuss in terms of analysis is how do we deal with this kind of system that claims to be a communist system? What lessons can we take from history and apply it to that? Or should we simply just ignore the other way and it doesn't get out of hand?
Yeah, I mean, there's realists see states following their own interests and arising as a result of misunderstanding or misinterpretation. Those are things that policymakers probably do have some control. I think that there's internal processes that have worked their way out. Even as a marketplace, as a Korea, it's also the reality. This is solved with the binding terms that it's a precarious kind of twin existence. We have countries that are across the border from one another that are derived from what used to be scenery and now are kind of a real life social science experiment. What kind of regime we get in one kind of system, what's a regime we get in another kind of system. That's a very unstable.
Now there's Trump confidence, and 20th century went to America. So you also let your heart communism in the communist movement in America. It was also communist in 1919 and evolved throughout a couple of scares. So what was the evolution of the Communist Party and just the general communist?
It's fascinating to observe this work. It's one long-standing context that socialism has less purchase or radicalism in the United States than in European countries. So, to the extent that that was true, it was an uphill battle for the communists to get established in the United States. But it makes it all the more interesting to follow the development. And there were two challenges in particular that played a role in shaping the American communist experience. One was the fact that to begin with, the party was often identified with immigrants. The communities that come over across the Atlantic from Europe often had strong socialist contingents, and when this break happens within the socialist movement between radical socialists and more moderate socialists, there were fiery individuals who saw the opportunity to help shape the American communist movement. But the result was that for many American workers, they saw the sheer ethnic variety difference of this movement as something that was unacceptable. It would only be with the rise to the leadership of the Communist Party, Earl Browder, the American-born political leader, ambitions for creating an American communist movement, that image would start to be modified. Earl Browder had a meteoric rise and then fall over the promise he made that went by the slogan, communism is 20th century Americans. The notion was that communism could find roots in American political discourse and experience where Earl Browder fell afoul of other communists was in his expectations during World War II that it might be possible for the Soviet Union and the United States to make their current cooperation permanent and to come to some sort of combination that would moderate their rivalry. As it turns out, dawning already in Cold War tensions that later followed more fully, that was unacceptable, and the movement divested itself of Earl Browder. Another point that shaped American perceptions of the communist movement in the United States involved issues of ethnic cleansing. During the 1930s and 1940s, American communists, not all of them obviously, but select members of the movement were called upon by Soviet intelligence to play a historical role by gathering information, getting sympathies. One of the most amazing books of the 20th century is a book written by Wilbur Chambers, who served as a Soviet spy, first a communist communist, then a Soviet spy, and then later a renegade from those experiences. The book is titled Witness, it was published in 1952, and it's one of the most compelling books you could ever read. It's so full of both the unique character of the author and all of his idiosyncrasies, and a sense of the huge issues being at stake, ones upon which the future of humanity turns. So talk about ethical works. During the apparatus of the state, the Soviets managed to infiltrate spies into America's military as well as government institutions. One great irony is that when Senator McCarthy in the 50s made vast claims about communist infiltration of the government apparatus, claims that he wasn't able to substantiate the details. That reality had actually been closer to the reality of the 1930s and 1940s than his own time. But the association of American communism with foreign power of the Soviet Union and ultimately adherence to its interests did a lot to undermine any kind of purity for American communists. An example, of course, was the notorious Nazi Soviet Pact of 1939. The American Communist Movement found itself forced to turn on a dime its propaganda. Before the Nazi Soviet Pact of 1939, they had denounced Nazi Germany as one of the greatest threats to world peace. Just after the signing of the pact, they had to proclaim that this was a great win for peace and for human harmony, and to completely change their earlier relationship with being mortal enemies with Nazi Germany. There were many American communists who couldn't stomach this and who became disillusioned simply quit their party memberships and drifted away. But it's a fascinating story of the ups and downs of a political movement with radical ambitions in American politics.
Yeah, the Cold War, extensive levels of espionage created a divided Hollywood, created basically firmly solidified communism as the evidence of the American idea. So embodied. And not even the economic policies, but the political policies of communism, like the word, and color red, the hammer and sickle, Rocky, Buddha, like it was.
So that's canonical.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bit for me, but it's reality and just politics is used by politicians to do all kinds of data calling. You have spoken eloquently about modern Russia, modern Ukraine, modern Eastern Europe. So how did Russia evolve after Stalin and after the collapse of the Soviet Union?
I think the short answer is without a full historical reckoning that will be healthy about the recent past. In ways that's not very surprising, given the economic misery, dislocations, and the cumulative damage all of those previous decades of this experiment. It left precious little patience for leisure, purpose, or introspection. But after an initial period of great interest in understanding the full measure of what Russia and other parts of the Soviet Union had undergone in this first initial explosion of journalism and of reporting and investigations, historical investigations of these elections. After an initial period of conflict such as this, people instead retreated into the here and now. And the result is that been less than would be healthy of a taking stock, a record, uh, even in assigning the responsibility for those things that we've experienced in the past. No marijuana trial took place in order to hold responsible those with repressed others in the aftermath of the collapse of the Soviet Union. In other ex-communist countries, there was also precious little in the way of legal proceedings and established responsibility. But keep in mind, the Nuremberg trials had as one of their goals, a very important one, it turns out, not even individual verdicts of individual people found guilty, but to collect and publicize information, to create knowledge and transparency about the reality of these crimes. In the case of the former Soviet Union, in the case of Russia today, instead of a clear-eyed recognition of the vast nature of what it all costs, Putin, upon replacing Yeltsin, was in a position to instead traffic in the most varied, eclectic, and often mutually contradictory historical memories or packages of memories. So, on the one hand, in Putin's Russia, the Tsars are rehabilitated as heroes of Russian statehood. Putin sees Lenin in a negative light because Lenin, by producing federalism as a model for the Soviet Union, laid a time bomb at the base of that state that eventually smashed it into many constituent parts as nations regained their independence. While Stalin is acknowledged, exacted and projected control, but also is effective as a representative of Russian statehood. This produced where we are today. It's a commonplace that echoed by many that Russia without Ukraine is a nation state. It could be a nation state. Russia with Ukraine has to be a nation state. And Putin, who's not really seeking a revival of Stalin's kingdom, but still is nostalgic about first and foremost of greatness and of strength of Russian state to the exclusion of other values, has undertaken a course of action that has produced results quite different from what you might be expecting. And I think that time is crucial. It's fascinating to try to imagine what if this attempt to digest Ukraine into an expanded Russian imperial territory taking place early. I think that the arrival on the scene of a new generation of Ukrainians has produced a very different dynamic. And this inclination for any kind of nostalgia for the past, packaged however it might be, however nostalgic it might be to a few. And there, I think that Putin's expectations in the invasion of 2022 were entirely overdone. His expectation was that Ukraine would be divided on this score. Some significant portion would welcome the advance of Russian forces. And instead, there has been the most amazing and surprising heroic resistance that continues.
And it's interesting to consider timing and also individual leaders. Zelensky, you can imagine all kinds of other figures that would hold it easier, and Zelensky was surprised alive and well by somehow, comedian, somehow becoming essentially effective war president. So, that put that in a bit of singular figures that define history. What's your comment? How do you hope that the war will peace?
I'm very pessimistic on this. And the reasons we've just talked about how these things escape human management or even rationality. I think that war takes on a life of its own as accumulated suffering actually eliminates possible compromises or settlements that one might talk about in abstract. I think that it's one thing for people far away to propose trades of territory or complicated guarantees or arrangements that sound very good in the abstract, and will just be refused by people who actually experience what the war is like in person and what it has meant to them and their family and what they know in terms of lives destroyed. I think that peacemaking is going to face a very daunting task here, given all that's accumulated. I think in particular, just from the last days of the launching of missile attacks against indiscriminate or civilian targets, that's not an easy time.
Let me ask a political question. Briefly talking about Trump, he said if he's elected 4 years into office, we'll have a peace deal. What would a peace deal like that look like? But we should mention that Russia has captured 4 regions right now against the last definition I saw. Also, they captured the part of the first region in Russia. So just as you mentioned, territories on the table. NATO, European Union, also funding and military help in the United States directly to Ukraine on the table. Do you think it's possible to have a fair deal that for people who say far away, where both the people walk away of Zelensky unhappy, but equally unhappy, at least get peace negotiated?
Equally unhappy is a very hard balance to strike. I think my concern is about the part of the equation that involves people just being desperate. I couldn't imagine what that looks like. That's, once again, these are things that escape human control.
So laying the foundation for this is possibly a ceasefire that lays the foundation for the post-war suffering in a year, 5 years, 10 years.
But in a way, we've already prepared. It's ratifying the use of force to keep borders secure. It's taboo since 1945, and now look where we are. If that is validated, then it sets up incentives for more of the same.
If you look at the 20th century, talking about with horrendous global wars that happen in Europe now, it feels like just living in war in Ukraine, breaking the contract that you're not supposed to do territorial conquest anymore in the 21st century. That just intensity of hatred and military tension in the Middle East with Israel, Iran, Palestine, just building. And then China calmly, but with a big stick, talking about Taiwan. Do you think a big conflict may be on the way? Do you think it's possible that another war happens in the 21st century?
So many predictions, much more expiration dates. Obviously, it's a big work.
So as a historian, I'm asking you this. What lessons you get about contributing. Whether it's people who are no longer here, or the people we're talking about, people Stalin now, or people that still care, people who are from Trump, Kamala Harris, and yeah, as a historian, is it possible to have an interesting conversation? Maybe as a thought experiment, what kind of conversations you have with the 1930s, Stalin,